As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 125.525 Florida statute that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Ms. Thompson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
Any opposers say no. The agenda is now closed. The Chief of Staff and Communications Officer polled the board of any agenda items they wish to address in advance of the meeting. The following items have been identified for discussion. Item number 1, 2, 5, 7, 11, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the items that have not been pulled for discussion, which include items 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 17, and 18.
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Are there any registered speakers on the items that have not been pulled for discussion?
Three and 6 by Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Okay. I don't see her. Okay, any other public speakers? For what number? Okay, so when they're pulled, you'll come up at that time, but.
And then she can come up for 3 and 6.
Okay, come on up for.
For 3 and 6?
Yes. Try again.
Good morning, Chair, Dr. Hepburn, and board members. My name is Felicia Schumann Newkirk, Coconut Creek, Florida. Today I'll be talking about item 3, FADSS membership. I'd like to speak in support of maintaining Broward County's membership in the Florida Association of District School Superintendents. Strong informed leadership is the backbone of any successful school district. FADSS provides our district leadership with access to statewide collaboration, advocacy, and professional development that directly impacts student outcomes. This membership ensures our superintendent and team stay connected to key legislative updates, policy trends, and best practices from across Florida. The cost is minimum compared to the value we receive in return from leadership training to networking that improves how we serve our students. I encourage the board to approve this investment in leadership, communication, and continued excellence for Broward County Public Schools. Thank you for your continued leadership.
Thank you. You can go on number 6, item 6 as well.
Well, that wasn't the one that, oh, I apologize, that one is not the one that I had chose to speak on.
Okay, so just 3. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other public speakers on the items that are not pulled?
No, ma'am.
Great. All in favor of approving the agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motions carry. Items pass unanimously.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Mrs. Rupert.
Was 17, 18 included in the pulling?
Those were not pulled.
Okay, then register me as no on both of those two.
Okay.
Hold on.
All righty. So may I have a motion and a second on item 1, School Board Policy 5090, Code of Student Conduct? It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. It is moved and seconded to adopt item number 1 and registered speakers.
Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker, Taylor Berry.
All right. Oh, crap. Testing, testing. Okay. Good morning, school board members. My name is Taylor Berry. I'm a high school student at Everglades High School and the president of Miramar's Youth Advisory Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue. I'm here today because I believe students deserve to have the ability to use our phones during lunch. That's it. I'm not asking for our phones to be allowed during instruction or disrupting the classroom. I'm simply asking for access to our own devices during the one break we get in our day. For many students, lunch is more than just food. It's the only time to check in with parents, siblings, respond to urgent messages, or even decompress. Some of us use our phones to listen to music, review class notes, organize our day, or even check in on our mental health apps. That 30-minute window is our reset button. I understand that concerns have been raised about phones leading to distractions or conflicts, but taking phones away entirely during every minute of the day doesn't teach us anything. It just takes away the opportunity to learn how to manage it responsibly. We live in a digital age. Phones aren't going anywhere. What students need is guidance, not a total ban. If you truly want to support our development, help us learn digital balance, not digital punishment. The district says that the policy is about mental health, but forcing kids to sit in silence, unable to contact their families or listen to a song that calms them, does not help. In fact, for many students, that lack of connection adds to our stress. You say that students are being aggressive when phones are taken away, but that doesn't show how deeply disconnected some of us feel already. Maybe instead of removing that outlet, we try listening to what students are saying, especially when we're asking respectfully. By voting to allow phones during lunch, you're not just giving us screen time, you're showing us that you trust us. And when you trust students, we step up. I know policies are complicated, but this one can be simple. Keep the boundaries during class. That makes sense. But give us a moment of freedom during lunch. That's not unreasonable. It's humane. I came here today not just for myself, but for every student who feels like their voice is not heard. Not for Miramar, but every school in Broward County. We're not asking to break the rules. We're asking to be a part of them. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective.
Thank you so much. Any other public speakers? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Vincente Thrower, Pompano Beach. Madam Chair, board members. I wasn't going to say anything about this item, but the young lady hit a little bell in my mind. I understand what she's saying, but I also understand the quality or those times when you have bullying. These cell phones have become a tool to bully kids, to put up posts and to activate negativity instead of promoting things that are good about our school system. Even if you give it to them during lunchtime, and there's a fight during lunchtime, next thing you know, that school is on blast because what's on Instagram and social media is now being recorded. And once again, it happens in our school system. Where do you all put the boundary? For years, our parents and grandparents, we had a good time in high school and middle school. We didn't have cell phones. And we were still able to consciously still be motivated and effective. Why? Because we were able to talk to each other. We didn't need a cell phone to communicate with our parents. And even when we were sick, we still had to go to school. If it wasn't a fever, you had to go to school. Cell phones in our schools are disrupting the mindset of what they're there for. And this body has a fiduciary responsibility to look at the whole person, whether it be lunchtime and the negativity. We have a drop in students right now. Do you think if the private schools say no cell phones, that the parents get to go and tell the private schools, well, we're going to go ahead and just do it anyway? No, they take their kids where they're getting the best quality of education, and they are bound to deliver and stand by the rules set forth by that institution. We got to draw some boundaries. Social media is becoming a problem, and it makes our schools look bad. Right now, it's still saying that Blanchard High School is one of the worst schools in the state of Florida, even though we got an A. People still talk garbage about it. But that's our pride and joy. But because of negativity and students posting things on social media when there are problems with these cell phones. So I think you all should really think about the whole person and not just saying they need to have phones during school hours. No, they're there to get education, like my grandmother would say. You're there to get education. Dr. King, you're there to get education. You ain't there to make friends. You're there to get education, come home, and make your life better than what your grandparents and great-grandparents were able to get. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No registered speakers.
Okay, thank you. We will move to board debate, and first up is Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak first on this issue. And I want to start by saying that I acknowledge the fact that this is, in fact, a hot-button issue, and there are a lot of opinions. And I've had the opportunity over the last few weeks to speak to a lot of parents, a lot of administrators, and a lot of teachers. And this morning, I am voting in support of this new language, which bans cell phones for the use of our elementary and middle school students from bell to bell. And I also support the proposed ban for high school students, except with the limited exception of when teachers deem it necessary for an educational purpose or use. Our schoolhouse needs to go back to being places of learning, education, fundamentals, not these constant distractions. I've heard from countless teachers repeatedly tell me that when these kids are using the cell phones during the lunch hour, it's at least 5 to 12 minutes from when they come back to the classroom after the lunch bell rings. They've got to they got to get the kids to turn the phone off. Then they got to get the kids to refocus, and they got to get them to put the phone away. And all of this is costing our students instructional time and is a constant distraction for our teachers. And this is a recurring theme that I'm hearing when I speak to not only my constituents, from parents and teachers throughout the entire county. There were no cell phones in the classroom when I grew up. Now, mind you, I am old. I'll be the first one to admit that. But I think I grew up just fine. At least I hope so. Having these phones takes away from the critical function of what our educational process and what the purpose of our schoolhouse is. And while I understand the need and the desire for our students to want to check in on social media and look at TikTok and make sure that their Facebook posts are up to speed, I get that. But we can do that before school, or we can do that after school. What should these kids be doing at lunch? They should be eating. They should be socializing. They should have conversations with their friends. Go outside, look at the trees, look at the birds, look at the sky. Go for a walk if you're allowed to. But to go into lunch and immediately start doing this and burying yourself and becoming a zombie, I don't think is the best thing. And I understand this may not be a popular take, but sometimes, as elected officials, we have to make decisions that may not necessarily be popular. Walk around a mall on a weekend. Go to a restaurant. Watch what these young kids are doing with these phones. This. Complete zombies. And listen, I have little kids. I get to see it firsthand in the household. I see what happens to these kids. They just go into this trance-like state. They get the quick dopamine hit, and then they're expected to immediately turn off the phone, go back to class, and learn. It's a distraction. It's not necessary. And I'm in full support of the proposed language of this policy. The phones need to be off or in airplane mode. We don't need to have lunchtime turn into social media hour. I yield the rest of my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I know there are probably just as many research that supports the use of cell phone during lunch as well as not support it. I also know that majority of the research that we look at is based on the excessive use of cell phones, number one, and number two, the use of cell phones during instructional time. Now, we can all argue, for those of us who are over 50, that back in our day, what it used to be. Well, back in my day, I didn't have internet when I went to school. If I were to talk to my parents, they didn't have emails. We didn't have Uber. We didn't have all of these things. But should we go back to our days? You know, when I look at the research that's out there, I do agree that excessive use of cell phones is problematic. I also agree that use of cell phones during instructional time is also problematic. However, complete banning of the use of cell phones, in my opinion, is also problematic. Our students today, they encounter a significant amount of issues in their lives. During lunchtime, cell phones provide an opportunity for students to communicate with their loved ones or with their support systems if there's an emergency, if they're stressed or they're anxious about something that happens during their school day, if they just need to make arrangements for some after-school activities that the parents or guardian needs to be in touch with them about. It also provides quick access for them to do some research or to even do homework that's pertaining to research. So I don't see using cell phones during lunchtime to be an issue. We all had an issue with our students using cell phones during instructional time, and I am in agreement with that. That's very problematic. But I also think that there is benefit to allowing students to use their cell phones during lunchtime. I believe it reduces their level of stress. I believe it provides access to important people when they are experiencing stress during the day. I believe it gives them an opportunity to do a quick research on maybe an assignment that's upcoming. So I am supportive of the use of cell phones during lunchtime. I am certainly not supportive of the use of cell phones during instructional time. And I do agree that excessive use of cell phones can be a problem. But using it in lunchtime is not excessive use. Using it during lunchtime is not instructional time. And I think there's actually benefits, one can argue, to using it during lunchtime. So I am going to support using a cell phone during lunchtime. To add this? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Thompson. So I'd like to make a motion to include the use of cell phones during lunchtime for our students.
Second.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded to change the policy to allow students to use their cell phones at lunchtime. Is there any public comment on the motion? Okay, any board member discussion on the motion? Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr.
Board Member Thompson, I'm so sorry,
Yep.
for high school only.
Yes, for high school only, as required by law. So this is following, actually, our brilliant fellows in Tallahassee's idea that it should be allowed in lunchtime. So since being on the board and starting to discuss this cell phone policy, I've started to pay attention to my colleagues on the dais, to staff in the room, and adults in the room. And oftentimes, they are on their phone. I bring this not to call anybody out, but to highlight a shared reality. Adults use their phones to manage responsibilities, to stay informed, and stay connected. Our students have many of the same responsibilities that adults in this room have, especially our high school students. Many of them have jobs, they're taking care of younger siblings, they have other responsibilities that, like we listened to yesterday during the State of the District, we might not even know everything that our students are going through. And they use these 30 minutes to handle these responsibilities, and I want to support that. So there's also been a lot of talk about the impact of cell phones, and especially on the dais, social media access. So I just want to make it very clear. Superintendent, do students have access to social media while they're on our campus?
If they are on their cell phone through their own cell phone network, yes. If you're on our Wi-Fi, no.
Thank you. So I think it's important to clarify that they don't have this access. Also, if you've been in our high schools, a lot of them don't have very good cell signal. So having them use it on their personal band, I don't remember what that's called, personal network is probably not an issue. This policy isn't about us giving access to Instagram or Facebook or TikTok. It's about giving students access to a tool that every adult in this room uses daily to decompress, to reconnect, to manage their lives. To suggest that allowing students to use their cell phones for a mere 30 minutes during lunch would undo the progress that we've made this year, respectfully, is both inaccurate and unfair. The instructional ban on cell phones remains in place as is required by state law. And as Dr. Holness said, he's not proposing there's any changes during classroom use. We're talking about lunch. A time where everyone can agree should be a time where our students can reset and recharge in the way that they would like to reset and recharge. I really want to emphasize, again, mental health. Because as the only mental health professional on this board, and I feel like I have a very good understanding of what students need in this capacity, and by talking to my friends that are adolescent therapists or work primarily with this group, cell phones is a way of life. Cell phones can be used as tools for breathing apps, to listen to music, to deconnect for a mere 30 minutes. And again, they're not going to be on it for the full 30 minutes because they're getting lunch. I also want to say that as a district, we have QR codes. We have information that they can access on their cell phone, and we all have continually said that we want to address mental health. I worry that we ban cell phones and then we say mental health is fine, that we have done enough because students can't access the horrible social media that we're all afraid of. If we want to make substantive changes to our schools for mental health, I am on board. This is not it. I also want to say that I've heard some language about our students and about teens in particular. This is not just in this room, it's in the news, it's outside, that our students are becoming zombies, that our students, if they don't have their cell phones, can be menaces. These are our students. That language should never be used to describe them, and it needs to stop. We emphasize all the time in this district that our students' voices matter, that we listen to our students, that everything we do is about the betterment of our students. We have students here today, we have students that have reached out, we have students through a survey that says they would like the ability to access their phones during lunch. If we are truly a district that listens to our students, that listens to our families, we will allow this. We have an opportunity here to show our young leaders that their voice matters, that our students, when they step up, when they have the courage to talk in front of us, which is terrifying for some reason, even though we're very cool, we need to show them that we're listening to them. We need to show them that we trust them, that we can trust them to have this balance to choose to use it during lunch if they would like to, and then know that once lunchtime is over, they put that cell phone away. Because we are raising the next generation, we are raising future leaders, and if we show them now that we don't care when they talk, what is that showing them down the line? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. You know, many things can be true at once. First, the adults, even the adults in this room, have trouble with cell phone use. That is a fact. I think many of us in society can admit that we struggle with being on our cell phones. You go out to lunch with friends or coffee, and sometimes you'll look up and everyone is on their phone. That's a problem for adults. It's a problem for kids. But we are not here to talk about adults. And, you know, I really feel very strongly about this policy because overturning it has demonstrable harms. And it does not make sense to me why we would overturn a policy that has worked for the most part, that has shown benefits, when we have harms that are demonstrably proven. There is research to show how cell phone use is harmful for the mental health of our children and for our adults. There is research that shows that by allowing students to access phones during lunch, it increases usage during class time, because once you give people access to their phones for a short period of time during the day, it's harder and harder to put it away and focus during class. But I've gone through all of these things. I think what really sticks with me, though, is a point that Dr. Zeman brought up, which is we are in a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit against social media companies for the mental health impacts, the damage that has been done to our children because of access to these devices. You know, I've been reading a book called The Anxious Generation, which is, by the way, required reading for high school students at Cardinal Gibbons High School this summer. And it talks about how the very basic thing schools can do is to limit cell phone use during the school day, which is what, 8 hours during their 24-hour day? The other piece of that, and I think it's a conversation that we need to have as a board, is adding more playful time for our students, increasing recess and things like that, and that's something that I'm happy to discuss later. But I don't think, you know, we can have a conversation about just limiting cell phone use. I think that is, I feel very strongly that is very important. But there are other aspects of mental health that we need to address, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. One last thing that stuck with me is something that Mr. Cervera said, which is that this may be an unpopular opinion. But I think all of us last year, when we were talking to voters, said that we supported this ban. And we said this because this is something that we heard from constituents, from voters. This is something that I hear from parents routinely, that they are crying out for, you know, the de-digitalization of our students. And I think that's also another conversation I'd like to have later on, is putting students in front of people and peers instead of in front of laptops, but that's another conversation for another day. I want to thank the public speakers who came to speak about this. Your expression of your thoughts and opinions is much more eloquent than I can get across, because I feel very, very strongly about this. And again, we are not here to talk about adults. And by the way, there are elected officials who do have jurisdiction over adults at the federal level who are pushing legislation to rein in some of these tech companies because they understand that it is having a negative impact on our collective attention span, adults, children, all alike. And by the way, adults' brains are fully formed, right? So we're not even talking about that difference, right? But, you know, again, the positives, the benefits of this policy far outweigh the inconvenience of limiting cell phone use during the school day. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, that's my dog again. I will not be supporting this new language. Our anti-cyberbullying bill in Florida came from a change in Broward County Schools policy and then to the state. That's where it actually, the first anti-cyberbullying bill wound up there. This bill started in our district. The bill's my daughter's nightmare life, being cyberbullied. Students horrendously bullied her on their phones during school, during lunch, during class, during bathroom breaks, during after school activities, even while she was home doing homework. This damage can be irreparable and lifelong. Being a school board member and always first a mom and a teacher, I feel very strongly about not making this change. We need to do the uncomfortable, unpopular vote, but it is greatly needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I was going to have Landon go next, but Julio.
Alternate Student Advisor, Jasir Leon. First off, I just want to say good morning to the board, and most importantly, to the students Landon and I are proud to represent. I have to be honest, I find it a bit disappointing that this is a conversation we're having today. We're here debating whether students should be allowed to use cell phones during lunch. Meanwhile, Broward County Public Schools is facing a budget crisis, declining enrollment, and we can't even afford to provide lunch for every student. And yet, we're here spending time deciding if students can have 30 minutes of cell phone time. From a student's perspective, it feels like the little bit of freedom that we do have is now being taken away. According to many research, teens say texting, social media, and video calls help them with connecting with their friends and families, especially for students who are introverted or are still getting new to the area. Phones aren't just used for socializing either. Many students use their break to check focus, respond to teachers' emails, look over homework, and stay on top of assignments. Others are using it as the time to coordinate transportation, check in with their job, or to manage family responsibilities, such as taking care of a little sibling or even any elderly family member. Let's be real. School days are long and demanding. A short break to listen to music, scroll through content, or just zone out helps students return to class more focused and less stressed. And the American Association of Psychology confirms this. Short mental health breaks improves focus and performance. Now, I understand the concerns about phones in class, but lunch isn't class. And last time I checked my focus portal, I wasn't receiving a grade to attend lunch. Instead of more restrictions, why not build trust with students? Set expectations, sure, but also give us room to breathe. Freedom with structure works better than constant policing. So, I want to end with a question to the board, staff, and parents. What do you do during your break? Thank you.
Thank you, Landon.
Well, that's a hard act to follow. I want to begin by recognizing the genuine intent behind our current cell phone policy. It's clear that this policy was crafted to minimize distractions, increase engagement, and support a productive school environment. I know how deeply board members, Dr. Hepburn, and our school leaders care about student success, and I want to express the appreciation for that commitment. That said, we also have a responsibility to represent student voice in an honest and constructive way. I believe it's important to highlight Jasir and my sole role in the boardroom. That role is to represent students our constituents, not to share our personal opinions or our personal experiences, but to share what students are telling us. Over the course of last year, we've had the chance to listen to students across every single high school campus affected by this policy. And what we've heard is not opposition to the policy as a whole, but a desire for balance. Students often understand that phones can be a distraction. We're not disputing that. But they also see them as essential tools for their education, staying connected with family, and as a personal way of feeling safe and secure. So in many cases, we collect our student input through school visits and student conversations. However, in this case, we have over 30,000 of our high school peers who have voiced their opinion on this issue. That's what we intend to share with you today. And here are the facts. When asked about their agreement with cell phone restrictions during lunch, 92% of high school respondents shared they either disagreed or strongly disagreed. When asked how the policy has affected their learning experience, 39% said no impact, and 41% responded it negatively affected their experience. When asked what concerns they had with the policy, our students overwhelmingly shared that restrictions on communication with family, safety concerns, and a decrease in access to technology for schoolwork were the reasons behind their disagreement. And when students were asked how the policy affected their well-being and stress levels, 49% of our students said it had a negative effect on their mental health, and 33% said it had no impact. That's straight from the stakeholder who's affected by this policy. I recognize these results are not surprising to most. However, to me, it's important to understand why students are feeling this way. In our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions last year, this was a common topic, and students constantly shared with us a desire for one designated time where phones are allowed, a frustration with unfair enforcement, concerns with school staff being on their phones while telling students to not be on theirs, that the policy came out as simple language, not full support for students, and the most common point, that the policy made students feel distrusted and not respected in many cases. So where do we go from here? Students have shared a desire for phones at lunch, and that's clear. It's a brief, non-instructional moment, 7% of the school day, as a chance for students to reset, decompress, and connect. That does not mean that every student is going to go on their phone at lunch. In fact, many of our students engage with each other even if a cell phone is accessible. Limited phone access during lunch still maintains the boundaries that the current policy seeks to enforce. And I would argue it reduces the temptation for students to sneak phone use during class because they know they'll be able to use it at lunch. And perhaps most importantly, it sends a message that we trust our students to be partners in their own educational experience. We have very, very, very clear and detailed rules and expectations in place if a student violates this policy, and that if a student takes advantage of this privilege, they will have to deal with the consequences. I understand and respect the concerns that have been raised, but I believe there's a space for a policy that works for students, parents, educators, and administrators alike. That's a compromise students are asking for, and I believe we can achieve it together. In closing, I want to thank the superintendent and this board for fostering a culture where student voice is not just heard, but invited and valued. Let's continue working together to build schools that reflect structure, student support, and an A-rated student experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I started out as a very anti-cell phone parent, and my children will tell you that I have a lot of choice words for cell phones and my feelings about them and them being used and out a lot of the time. And it was very disappointing, I guess, or surprising to me when my son started 6th grade, and then that so much of the curriculum or the use of cell phones was necessary to do things. And he didn't have a cell phone, so then that just kind of leads to those things. So I've been on the side of being more anti-cell phone than not, but I also want to be practical. And so, you know, we can all go back to the nostalgia of when we didn't have cell phones and everything was great and we didn't have to deal with these things. And I used to arrange for rides in the cafeteria and with the payphone. But having a lot of teenagers that are in school, I can tell you that that's not a how these things are working now. There's no more no more payphones in the cafeteria. People are communicating with their cell phones, and really coaches, clubs, everything else. Those things are all those communications. Whether you have practice, whether you have a meeting, whether something has to happen, that's all communicated on apps now. As much as I don't love that, that's the reality of what we're looking at in our culture today. And so I think it's important to look at our culture and work within it as well as we can. I mean, I think we're very responsible for teaching our kids how to use technology properly. I don't think that we as a culture have done a good job of setting an example from the dawn of cell phones and other things. I don't think we have a good culture around that. But my experience as a parent has been, as I think it was also spoken before, that the ban that we have in place right now is being enforced, but on a kind of teacher-to-teacher basis. I don't think that it's really been a priority. I think that there's been sneaking of phones, like Landon was saying. I mean, you're basically sneaking around all the time trying to use your cell phone now, and it's still happening. So I support the amendment to allow lunch cell phone use, because I think that there needs to be a designated time where people can make those arrangements for after school and get in touch with rides and figure out what's going on in a place where they're not going to be punished for that. But I'd also like, if we do that, I think it is extremely important that our administration from the top down and going into the schools is dedicated and serious and focusing this as a priority to make sure that the cell phones are not being used at any other time during the school day. And that the cell phone use is a privilege, not a right. So you have a privilege to use it at lunch, but if you have any violation of the policy any other time, then you've forfeited your privilege. I don't know exactly how that looks, and I don't know what our responsibility is in terms of taking cell phones away or anything like that. I know that gets into a whole other level, but really, if we look at it as a privilege and that you get a designated amount of time, I don't have a problem with that. And I want to thank our student advisors, because like I said, I started out very anti cell phone use at the school, but I've had the privilege of speaking with Jasir and Landon, and I know they're out there talking to all the students, doing the work. And something that I really appreciate is that while other people have been prone to get excited and be very opinionated and know what's right for everybody else, I appreciate that Landon has come and pled his case very steadily, very respectfully, over all these times, and I think that it's very compelling. And so I support the motion, but I would like to have the commitment of the administration that would be a very specific thing, that would be a carve out, and the rest of the day is going to be enforced. Like, that is serious.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, you want to?
Yes, so we'll work at the will of the board to make sure it's implemented, whatever the outcome of this meeting, this portion of the meeting is.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate all the comments so far about this. This is something we talked about a lot. Maybe just to make sure people understand, there's good people on both sides of this, and I acknowledge the thoughts brought up by one student that came today, by our two student advisors, and by colleagues here on the board. I'm going to summarize my conclusions after spending a lot of time on this. One, we don't have a strict ban on use right now. We don't lock up the phones. We don't make students power them down. They keep them with them all the time. There's exceptions to use that any educator in the school can give them permission. And so the current policy is not nearly as strict as it could be. I would argue that we have a pretty balanced approach to what we're doing. Two, and I think really importantly, we have to think about how disruptive this policy change would be in the end. We introduced a bell-to-bell policy with exceptions. The state has taken away our authority to have teacher permission in middle schools. I know we'll comply with state laws, but I liked our policy where educators in middle schools could still tell kids if they needed to text, if they needed to do something quickly, that they would be allowed to do that. I'm sad in some sense that we've lost that privilege. But the critical part about not complying with state law is I believe, and let me just check, Chair, to the General Counsel. General Counsel, would this be the substantive kind of change where we would have to meet again and another school board meeting to complete rulemaking on this policy?
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the board makes a deviation from the current policy, that would be a substantive change. And so, anything that is not a change in grammar or something that doesn't change the whole meaning of the policy is considered to be a substantive change. Therefore, you would have to advertise for 21 days, additional days, and bring the policy back for final adoption.
And Chair, when would we be able to bring this back for final adoption? We have a meeting in August. Our meeting in September, I think, is the 16th.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, it would be either in the regular meeting in September or a special meeting at a workshop in September, which would preclude the regular school board meeting, if I'm correct, Mr. Sutherland.
He's calculating.
August 19th would be exactly 21 days from today, but I believe we need 21 plus a day, so that wouldn't work. So you could, if at the will of the board, we could do a special on the 26th before the school board workshop. Otherwise, it would be a September board meeting. But the 26th is the soonest we can do it if there's a special.
Terrific. Thank you. I appreciate that. School starts on what day, though, Chair? Is it August 11th this year?
It is August 11th.
Thank you. So if we pass this motion today, we have to come back to rulemaking earliest August 26th. That's 15 days, calendar days, a couple weeks of school time into the school year. Mr. Superintendent, how long, once we have approved the Code of Conduct policy, does it take to print these, get them out to students, get them signed by parents and students, and get them back and be in place?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll defer that to Dr. Washington since she kind of facilitates that process. It's a lengthy and laborious process. Go ahead, Dr. Washington.
Good morning, Jody Washington, Director of School Culture and Student Support. We would have to have the Code of Conduct acknowledgement forms re-signed. We do have to get them signed at the beginning of the year to acknowledge the rules that are currently in place. If the rules change after the start of the school year, we would have to start that process over again and get new permission slips, so that would take at least a couple of weeks.
Terrific. So now we're middle of September. By the time we get these out, take some time to get them back. The point I'm trying to make is we have a code of conduct in policy in existence right now, and we have to go through that policy once. We'd have to do it twice. To the General Counsel, would we comply with all state laws between the start of school and the final collection of code of conduct, or would we be not complying with state law because so many of the changes in state law had to be codified in our code of conduct this year?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
The question is for Ms. Batista. He's asking if we would be compliant if we didn't have a student code of conduct in place for the start of the school year. That was Dr. Zeman's question.
But a little bit different than that, John. We made changes, Dr. Washington in particular and her staff made changes to the current code of conduct that's before us today. With this motion, we have rulemaking, again, as you pointed out, not earliest would be August 26th to bring this back, and then mid-September to get them back. From August 11th to mid-September, what I'm curious about is if we're operating under the old code of conduct, wouldn't we be failing to comply with all the changes that came in through the law changes this year, General Counsel?
So if the code of conduct is adopted as is today, you would be adopting all the other changes in the code of conduct except for the one that you're speaking about today.
Right, but if we pass this motion and then have to bring it back, and again, you've got the end of August 26th, earliest we could vote on the final, middle September before we get the code of conduct forms back. From August 11th to the middle of September, wouldn't we be out of compliance with the new state laws that are embedded in the current draft of the code of conduct?
So that, so if the entire code of conduct is held up because of this one change and you're not approving the remaining changes that are in the code of conduct, then yes, you would be out of compliance as of the first day of school.
Well, I think that's a big deal. I really do. I do not ever want Broward County to be out of compliance with state law, and that's a very pragmatic issue. I don't want to invite state oversight. I don't want people coming down here asking why we didn't codify all the laws. Other districts in Florida did that, and we did not. So I wish this issue had come up earlier, because now we have a complication in this issue that if we hold up this code of conduct by passing this motion, which triggers another rulemaking session, earliest August 26th, and then forms back middle of September, we will be out of compliance with state law from August 11th to the middle of September. Let me get back, though, to the core issue. You know, there's a woman named Frances Haugen who left Facebook, and she carried a briefcase full of emails with her. And one of the things we learned from that whistleblower is that Facebook and other social media pages are not, passive players in this game. They are addicting our children intentionally. They were told by Frances while she worked there and other people at other sites how not to do that, and they chose to make money over damaging our children. There is no doubt that they've done that. It's one of the reasons, part of the evidence in the lawsuit that we have against them. And I feel like if this motion passes, the public is going to ask us whether we're serious about educating our students or whether we're just schizophrenic. You cannot sue social media companies and turn around and give more access to the devices that allow people to access that, or people, rightfully so, are going to ask some good questions. I'd also argue that we implemented this policy last year, and we agreed largely with the superintendent to have gradual enforcement. We had a committee of principals. We enforced it in an inconsistent way. I think that's been very clear. Like Ms. Bowman, I'm very, very interested in consistent and serious enforcement of the policy that we end up with today, and then pass and implement sometime later in the year. But I feel like there's a pretty big difference between thinking about whether cell phones should be available at any part of the day, which I don't agree with, or whether or not we enforce the rules properly. I believe that every policy this board passed should be enforced, and I've learned something from this gradual enforcement. Since we started, by the way, the bell-to-bell policy, with exceptions, we've reduced the severity and number of fights. We've dramatically reduced cyberbullying. We've seen more IRL connections in real life, and we've seen significant improvement in academic performance. It is really difficult to tie all these things together, but they have happened at the same time. The evidence is growing that cell phones are causing mental health problems. They're not associated with them, they're causing them. And the way they're causing them is that kids in our schools are getting addicted to social media and other applications. And those applications are intentionally designed to make them addicted. And so I can't countenance turning on a device during a school day, anytime during the school day. It was intentionally, that allows people to get to sites that are intentionally damaging to them. I read a fascinating case that has really pushed me farther away from being in favor of this policy. It was about a high school in California, Del Oro High School. Their softball captain, a young lady named Addie, wanted to raise money, buy some lights for the program. She got all 27 players to give up their smartphones and take a flip phone. And one additional thing that Addie did is she got an MRI when it started, and she got an MRI on day 30. The final MRI results showed dramatically increased blood flow, especially in the part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, where impulse control and focus are done. The digital detox worked. They not only came in third place in the state, and California is a very large state, so that's impressive, but they were able to physically measure the increased blood flow from not having the distractions of social media and other things on smartphones. Lastly, and I appreciate Ms. Leonardi's comments about the anxious generation, by the way, which is now sold over 1 million copies. It is not a book that is lost on the people. Jonathan Haidt is a recognized expert from NYU that has shown clearly that the use, the addiction to cell phone causes mental health problems. And whether or not it's 10% or 30% or 40% or 80%, it is giving our kids a device that allows them to get into deep mental health problems. I'll close with this. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and Mark Zuckerberg have something in common. They didn't let their kids use social media apps. They know what damage social media apps can do. They know there's better things their kids could do. So the titans of the technology industry that invented these things which are damaging our kids, wouldn't even let their own kids use them until they were significantly older. In my mind, I'm with the tech titans. The advantages don't outweigh the risk. I'm 100% in favor. Oh, just one more comment real quick, Chair. I'm 100% in favor of consistent enforcement. I desperately think we need to get some coursework out there for kids to learn how to use all technology the right way, AI, laptops, cell phones, all technology. And I can't wait for 10 years to go by, because I believe in 10 years we'll have new phones. Those phones will not let you get on social media. Those phones will allow you to use things that are healthy for you. They'll allow you to connect to mental health, things that are improving to your mental health. But we're not there. We still have phones that are damaging our children, and to let them use it at lunch, I believe, is irresponsible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhuda.
Yes, thank you. So first, I would like to thank the students for all of their comments today. I really appreciate the surveys and coming to speak. Second is the survey conducted by the Florida Atlantic University. I was really interested in reading this, but one of the findings was that there was no conclusive evidence connecting the policy to improved academic achievement or mental health outcomes. The third thing that I am struggling with is the inconsistency enforcement of students using their cell phones during lunchtime. And I think it's important to look at page 122 of the administrative disciplinary matrix for grades 9 through 12. So if Kobe is on his cell phone during lunch, at the first time, he's going to get a verbal warning. And my question is it a verbal warning and a written reprimand? And then is it a parent contact and a parent conference, or it's or?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Washington.
It is parent contact, which may be in the form of a parent conference, or it could be a phone call, and it could be a verbal or written reprimand or warning.
So it's not a verbal warning and the parent contact?
It is both.
Is both. Okay.
Yes.
And then the second time Kobe is on his cell phone, he's going to get a detention and contact his parent again and confiscation of the cell phone.
That is correct.
Correct?
Yes.
And then the third time, Kobe's going to be suspended for 1 to 3 days, parent conference, and loss of being able to play soccer or whatever extracurricular activities. For 30 days, correct?
For up to 30 days, that is correct.
And then the fourth time Kobe picks up his cell phone during lunch, he's going to be suspended for 1 to 2 days and a parent conference. Correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what is the average high school lunch number of students during lunch?
That could vary depending on the size of the school. The largest high school may have, over 1,000. Our smallest high schools may have a few hundred. Just depends on the size of the school. So it varies.
Right. So somebody is having to discipline this for hundreds to 1,000 students during lunch, and then also trying to figure out what type of level that they are in the disciplinary matrix to enforce the violations of this. So now I go back to it being inconsistently enforced, and then maybe maybe there's a smaller school that's actually enforcing it, and then the larger school is not, which this is problematic. So I would like to make a substitute motion, and my substitute motion is that this motion to allow cell phones during lunch isn't effective until final board adoption.
Ms. Batista, is that a?
So I'm sorry, Mrs. Al-Hadef, can you repeat the motion, the substitute motion?
Right. So what I'm trying to get at, Ms. Batista, is that I would like to approve the cell phones during lunch, but because we need to be in compliance with state law, that wouldn't go into effect until the board finally approves the adoption of the policy. So the time period that we're starting school on the 11th, the time period that we would not have the time to properly, have this policy with the meetings in compliance with the timing, we can't be out of compliance with state law. So within that period of time, the kids would not be able to use their cell phone during lunch. But once the final adoption of the policy allowing the students to use their cell phone during lunch would wait until we're able to the final adoption of the policy. So what I'm trying to get at is I want to be in compliance with state law, but allow us to use the cell phones during lunch at final adoption of the policy within that time period.
So Mrs. Al-Hadef, so you don't need a substitute motion for that. The policy would not become final until the complete adoption of the policy, and the policy that is in the books right now, the one that is in existence right now, would be the effective policy at the beginning of the school year, which is a complete ban of cell phones.
Ms. Batista.
Right, but so Ms. Batista, how do we get to being in compliance with current state law, but being able to eventually fix the policy to allow cell phones during lunch?
So the reason that you would be out of compliance with state law would not be related to the cell phone policy. It would be related to the other changes that were made to the student code of conduct to be in compliance with law. And if this one change holds up the entire policy, being that the whole policy is one unit, and therefore it will be held up as a result of this one change at the beginning of the school year, all those other changes that you made to comply with current state law would not be going into effect until the final adoption of the policy sometime in late August.
So I think her question
so Ms. Batista,
I'm sorry, Mrs.
Ms. Batista,
I just wanted, because I thought that Ms. Batista was going to say something different. I think what her question is there a way to pass the parts that need to be passed today and then do what we need to do to bring it back on the 26th to get if the motion passes, what do we need to do to make that happen? That's her question.
Correct.
So that's a difficult question because normally, I mean, this is a very long policy, being the entire student code of conduct, but regularly, you know, any other policy is one item. Because this particular policy, being the student code of conduct, has many sections and so on, there could be the potential of passing the rest of the student code of conduct and separating somehow this particular rule out of the policy. I don't think that that's a good practice, because it's something that you would not be able to do on really any other policy. Any of the other policies that are before you here today is like saying, you know, let's take out section G and, you know, pass the rest of that policy, but not section G. So I would not recommend doing it that way, being that this is one unit, is one policy, even though it's subdivided into many sections that are, you know, potentially discrete sections, but there's still one policy.
But we're able,
Right, but Ms. Batista, if the will of the board is to allow cell phones during lunch, it is allowable to separate out section 5C2, to separate that out, vote on the rest of the policy, and change that section, correct?
I would say that, you know, it's not a preferred course of action, since you have there is one policy in front of you. You don't have multiple policies. This is one section of the student code of conduct. So I would look at it as one unit, and either the whole entire policy passes or, you know, none of it passes. I think it's just not a good practice to separate, like I said, a section of a policy. It would be like, you know, if in policy, whatever the other policies that are before you today that happen to be just one page long, you were to say, well, I'm not going to, you know, this is the section of the policy that is holding this up, so I'm going to pass, you know, 3/4 of the policy, but not the last quarter, because that's the change. I think that's kind of like a loophole to get around the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, that requires you to take one policy and advertise the entire thing, re-advertise the entire thing if there is one change in it. So no, I don't think you can actually just, you know, make a motion to separate a section of it and not pass the rest of the policy except for that.
Okay, but is this allowable, or you're saying it's just not good practice?
My best advice to you is that it would not be allowable under the circumstances, because it would not be allowable for any other policy. So I don't think it should be allowable for this one either. It's not a consistent practice of how you should conduct business.
Okay, so Ms. Batista, how would you recommend, if the majority of the board wants to be in compliance with the law and allow the cell phones used during lunchtime, how would you suggest for us to go about that?
I would pass the policy as is right now, so that it can start at the beginning of the school year with, and then start policy making again to bring it back with that change.
Okay, and we would be able to, so would someone need to make a motion on that?
No, you would just adopt the student code of conduct as is right now, and then just direct the superintendent to bring the policy back to make that one change to the policy.
Okay, so I move to for the board to vote on the policy as is right now, and then that we direct the superintendent to bring back the policy to, on section 5C2, for it to say high school students may not use a wireless communication device during the school day except during lunch break or when expressly directed by a teacher solely for educational purposes.
Second the motion. Is there any public comment on the motion?
Vicente Thrower, just clarity, Madam Chair. Is this the right time to bring up that even with the disciplinary side of this, it's a long-winded part of this and all of this? How come you all just can't look at once you get to the disciplinary? You got at least 5 or 6 steps. Why can't, if a child is caught using cell phone during the lunchtime, you just can't go from 1 to 2 to 3 and then just remove the cell phone and put it in one of the little baggy things, instead of having a parent have to give up all their time to have to run behind a child and a cell phone? Just a little tweaking of a thought that why give all those things that a parent has to come out there and be so involved on a cell phone situation, when if the parent gives permission for the phone to be removed would be something I think you all should be considering. Just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like for the board to consider the fact that with this policy and trying to enforce it, it adds another layer of responsibility to the staff that is already stressed with so many other administrative duties that oftentimes they try to take care of when the high school students are during their lunch. So now with the enforcement of this policy, how much additional stress are you putting on your instructors and your other campus staff when, again, as one of your board members said earlier, this is the time to allow our students to understand how to create balance, to demonstrate that you trust them, to not try to continue to imprison them on their campuses. So I would just ask that you consider that when you do your final vote on this particular item. Because again, you're creating another policy that adds another layer of supervision and responsibility and discipline and matrices that has to be entered, that has to be followed through with the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, I've been waiting, so Ms. Leonardi's on there, but I want to, on this particular item, I have a question that relates to the motion. So last year, we made a change to say that they couldn't use the cell phones at lunch, and it went right into effect right after we voted on that. And I'll say I didn't vote for it. I wanted to allow them to have it at lunch, and I haven't changed my mind on that. So Ms. Batista, can you explain how last year when we had our board meeting and it was brought up out of the blue to change it, that went into immediate effect, but we've had this discussion last workshop and again now about allowing it to go back to basically the way it was before last year, and yet that is a substantive change, and we can't do that, but we did do that last year. So can you explain what's different?
I will defer to Dr. Washington because I don't remember last year what the process was.
So if my memory serves me correctly, last year we went through rule development twice. We had 2 workshops. It was during the second workshop in June that the board had the discussion regarding the ban on cell phones or the restriction on cell phones. The language that went to then rulemaking in July did not change at that July meeting. It was actually changed during the second time we workshopped the policy, which was in late June.
Okay, because I remembered it happening at a board meeting, but thank you for clarifying that. So I agree with Ms. Al-Hadef. We should pass today what's here because we don't want to not be in compliance, but I think if we agree to the motion that we're directing the superintendent to bring the policy, that piece of the policy back on August 26th at a special school board meeting in order to be able to change the piece that we would. And so if we did that on the 26th, we would have to go another time then Can you explain what the timeline would be if at the 26th special school board meeting it was brought back and it was voted to allow students to use it at lunchtime? Would it go into effect at that special school board meeting?
No, you would, no. So when the policy comes back so first of all, not just one piece of the policy can come back, the entire student code of conduct will be back up for policy making, right, for rule making. And at that time, you would have to start again. So basically, you would have the first thing that pursuant to our policy 1000 we have to do is bring it to a workshop, and then it would come then subsequently to a final vote to a board meeting.
So it would go through, so it wouldn't need to come to a special school board meeting, it would need to go to a workshop, then changes would happen, and then it would come to another, so.
Correct, you would be starting rulemaking all over again.
Okay, I just want to be clear on the timeline there. Okay, so anyway, that's my thoughts. I think it makes sense, although I would rather make the changes today. We don't want to be out of compliance, and it seems as if it is a substantive change, so it would still get put off anyway. But I want to be in compliance. But I do also agree that students should be able to use cell phones at lunch. I have not varied from that from the very first time we started the discussion for all the reasons that have already been brought up, so I'm not going to bring them up again. But I agree with the motion that Mrs. Al-Hadef has made. Mrs. Leonard?
Thank you. I would like staff to detail how like the rollout of the code of conduct and the collection of the signatures goes at a school level, but I want to give kind of my experience with that 5 years ago when I was a teacher at Nova High School. So at the beginning of the school year, we would hand out the code of student conduct and other documents to our study hall class. We would give about a week for students to return those forms signed. As the study hall teacher, I would have to keep a log of the students who had returned the code of student conduct. For those students who did not return this code of student conduct, I would have to call those parents and ask them to, again, sign those documents. Sometimes that would go into September or October, having to make repeated calls to those parents. I guess I'm wondering, is that process the same now? Are we doing any of this electronically?
Dr. Washington.
The process is very similar. It has gone electronic, and the Code of Student Conduct Acknowledgement form is available through the electronic back-to-school forms. The Code of Student Conduct is no longer printed either. It is only available electronically. Each school does maintain a print copy in their front office for parents to come in and be able to review if they can't access it online. But for the most part, we do encourage our parents to complete all forms, all their back-to-school forms electronically. But it is still reviewed at the school level. The school administrator determines which class will review the Code of Student Conduct. We actually created a Canvas course this year that they can use that students will be able to go through, or teachers will facilitate the activities that are within the Canvas course to teach the rules within the Code of Student Conduct.
Got it, thank you. One last piece. They also held assemblies at the beginning of the school year to go over this Code of Student Conduct. Does that still happen?
Yes, that happens within the first 2 weeks of school.
Got it. So I guess one of my questions is, and I think I know the answer, is there any cost associated with redoing the Code of, like going through that process again? Is there any financial impact since we don't print anything?
We don't print. I mean, it would be human capital cost.
Right. Okay. So then what would be the logistical and operational impacts of changing the Code of Student Conduct? It's sounding like it might go into October, but let's say, best case scenario, late September. So we go through the process of collecting the signatures, reaching out to parents, having administrators reach out to parents. So we go through that process at the beginning of the school year. So what would be the logistical and operational impact and instructional impact redoing that process again a month or a month and a half after that.
Yes, I certainly think there's an impact in redoing that process. The first week or two of school is more introductory for academics and also getting this type of paperwork done, signatures for all type of activities that students are going to engage in to let their parents know what's going on and require signature paperwork. To redo that process a couple of months later, especially right after the first week or two of school, we're diving deep into instruction. We're testing for PM1. We're analyzing data. We're making our adjustments after PM1. So it does have an impact on the academics in the classroom to stop and pause and go through that process again. So there's just the honest truth about that.
Right. And so if I'm the study hall teacher having to do this all over again, I'll tell you it would take several hours of my time. And I'll just share this to end with. When I was in the classroom, and this is part of the reason I ran for this position, policies would come down from the board during the school year, and it would be very disruptive. And the kids would say to me, "Miss, why are we doing this?" And I would say, "Because it makes the least amount of sense." And to me, this makes the least amount of sense to put our students, our staff, through a change that is so disruptive and that is harmful to kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make my comments quick. Have we ever changed a policy in the middle of the year?
Ms. Batista.
I think staff would be better suited to answer that question.
So I would say, I'll answer that question two ways. Since my tenure, policies that impact school operations and classrooms, no, we haven't changed those type of policies during the year, but we change policies throughout the year all the time for other things that don't impact the classroom instruction or school operations.
Okay, so in the year you've been here, we've never done it. But typically, we change policies on the board all the time. I think it is clear that there are 5 votes. I am a little discouraged by this process because my understanding from the workshop that there was also consensus there, but because we're workshopping 1070, we'll figure that out. But this was coming down the pipeline. I think we all knew it was coming down the pipeline. So to, again, have to push it off is incredibly frustrating, and it is confusing. However, I strongly believe that it is the right thing to do for our students, for our families. And with that, I'm going to call the question because we've been talking about this for an hour and a half. Anybody?
All those in favor of calling the question say aye. Aye.
Madam Chair, I think in fairness procedurally, we have to give Dr. Holness an opportunity to withdraw his amendment.
No.
He has a
once-
pending motion.
No, Ms. Al-Hadef made a motion. It goes beyond it. Like, she made it in substitute of his. So we're still on her motion.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. All those in favor of calling the question say aye.
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 Can we have a roll call?
No.
Yeah. Roll call on to call the question. School board members Al-Hadef.
Wait, pause. Can you, sorry,
Call
can
the
you
question
repeat
on
the motion so that everyone knows exactly?
Well, there's got to be 2 different votes. So first I got to take a vote on to call the question, and then a vote on the actual motion.
She just wanted you to repeat.
So I believe the motion on the floor is to pass the policy as is today and direct the superintendent to initiate rulemaking for the portion of the student code of conduct that deals with cell phone usage during lunch.
To include the use of cell phone usage during lunch. I just want to be crystal clear that that's what's coming back. And I think that's what Ms.
Correct, but
Al-Hadef
right now
wants.
you're voting on calling the question.
I know.
Yes. Okay.
School board member Al-Hadef on the question.
No.
Bowman.
No.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes. Said yes.
Severa. Yes. Hickson.
Yes.
Honus.
No.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Zeman.
No.
It fails 5-4. I believe you need 6.
All right, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make mention, based on the advice of Ms. Batista, I will support the motion, but I also wanted to point out that looking at the data that we have based upon a school board survey, which we didn't point out before, is that in addition to students overwhelmingly supporting the use of cell phones during lunchtime, we also have majority of parents disagree with restricting cell phones during lunchtime when we had asked that question in a survey. We have 50% of parents who disagree with the restriction of cell phones during lunchtime as opposed to 34% who agreed. So majority of parents and majority of students support the use of cell phones during lunchtime. And I believe it's important that we respect the voices of our students. And looking at the students, it's 98%, I believe, that support this, and majority of parents. So these are students who are, many of these students are doing extremely well academically. And I believe that hearing the voices of our parents and our students is important as well. So I support Board Member Al-Hadaf's motion to direct the superintendent to revisit this with the language of using cell phones during lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
No.
No. Do a roll call.
No.
Roll call on the motion. School Board Member Bowman.
Yes.
Severa.
I'm going to ask for a point of clarification because now I'm confused.
Okay.
This is what happens when sometimes you have all this back and forth. We are voting to support the current language in section 5C2 that was presented to this board, correct? This is what we're voting on with the caveat that the superintendent is going to do some things later on and potentially bring this back for a change.
Yes.
Definitely. Directing.
So
Point of clarification, though. So if this motion passes, do we then have to vote on the item as a whole?
Yes. Right.
That's,
we
is it all or nothing? That's
Don't we?
The way I see the motion is pass the policy as is, and also direct the superintendent to initiate rulemaking for section 5C.
Right. So then you'd pass the whole item as a.
This would be the whole item.
So a no vote would not, then if someone was to vote no, or if we vote no on this motion, would we then come back to the item, the policy as presented to us?
Yeah, if the motion fails.
Yeah.
If the motion fails, I think you would have to come back to the item.
So if the substitute motion fails, then it goes back to Dr. Holness's motion.
That's why we needed that.
Madam Chair, Ms. Batista, am I able to withdraw my motion at this time?
So the answer is yes, if there's no objection from the other board members, because once the motion is made, the motion is no longer that of the maker, but it belongs to the assembly.
Okay, so I would like to withdraw my motion. Is there any objection? Good.
Should I commence the roll call?
Mrs. Al-Hadaf's motion. We're doing a roll call on Mrs. Al-Hadaf's motion.
We'll repeat the motion on the floor and start the roll call again. So the motion on the floor is to pass the policy as is, direct the superintendent to initiate rulemaking in the section of the Student Code of Conduct as it relates to cell phone usage during lunchtime. Without the redirecting of the.
So you're essentially voting for the superintendent's instruction.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start roll call again on that motion. School Board Member Bowman.
Now I'm confused. We're voting on Al-Hadaf's motion. Yes.
Severa.
No.
Hickson. Yes. Honus.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert.
No.
Thompson. Zeman.
No.
Alhadeff.
Yes.
Passes 5-4.
So, Ms. Batista, do we have to vote on the original item now, or? As Sure. Okay. All those in
Madam
favor?
Chair, I'm sorry. Before you do that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
I have a comment on another section.
Okay, oh, okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, because there's more pieces to the, go ahead, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Okay. So, page, I believe it's 139, on where it says weapons B. And if it's under the second incident, well, so the first incident, they're getting an out-of-school suspension for 6 to 9 days. And the second incident, and they're getting more too. But the second incident speaks to the recommended behavior intervention program. One, I would like to get in more information of what that program is specifically in an email. But two, why wouldn't that piece be put at incident number 1?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Washington.
I'm sorry, can you clarify your question about which piece going into number 1?
Yes, the weapons B incident is, which just to clarify what I'm talking about with weapons B, we're talking about nunchucks, Chinese stars, chemical weapons, ammunition, bullet casings, magazine clips, slingshots, projectile devices, knives, et cetera, et cetera. So the second incident, they're having a recommended behavior intervention program, making it mandatory. I would think that would be required under the first incident.
So our discipline matrix is set up to be progressive. And in the instance of weapons B, the recommendation for a district behavior intervention program occurs on the second offense. On the first offense, they get a suspension of 6 to 9 days. I just want to distinguish between weapons A, which are the more severe weapons possession. They are immediately expelled. Just for clarification, the district behavior intervention program is removal of the student from their traditional school environment and placement administratively in a district behavior intervention program, which is operated in our 3 locations. We have Cypress Run Education Center, Lanier James Education Center, and Pine Ridge Education Center. So it is through the lens of progressive discipline that it happens on the second offense.
Okay, well, I would love to get more information regarding the recommended behavior intervention program. I hope this is not something we're going back to like the Promise program. And so I really would like some more details regarding that, and would like the superintendent to look into whether that is something that should be under a level 1 incident.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Ms. Alhadeff. That's noted. We'll take a deep dive and review that.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
It already went through, so no problem.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item 1, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
Aye.
As amended?
There wasn't an amendment, it was a direction to the superintendent. Okay. So you were a no?
I'm a no.
Okay.
I think the only one I heard a no was from the vice chair. Did anyone else vote no?
Me. Nora.
Just to be clear, the vote, though, is for the item that's in front of us unchanged.
With direction to the superintendent.
We already voted on that.
The amendment is the
Okay.
direction.
Okay. All right.
All right, so I have a 7-2 vote with Ms. Leonardi and Rupert as dissenting.
Awesome.
Zeman is a no as well.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. The next item is item 2. Sorry, let me get back to my script. We got all off. So, I may have a motion and a second on item 2, policy 4900, audiovisual recording of self-contained ESC classrooms.
Motion.
Been moved by Dr. Holness, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Is there any public comment?
We have Ms. Lupscomb and Ms. Schumann.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Jackie Luscombe, and I'm Chair of ESE Advisory. I support this policy at the essence of it, and I support the Chair's motion. But in fairness, ESE Advisory and your community has not been able to provide any input into this policy other than 3-minute increments at this microphone since last October. There were substantive changes back last month. I did not call for a community meeting because we need this to pass. But you have explanations to come back to me with in response to points that I have put forward in writing to you. And in fairness, I think it would be good to hear these before then I get a chance to respond to those. Please, could we have that? Could we stop the clock while you decide? I have pleaded for dialogue so that we can hammer through every single point. So, Madam Chair, I know you've got points to go through that respond to the points that I've brought to you, so can we do it in that order?
Oh, can you stop the clock for just a second? I'm unsure what you're asking.
So you have a list from me of the various points that we feel still need addressing. You have addressed some of those in your motion that I was handed at 9 a.m. So I can't speak up here to what the reason is that the other points haven't been addressed, and 3 minutes doesn't give me time to go through them. That's why I wrote a 2,000-word essay for you. You know what the points are. I've listed them for you. For example, the must rather than may in providing 30 minutes footage either way when a parent requests to see footage. Those kind of things. I can't, in fairness, be given 3 minutes at a microphone talking blind and then you're discussing things that we have no responsibility to respond to. I have pleaded for an opportunity for us to have a dialogue. You have staff at the table, you have student advisors at the table, and it's not fair on your community for us not to be able to go through and get responses to the various points that we've raised so that things are brought to a good conclusion.
So I will say that I'm going to make motions, the ones that are on here, and you'll be able to respond to them. There are pieces that were substantive changes that won't allow it to move forward today. We do know the policy will have to come back once legislation looks at making it a waiver. So some of those other pieces will come again, and I'm happy to sit down and go through all of the discussion, but it's just not going to make sense to do it in a board meeting like this. It's not a workshop, it's a meeting.
Okay,
so.
Thank you. It would have made sense to give respect to advisory every time I've pleaded for an ability to speak other than this microphone, and to do that, to sit down with anybody. I just want to remind folks, this is a very welcome policy. We brought it as a recommendation at ESE Advisory back last April, so I'm grateful for it coming forward. And in essence, most things are there. There are important tweaks, and I brought them for a reason, not to stall, but in fact, the stalling has been at the other end. If you pass this policy, it will be the first district in Florida to do so. You'll be leading the way. Getting it right is so important. The executive summary, for example, says that this applies to traditional schools. No, it doesn't. It applies to all schools with ESE classrooms. So I'm a little troubled by the executive summary saying that it only applies to traditional schools. If that's the case, that doesn't say so in the policy. By traditional schools, I'm not talking about contract schools. That's another matter. The parent consent issue, I understand that this has been a legal grey area, so we support you, Madam Chair, on your push to bring that forward for legislative change next year. There are still outstanding issues, one of them namely being that when a parent requests to pull video of a suspected alleged incident, they be allowed, and you have agreed in this room between you yourselves, so I'm not sure what's changed, but the school must provide 30 minutes footage on either side of the incident, as you've discussed yourselves, and I've made the point here, and any ESE person will tell you preceding circumstances and interactions in a classroom can have impact on an incident and provide important insight into why it occurred. And you've agreed in here before that the language should be must, so I'm not sure what changed. In addition to that, I just want to point out that the spirit of the Bill of Rights was not to narrow your ability to maximise safety, and in fact a letter from the State Commissioner of Education to parents just a week or so ago specifies that it specifically should be allowed for safety reasons without needing to sign parent consent. So I just leave that there. There's my 3 minutes.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Felicia Schumann.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Felicia Schumann Newkirk, Coconut Creek. I'm speaking today in strong support of Policy 4900, which would allow audio-visual recording in self-contained ESC classrooms with the written consent of all parents. With over a decade of experience working with mental disabled population as a therapist/administrator assistant, this is not just about compliance or cameras. It's about protecting children who are often nonverbal or unable to fully communicate when something goes wrong. These students deserve to learn in environments that are not only supportive but safe, and parents deserve a peace of mind. Let's be honest, we live in a time where there are too many cases nationwide, and yes, even locally, where educators have abused their position of trust. We have seen heartbreaking reports involving sexual abuse or neglect, particularly involving students with disabilities who could not speak up for themselves. These incidents are common and they are real, and the damage is lifelong. By approving this policy, you are not just authorizing a camera, you are creating a tool for prevention, accountability, and truth. Cameras can help protect innocent educators from false accusations while also deterring those with harmful intentions. This policy is balanced. It requires full parental consent, protects privacy, and builds a successful pilot program right here in Broward County Public Schools. It is a responsible step forward that puts safety first without overstepping boundaries. I urge you to adopt Policy 4900. Let's be proactive, let's protect our children, and let's continue leading with courage and care. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No further speakers.
Okay, board discussion. I don't normally go first, but since I have a bunch of motions, I'm going to go first on this one, and then I'll call other board members. So based on the feedback from the ESE advisory chair, I went through all of her suggestions. There are some of them that are also very valid and actually make the policy stronger, but it will be substantial changes and require us to move this down the road. So I chose not to make those motions today, knowing that the policy will have to come back once legislation hopefully changes it and we don't have to include opt-ins, only opt-outs. So that's just kind of a broader idea of why instead of 11 motions, there's only 4. So my first motion, and I gave a paper to my colleagues. Unfortunately, on the phone, they don't have a copy of this, but my first motion is to strike the words health and physical from the first paragraph so that it would actually, the policy would actually say to promote the safety and well-being of students in a self-contained exceptional student education ESE classroom. And the reason that I'm asking for that change is, first of all, it doesn't really relate to their health. It is truly about the safety. Yes, sir.
For the members online, if you could refer to your chat box for a copy of these motions.
Thank you. And the second reason to get rid of physical is that it's for their well-being overall, not just physical well-being, but their mental. So I think it's more, it clarifies it a little better, so that's why I'm making the motion.
Second.
Any public comment on the motion?
Yes, I support that. It came from me. The legal change may not come for months, though. So bringing back, when you say about bringing back policy and being able to make further tweaks down the line, legislative change may not be for months, if at all. So that's a little bit of a false promise. And secondly, I'm pleased you're going by policy process when you refer to there being substantive change and not wanting to make substantive change now. There is nothing further outstanding that is substantive change that you could not do today. And you did make substantive change at the June 26th workshop. Massive, massive change. A whole half page of the policy coming out, and yet it didn't return to the ticking clock then. So let's apply the same standard. It did not. The policy was not published to us. You had a workshop date set, but Mr. Sullivan specifically asked whether you returned to set the clock ticking, Ms. Batista, and you said no at that workshop.
Ms. Batista.
So that was not, I don't know the question, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what Mr. Sullivan was asking, because the workshop is part of the rulemaking process. So at the workshop, you are able to make whatever changes are necessary, and you advertise the policy again, which was advertised, with the changes that were made, and then it comes back today for final adoption. That is the process pursuant to statute, and that's the process that was followed here. So the substantive changes issue only comes to bear when you are doing a final adoption at a board meeting. If there are substantive changes at the final adoption stage, then that's when you need to re-advertise and continue the rulemaking process.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the motion?
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. As the immediate past chair of DAC, who also combed through this policy initially, I'd love to be able to support you and the ESE advisory chair, but I don't have a copy of what's being proposed because it's not public. Okay, thank you. Because I'm going to support Jackie in whatever she's asserting. Every time we give input, staff has the option to incorporate it, and that rarely ever seems to happen. And then it has to come down to the wire.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member comment on the motion? All those in, okay, Mr. Sever.
Point of clarification. We're now voting on motions that are going to, well, I guess not this one, but ultimately, so I'll ask it at this juncture. We're going to be voting on motions that have substantial changes to the policy. Is this going to be an identical analysis with the first agenda item, where we'll vote with your proposed amendments, which will have to come back and potentially be workshopped in 21 days and everything that we dealt with? Or can we vote to physically change this policy today to have it go into effect as soon as the votes are taken?
Ms. Batista.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So the motions that are being presented, that are here on this paper, are rearranging words. They're not actually changing they're not making any substantive change, except for number one. which I believe, I mean, I don't know what the actual, adding words or crossing out the words health and physical will have an impact on the policy. So that would be more of a substantive change. Number 2, 3, and 4 are.
4 goes with 1.
Well, so, right, so then 4, if it's the same as 1, then both of them would have a substantive change because you're taking words out, you're deleting health and physical, so it does have some substantive change, whatever that may be, right? It's more than just a technical change or rearranging the order or the provisions of the provisions in the policy. Like 2 and 3 are just basically rearranging sections, so they're not substantive changes.
Okay, so if there are substantive changes that are greater than just grammatical changes, can this policy, so the same question, can this policy take effect at the end of this vote, or is this something that's going to?
It would require, yes, it would be the same analysis. It's another policy.
Okay.
And I'll just say, I spent an hour before the meeting with Ms. Batista going through all of my motions, and she did initially say that motion 1 and 4 wouldn't have substantive changes, and then she changed it now. So I'm a little frustrated. So I just want this to pass. So I guess I will remove my motion for number 1, and I'll make just 2 and 3 so that we can move along. But I wouldn't have put them on there if we hadn't talked about it and she hadn't.
Yes, and I apologize for that because when I did look at it, it didn't seem like it was a substantive change, but obviously taking out 2 words, I mean, it's a sliding scale, right? If we say these words don't mean anything, then why remove them? So anyway,
so I
apologize if I confused you.
I was trying to make this as simple as possible, but so I'll make just 2 motions. I withdraw that first motion. Is that okay that I withdraw the motion with everybody?
Sure.
Okay, great. Okay, so my next motion, I move to change section 2, both A and B, to read the same, which will say view and make audio-visual recording of all areas of the self-contained classroom, including any room attached to the self-contained classroom that is used for other purposes. So this, what it does is it just said view, and we need to say and make audio-visual recording because that's the intent of the policy.
Second.
And that's already in the policies. This is just, adding.
Making sure it was there.
Right, to make sure that it's clear.
Any public comment on the motion?
Could you repeat it? We have got no written thing out here.
Yeah, it's
so
number 2.
Is it number 2
It's
on your original printout?
No,
We're
it's
there,
on
correct?
the updated number 2.
Yes or no? Yes. Okay, sorry, the chair said no. So number 2 on the original motion, but you're withdrawing it as a full motion. Yeah, I would support that, but you will see on the essay I sent you with various marks, I had also said if you change it to view and make a video recording of all areas of the self-contained classroom, including any room attached to the self-contained classroom that is used for other purposes, and then add the wording with the exception of areas defined in this policy as being limited due to student privacy needs, because otherwise you have a contradictory setup in your language. As currently written, the clause states that a camera need only view a classroom, but doesn't specify it must make a video recording. So the chair's amendment would take care of that, which is good. But Part B of this section explicitly, but the removing the without limitation language is needed because the policy goes on to define that there are specific limitations.
That's removed from there. It doesn't say without limitation. I made it exactly what you said.
That's not what I'm reading here. I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
What you've provided on the sheet is not what I have.
Right, so I did not include the part that said with the exception of areas defined in this policy because it's written in another part of the policy, which is the next motion.
Exactly, so it contradicts it itself in the next paragraph.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but we agreed that that wasn't the case. So, any other public comment on the motion? Okay, board member comment on the motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes. Second and last motion I have. I move to change section 2C to read, an audiovisual camera placed in a self-contained classroom must not view or record a restroom or any other area in which the student's right to personal privacy must be protected, namely restrooms and areas where students change their clothes or undergo diapering and personal care. And it really was just wordsmithing what was written, because what's written was a little bit awkward. So it says exactly the same thing, just a little more clarity. Any public comment? Oh,
Second.
any public comment on the motion?
Thank you. Yes, I support it. That was my wordsmithing, so thank you. But again, it clashes with the previous point. That was why I was trying to make the point when I was last at this microphone. You now have contradictory language. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. For those of you who don't know, Jackie is a writer by trade. So when she's wordsmithing, it's to avoid things not making sense, and it would behoove the board to put versions past her, because she cares enough to make sure that it makes sense and flows, and she has expertise in writing. That is what she does professionally. So I trust her wordsmithing, and we'll see what comes out of this, because it's going to have to be rewritten again for many reasons from the sounds of it. But I support what you're trying to do.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member comment?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holmes?
Okay, so based upon feedback from the public, Ms. Luscombe mentioned contradicting language, and I would like to hear from, I don't know if that's Ms. Batista's role. Is it contradicting or is it not?
Ms. Batista?
It's not contradictory because it's just an exception to section A. So one section says that all areas will be videoed and audioed, and the next section says that not the areas is an exception to the general language. So it's not a contradiction.
Okay.
No, thank you. Any other comment? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Realizing that we're probably a ways off from some type of finality on this, I do want to just talk sort of in generalities about what's being proposed. First and foremost, I fully support this agenda item allowing the audiovisual recording in the self-contained ESE classrooms. I think it's important for a litany of reasons, and perhaps the most important one being the safety and well-being of our students, perhaps arguably our most vulnerable students that are entrusted to us in this district. I also like to point out, so everyone in the public is well aware of this, when our great governor and legislator passed this initial statute, 1003.574 back in 2001, this idea of cameras in the classroom was in fact a pilot program. And that pilot program was only to be in place for a limited amount of time. It has now ended. Broward County is taking the lead in ensuring that this program continues. And it's my understanding from speaking to staff members that we are the only county in this entire state, the great state of Florida, that is still using this program. I think we should be very proud of that. I think we are blazing trails here, as they say. And I fully support this, and I'm confident that my colleagues and I work very hard to get some of this language hammered down and finalized. But overall, this is a fantastic idea. I think it's great for our teachers. I think it's great for administrators. And most importantly, I think it's great for our students. And I'm proud to support this and will continue to support this all the way to the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. So I do support this item. I think it's an absolute great item and great initiative to have audio visual recording. There has been too many problems that we encountered in the past without having this. However, I just want to point out that on the consent form, that if a parent object where they indicate no, then obviously we can't have it. Is that correct?
Ms. Batista? That's correct.
Okay, and if a parent did not object, but they simply did not fill out the form, but they have students in that classroom, we still cannot have it, correct?
Ms. Batista?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, so again, I fully support the item, and thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll finish with saying I think it is important that we put on our legislative platform moving forward for legislation to change so that it would be an opt-out, not an opt-in. So we do look forward to having those discussions and hopefully pass that legislation. And there were lots of substantive changes that are, as I mentioned, will make this better. So I would hope that staff would look at that and be able to incorporate those so that we know and can promise that this policy will come back to us, that we can make it even stronger. I think it's amazing that we are going to be the only district to offer this to our students, and we want to move it forward, but we know the policy isn't perfect, and I hope that moving forward, staff will work closely with the ESE advisory to look at some of the changes that have been suggested and bring it back to us at a time where we can actually vote and make them reality. All those in favor of the item?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I had my hand up. It's
Oh,
Nora.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this item, most importantly for us giving the voice for the voiceless in the classroom. And I think it's continuing what we do in Broward County, which is supporting our students. So thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 2 say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed say no.
Aye.
Oh, as amended, I'm sorry. All, any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. At this time, we're going to recess the special school board meeting and move to the school board workshop to be cognizant of our committee's time. So we're going to take a brief recess to 5 minutes to switch over, and we'll move on to the workshop. Then we'll come back to the school board meeting after the first 2 items on the workshop. Thank you. Welcome to today's school board workshop. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting while in the boardroom. Refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Zeman has selected Orange Brook Elementary to lead us in the pledge. Dr. Zeman's not on the line right now, but he asked me to convey this. So today we are proud to welcome the outstanding students of Orange Brook Elementary School who will lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. But before we begin, let's take a moment to congratulate Orange Brook for a fantastic achievement. The school has improved its state grade, going from a C to a solid B. That's the result of hard work, dedication, and a true commitment to learning. Way to go, Orange Brook. Now please stand and join these amazing students as they lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
You're so stinking cute. Thank you. As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, we begin the vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item for discussion is Bond Oversight Committee Report Fiscal Year 25, Quarter 3. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn it over to the budget team for their brief presentation.
Good morning. This is Raminer Johnson, Chief Financial Officer. I will be turning it over to Omar Shem to introduce the Chair of the Oversight Bond Committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Superintendent. Omar Shem, Director of Capital Budget. This Bond Oversight Committee meeting was for the reporting period ending in March 31st, that quarter. So you've had more updates on the SMART program since then. But the chair is here to sort of go over the meeting and some recommendations and discussions from the meeting. And his name is Steve Hilberg. So thank you very much.
Good morning. So at our last meeting, some of the points that we had and we wanted to bring up to you, I'll present to you, was that as the school board completes another condition assessment, they should take special care to develop the needs analysis thoroughly and allow time for review and adjustment of the plan. It's kind of a employ lessons learned from the last condition assessment. We've heard that it was rushed and it's not complete, and you know there's people point to it as a source of some of the issues. Going forward, as this new condition assessment is developed, please take extra care to try to avoid the issues that have come up in the past. Second is we keep hearing about delays due to the fire systems and delays caused by fire inspectors adding items in the project scope at the last minute or near final completion. We are concerned that is a policy or procedure that needs to be changed. And one of the recommendations that keeps coming up is that when inspectors are in a crunch and they have to inspect too many of the buildings in the school district, is to reach out and from other area municipalities. We discussed how all the fire inspectors are trained and certified by the state and by the county, and so there can be overlap. Is there a question? Or do you want to wait till the end? Okay. The next one is we are pleased to see the revisions in the change order policy 8000 and the added efficiency and improved speed in getting these items approved. The committee is happy to contribute to the effort to push this policy through, and the change does appear to have a positive impact on the Smart Bond program and probably the school board as future projects or use this policy. Also, the Bond Oversight Committee, this is number 4, is glad, I want to say relieved, to see that the Smart Bond funds have been spent. And from now on, it's capital funds. That is a good milestone, and we're glad to see that occur. Number 5, the Bond Oversight Committee commends the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department for their efforts to recruit, train, and incorporate small and disadvantaged local businesses into the Smart Bond program. The contractors they recruit also keep funds in our local economy, and these funds are over $550 million that come back into the Broward County economy and the local economy. The training offered by the EDC is very popular for suppliers and contractors, and we've heard that attendance at the training sessions is standing room only, so that is a great success and a great training that will live on as these firms go on and continue to grow and succeed, and with the basis of the foundation helped or given by this training. 6, next to last, the committee is pleased to see the controversy with the Stranahan lunchroom capacity was resolved and the construction is now completed. We heard the issues with the lunchroom. Personally, I thought this is not going to end well. Nobody's going to be happy at the end, but apparently it's done, it's finished, and everybody seems to be satisfied. One of our board members or committee members went and saw the lunchroom areas inside and outside and used by the students, and they appeared to be happy and satisfied with it. So that's just amazing that the program was able to resolve such a contentious issue and resolve it well. So kudos to that. Last, unfortunately, the completion rate of projects remains too slow. One issue that continues to occur, as I've mentioned before, is the addition of scope near the end of the projects. The Bond Oversight Committee needs better policies or recommends better policies and efforts to catch items earlier. And one suggestion that keeps coming up, one recommendation, is to have the plan reviewers go to the sites early in the construction process so they can see what the real construction looks like. And because there is a difficulty, having to do it myself, there is a difficulty in looking at drawings and then having to convert that into the reality of a construction site, which may or may not match the drawings completely, never matches the drawings completely. So to get the reviewers out to go look at what's out in the job sites would be a very good thing for them to learn what to look for in their inspections and in their plan reviews. That concludes my presentation. Is there any question?
Well, first we go to public comment, and we have 2 people signed up for public comment. So the first one is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida, duly elected chair of the district's facilities task force, not chair, sorry, corresponding secretary, habit. So before I go through those 6 items, I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, to the BOC's attention, this was a committee that was supposed to oversee the scope of the bond. And there are buildings, we just mentioned Stranahan, that were slated for re-roofing, but what was left out was walkways. And then we had some conversation a while back at the facilities task force about the walkways adjacent to what's called Main Street, adjacent mostly to Building 4, and why those weren't being re-roofed as part of the bond. And we were told there was some muttering about they are part of the roof, not part of the roof. Once again, it never occurs to me that the proof is so obvious. To find out and answer the question whether they are literally part of the roof, you just go to the fish inventory report, and lo and behold, there they are, the square footage. So the thing to find out, and I don't mean for this district, I'll be chatting up the IG's office, is why, if it's in the fish, which were included in the packet, the CMAR packet for Stranahan, it's in the fish, didn't always make it into the deficiency listing, why there wasn't a conversation and people go back to the board to say we need to fund this. Or did somebody say there's too many utilities running on top of these walkways, we're not doing that? And in my experience, the latter would have been the case. However, that's a problem because as of last year still, from what we were told by a parent that had a child at Stranahan, Main Street was leaking. So we'll get to the bottom of that. Number one, all well and good to have a facility condition assessment, but one of the things the district got beat up for not having, and that the removed board tried to fix almost on their way out, was having a long-range facility master plan. There was a steering committee. Your superintendent abolished the steering committee, and we keep hearing there's going to be a new and improved steering committee, but have yet to see or hear about that. Delays in fire systems, I'm going to give you another word to ponder, intercoms. Change orders, they've never been sky high in terms of percentages, but when you have poor project scopes, lack of adherence to specs, you're going to get change orders and all the other chaos. Bond funds versus capital, for anyone that was here in the beginning, there wasn't supposed to be any capital funds beyond the $130 million initially. Stranahan capacity, I'm not happy about the cafeteria. And you have to look at the meal participation rate. How many kids are actually using the cafeteria? And of course, everything's taking longer because a mess in the beginning guarantees a mess at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker is Felicia Schumann.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Dr. Hepburn, and the board members. Felicia Schumann, Newkirk, Coconut Creek. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the Bond Oversight Committee's quarterly report for the period ending March the 31st, 2025. As a community member and an advocate for educational equity and fiscal responsibility, I first want to acknowledge the progress made under the Smart Bond program, the completion of all technology upgrades, safety improvements, and the delivery of music, arts, and athletic equipment across our school reflects a commendable commitment to students' experience and campus security. However, I must raise a concern shared by Florida Tax Watch and reflected in the committee's own reporting on page 120 through 135, where the summary table reflects the risk classifications. This delay not only jeopardizes the completion of a decade-long capital plan, but may also impact classroom functionality and public trust. Additionally, while the report confirms that bond dollars are not being used for operational expenses or salaries, it's imperative that communication with stakeholders and financial reportings remain transparent and accessible, especially as we approach the final stretch of this $800 million program. I recommend that the board request an updated risk mitigation plan for these delayed renovation projects, and that the BOC and staff provide clear monthly progress benchmarks. It is also vital to increase public engagement and post timely updates on school-specific outcomes. We owe it to our taxpayers, our educators, and most importantly, our students to close out the Smart Bond program with efficiency, transparent, and integrity. Thank you for your time and your continued leadership.
Thank you so much. Board discussion, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Mr. Hilberg for his comments, and I just wanted to flag something, and it's been something I've been speaking about to the superintendent for a few weeks now, which was item number 2. So avoid some delays by getting assistance from area municipalities with fire inspections in case of an inspector shortage. Something I routinely hear from people doing work on our projects is that the fire inspection process becomes a barrier and really an obstacle to completing a project, and that a lot of those issues could be resolved early on. So I would just like to know staff's plan for trying to alleviate those delays.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, I'll turn it over to Ms. Paul in a minute, but I did have a conversation with one of the fire chiefs, specifically Fort Lauderdale's fire chief, and continuing fire inspections for things that our fire inspectors may be doing that they don't need to do anymore, so they can concentrate most of their time on construction projects instead of some of the before school and during the school year items that free up some of our fire inspectors' time. I'll turn it over to Ms. Paul if she wants to add anything.
Good morning, board chair, board members, Superintendent Hepburn. The reality of fire inspections, and I'm just going to speak real, is that when you take 11 years to complete a bond program and you carve out fire devices during the course of that, then that is a recipe for delay. And as many of the folks know, that the FCA is the start of it. The long-range planning part is an essential part of it. But the reality is, as we're closing up this program and trying to navigate the fire alarms and devices that are required to be in the building now, as you know, of course you're going to have additional ones that you have to address. And the other reality is that we're not going to put a kid in an unsafe building. So we're going to take the time and make sure that we have the appropriate devices where they're supposed to be. And with the numerous change orders throughout this program, some of those devices or additional devices are required. And so that's where we are right now. Going forward, obviously we have lessons learned from this process, but we are working diligently. We have, to close out the projects, we have a vendor that supplements our team, as I've briefed previously. And so we have cut down the time actually on closing out some of these things dealing with fire devices. Everybody is sitting at the table with me once a week as we navigate this. And so from the start of when I got here to where we are now, we were doing much better. The reality is that a lot of these fire devices were carved out at the end of the projects. And so instead of, throughout the course of it. So again, we have learned a lot. We're moving forward and making sure that we don't have this situation going into the future.
Okay, thank you. So I hear you that, when the program has taken so long and there's going to be changes and these fire devices were carved out at the end. So I guess I'm wondering if you can articulate like what we have put in place right now or can put in place right now in the process to prevent these carve-outs from creating a longer delay. Since we know like this is the problem, we know the history, we know this is the problem, what are we doing or what can we do to alleviate those delays?
Well, that is a very good question, and I totally appreciate it. Part of the process when I got here was that the fire official sat in a different division. Part of the issue we had was just having communication, effective communication. So, as you know, the board approved the fire official to come under the Division of Operations, which he was already working with us over the last year I've been here. So having him sit at the table, going line by line over every school, literally almost every device, resolving those issues at the table, coming to solutions to it, and I'm saying solutions, not shortcuts. So that has helped tremendously. And then just, some of that past history between the different, or the level of discourse and dysfunction. Having everyone sit at the table weekly to discuss real issues and closing out these things has been very effective. So part of what I saw coming in is it was a pointing game. He did this or she didn't do that. If necessary, call the individual fire official in to get his perspective. So I have numerous examples of where things passed back and forth for weeks because someone was standing on the fact that this is my opinion and this is the way it's going to be. But when you bring it in, bring people to the table and you have that collaboration and that conversation about, okay, how can we solve this as opposed to this is the problem? It changes the culture of the department. So to me, that has been probably the most significant change that I've seen, where we can take a school and bring it, take a school and put the plans up in the room and talk about specific devices and so forth and work it out. And that was not the case before. It was a paperwork drill. And so I want to commend our fire official, our building official, and my team for keeping that collaboration going.
Okay, thank you. Do other school districts operate in the same way where they have their own chief fire official?
Yes, so the organization that we have here, or the way we're organized here, was the exact same way we were organized in Palm Beach. The difference, and I've said it before, is just the length and time it took to get through this bond program. And the lack of a sufficient FCA going in. And many of the things that the Bond Oversight Committee pointed out today in terms of actually walking the sites and those kind of things, and the plan reviewers walking the site. And so we have incorporated that mentality. It should have been here already, but that's the past is the past. Going forward, if we have a question about something, we have boots on the ground to make sure that we address it.
Okay, I guess maybe the question I should have asked is, do other districts use county or municipal fire officials in lieu of having their own district fire official?
School districts, it depends on, I guess, the size of the school district, but again, my lived experiences with Palm Beach, we had our own building official and our own fire official, and having an outside agency like a county, they have their own things that they're inspecting and the same, their requirements. So we would be not at the top of the list. So that's why we chose to supplement our staff with an outside vendor to help us move these projects forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess the reason I ask is it does not seem that what we have in place right now is working efficiently. That I suppose that's a conversation for another day. I would like follow up on if there are other school districts in Florida that use the county or municipal fire officials. But my last question is, so that per this recommendation, are we currently getting assistance from area municipalities with fire inspections, or what is the plan to do so?
The answer is no. We are our own entity, and so we do our own fire inspections.
Okay, so you reject
with outside assistance from our vendors.
Okay, so you reject the second recommendation of getting assistance from area municipalities with fire inspections?
I would have to look at what the history has been with that relationship. I don't know that as it stands right now.
Okay, I will just say, in my 5 years on the board, this has been a continual problem. And so I would urge us to get assistance from area municipalities or from the county. I don't know if my colleagues agree or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Hilberg, for the presentation. Just to the point in number 7, is this something in terms of having plan reviewers go to the sites early so that we're not expanding scope of projects at the 11th hour? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, and I believe Ms. Paul addressed it to at least my satisfaction that they are having people go to the sites.
So this is happening on a regular basis now?
Yes, we do have people on the ground to go and look at projects. We have a number of projects in the pipeline where our team has been out there on the ground. AECOM, which is our program management firm. But the other part of this that I think we're missing is that many of the projects started out one way, and then either decisions were not made in a timely manner or scopes changed over the years. And that definitely contributes to the inability to close them out and close out projects in a reasonable amount of time. So the idea that the fire alarm or fire devices are the problem or the root cause of the delay is not completely accurate, to be clear.
Because the code changed,
The code
project
changes,
took forever.
and then, again, scope changes have contributed a lot. So when you look at the change orders and you read in the change order that is for fire devices, definitely something changed on the project or was missed in the initial planning of the project. And so basically what we're doing now is just cleanup. And, we cannot occupy the building if it's not done to code. So that is our challenge right now. So it starts at the beginning.
And I understand that. Just moving forward as we're doing projects, I think this is a good suggestion because then everyone's on the same page, and as long as we're doing things in a timely manner, we could probably cut a lot of those problems out, but also having the reviewers actually on site understanding really what's going on and seeing any potential issues, I think is a great
in many cases, having the architects actually walk the site, and that's been a challenge. Again, we know this now, but in the inception of these projects, that is normally the protocol. The architect walks the site. But it's fairly obvious that in quite a few of our projects that didn't happen.
So moving forward, the architect will be walking the site?
Yes.
Okay.
We will insist on it.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you, Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with the train of thought with Ms. Leonardi. I think that we should take advantage of our chief fire officials in the county, building inspectors, any possible way that we can solidify a relationship where we're actually cooperatively working together is important. And I looked through my emails to see if my questions were answered that I sent in on time, and I did not find it. So I'm going to just really quickly ask them one at a time, and it shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. First question, 40 schools installation for stage, sound and lighting completed. Were all schools needing these items afforded one?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
More than likely, no.
Can you explain further?
So part of the SMART program was a snapshot in time in terms of what the needs were. So and the DEFP supplements that. But as I've said before, once the FCA comes out, we'll have an idea of what our true needs are. And so I wouldn't be comfortable saying that that bucket of money took care of all the needs for this district for stage curtains.
Okay, I would like a follow-up, Dr. Hepburn, and to see that number and to make sure, just for parity reasons, that all schools were definitely looked at and their opportunity to have this done as well as we move forward. That's enough on that. Okay, schools and closeout. First one, Charles Drew renovations close out by March 2026. Is that still on schedule?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
So again, I don't have that with me. We will definitely can provide the follow-up. I thought we had already done that, but I'll check on it.
Well, thank you. Actually, if somebody could send me that, I might not have to answer the rest of my questions, or at least staff should know, really should know by now. My questions were sent in on time and were very simple. So I don't know how you want to proceed, Madam Chair, but I don't really think it's fair that my questions don't get answers.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thank you for the questions, Ms. Rupert. We'll follow up. They're probably in queue and getting to me for signature right now as we speak. So we'll follow up and check on those questions right now.
Okay. The other one is Deerfield Middle School. The roofing was to be done by 7/15/25. Is that completed yet?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Once again, we'll provide that follow-up. I'll have my assistant look for the questions and see where they are in the queue, and we'll have it to you before the end of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Palm View roof carve-out complete by July 15th, 2025. Is that completed yet?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul, I know what she's going to say. Give us the opportunity to get those questions. They're probably sitting on the assistant's desk or something, so we can submit those before the end of the meeting, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, I've got three more. Atlantic West Elementary roof was due June 17th, 25. Is that completed yet?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
The same response.
And what are the last two, Ms. Rupert?
Lions Creek roof work was due May 20th, 2025. Is that complete?
And then what's the last one?
My last one is Mr. Schroeder, love him. Margate Elementary renovations were due by June 17th, 2025. Are they finished yet?
Okay. So we'll make sure we have all those answers for you before the end of the meeting.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, well, thank you again so much for coming and for summarizing that very long report into 7 very succinct issues that we could address easily. And I also agree with Mrs. Leonardi about if we can include our municipal fire inspectors, the more people that can help us, the better off we are. So thank you so much, and thanks for coming today. Have a great day. Okay, the next item is committee reports. So we will, if the committee chairs could come to the table, we'll take a 2-minute recess to get situated, and then we will move on. Thank you and welcome back to our school board workshop. As we mentioned, we will now hear reports from our committees, and the first committee up is the ESE Advisory Council.
Thank you. I've got a diabetic cat waiting for his insulin, so thank you, Bob. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for passing Policy 4900. I just wanted to emphasize again how important our policy is. You are leading the way in Florida. Passing it and getting every word of it right should have been important. And I just wanted to use some time here today to emphasize that we are not here as an advisory to store things, to hold things up, to argue, to be negative. We are here as partners. And you all would know, if you look at your inbox and just compartmentalize how many emails I've sent you on this policy alone, I have begged and begged and begged for months for there to be a pathway by which we can get things off a piece of paper and into your heads and discussed at a board meeting, or at least responded to if it's felt that a point we brought wasn't valid. To find that there were points we brought that were valid, that there wasn't a pathway then for them to be entertained at this meeting so that you could have a tip-top policy in place, should be a lesson. This is not an I told you so. It's still me on my knees begging just for you to give us the time of day. Respond to emails when we send them. Give us a time of day. Make us feel like we didn't just write a 2,000-word essay rather than being able to have any more time at the microphone, and that you actually read it and that you appreciated it and respected it. We're now left with a policy that does have some holes in it, albeit it's a wonderful work, and I really appreciate you, Madam Chair, in particular, for driving it forward. So thank you. It's going to be great, but we could have got it across the finishing line together without those holes in. And I want to give one example of what a hole is, where it says parental review of an alleged incident may include up to 30 minutes before and after the alleged incident. I want to point out that you folks yourselves agreed that that should say must. And I provided wording, parental review of the alleged incident must be permitted to include up to 30 minutes before and after the alleged incident. That means if a parent doesn't want to watch that 30 minutes, they don't have to, and they're not in breach. But we're going to find schools playing that part of the policy if push comes to shove. And we didn't want a policy that would have holes in it like that. But overall, thank you so much, and Madam Chair, particularly you, for driving it, and to the superintendent. There are still some issues with some supporting documents. It's something else that we will be bringing up at ESE Advisory in the new year is contract schools and how your policies do or don't apply to the students there. You have a number of pre-K ESE students in contract schools such as Bodwin. It seems a bit of a grey area then as to whether policy does or doesn't apply to those places. Those are still your students. They're not charter school students, or they're not private school students, and they're not some other category of student. They are BCPS students, and your policies need to apply there too. And if we're going to pick and choose which policies do and which policies don't, I think we get into a little bit of a dicey area. So some clarity on that would be good, and that will be an issue I'll be bringing up at in our new year. I'm going to go back again to bus attendance. We were told there is a curriculum for training bus attendants on the school buses for their interactions and support and care for students with disabilities. I've asked for that curriculum. It still hasn't been produced, so I don't believe it exists. Diane Egan, the executive director of ESE, did kindly have a conversation with me a few days ago where I asked again about this. My issue is really where the transportation department is not responding to the months of asking for clarity as to what is the training that is given. That there's meant to be 8 hours of training for, particularly in ESE, so that bus attendants are having appropriate interactions. They know how not to escalate behaviour, but to de-escalate it, and they know what student behaviours are to expect. On customer service, this will also be an issue we're going to need some more dialogue on over this year. We need to I feel personally and generally across all advisories, relieve the burden on advisories of customer care and picking up the pieces when folks can't get help at BCPS level. There is no pathway for resolving some issues. Those parents end up with us, so then we're knocking on the door for the parents and trying to get things resolved. That's not our job, and it's an incredibly heavy part of the job, certainly for ESE. And finally, I can't remember what the finally was, but I hope everybody has a great year, and I look forward to working with you all. Oh, and my finally was, there are 9 of you, and I've only had 3 appointees notified to me, and the deadline was June the 30th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody want to add anything or have a discussion with Mrs. Luscombe? I did get a response. I just wanted to answer this for you about the manual for training for bus attendants. So I'll forward it to you, but I'll read it. So bus attendants are assigned by the Pupil Transportation Department in accordance with each student's IEP and are responsible for ensuring the safety, supervision, and overall well-being of students during transport. Their duties include, but are not limited to, assisting with the securing of students, managing personal belongings such as book bags, and fostering a safe and orderly environment on the bus. Emphasis is placed on supporting students served under the ESE, which is a core focus of their training. While the Student Transportation and Fleet Services Department does not currently provide a standalone training manual specifically for bus attendants, all personnel in this role are required to complete an initial comprehensive training program consisting of 40 to 50 hours. This program includes legal, educational, and safety-related instruction, in addition to the annual training mandated for all Broward County Public School staff. Moreover, bus attendants are required to participate in any supplemental job-specific training necessitated by local, state, or federal regulations throughout the year, and the curriculum includes but is not limited to behavior and best practices for bus personnel, roles and responsibilities of the bus attendant, passenger management, radio communication, first aid and CPR, transportation procedures for exceptional students, documentation and reporting protocols, legal responsibilities, overview of the student behavioral exceptionalities, and on-the-road training.
May I respond? Thank you. That's a job description. What I've been asking for is that it actually states in policy that successful completion of 40 hours of in the job description, successful completion of 40 hours of pre-service training consisting of at least 20 hours of classroom instruction and 8 hours of hands-on training based on BCPS bus attendant curriculum or equivalent training as determined by the responsible director or designee. And I've been asking since April, can we see the bus attendant, the BCPS bus attendant curriculum, please, plus materials that would give some insight into what the equivalent training looks like? Also, is there data you could provide that would show what percentage of ESE bus attendants this year have done that curriculum and how many have done the equivalent training instead? So we don't seem to have actually either a curriculum or an equivalent training if all anybody's provided to you is a copy of the job description. This is now, I think it was before April that I first started asking this. We don't have clearly a curriculum for training bus attendants on ESE buses, and that's a massive concern. And I think anybody needs to if they just said so and said, yeah, we haven't got one, let's sit down and work together on one, that would be awesome. I think that's where we're at. Thank you.
Can you remind me what policy number you were reading?
No, I think that was from the job description. Yeah, okay. That's where I corrected myself.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have parent community involvement. I'm sorry, Mr. Sever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to acknowledge the work that you put into the cameras, the program. I am a huge advocate for that. I've always been. And if I just may respond to the comment about the emails, and this would go to you and all my other volunteers and everybody who serves on these task force and these committees. Just because you don't get an instant response to an email doesn't mean that, we're not reading them. Some of us, this is not a full-time gig for us. I try to make sure that I spend a good portion of my night every day looking at emails. I may not respond to all of them, but I certainly look at them. So don't feel discouraged if you don't get an instant response. We understand the value that each and every one of you bring to these committees. especially on important issues like this camera situation, which we'll get right. And when we get to that the finish line, it will be right. But certainly you are appreciated with the time and the efforts that you put in. And I guess I also learned that you're a professional author today. I heard somebody comment, a journalist? A professional journalist. Okay, I apologize. But nonetheless, your wordsmithing was certainly on point with a lot of the changes and additions. So it is very much appreciated, and I would encourage not only you, but all the other committee members and task force members not to necessarily get discouraged just because we don't answer every single email that you send us. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I do see them, and I do respond from time to time. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And it wasn't instant response. It was response at all. So, I think just to speak for your constituents as well, I think a lot of the folks that, and thank you for the nice comments, I appreciate it. A lot of the folks that come to us at advisories, parents, are parents who will say, I emailed the board and they don't care. It kind of gives, whatever the intention, if you're sitting at your screen reading every word of everything everybody sends you, that's awesome, but they don't know that. And just hitting a reply and saying, thanks, noted. One of you does that, and another one replies religiously, and others I've just never heard of from one end of the year to the next. And then when it gets to a board meeting, and I think, well, do they know? Because nobody's brought that up. It does leave a bit of a gaping hole. And as General Counsel acknowledged in the break, my points were very sound and would have made policy stronger, and they weren't put in because there would have been substantive changes today which couldn't have been made because that would have stalled the policy. Had anybody listened when I was making those in previous weeks and months, we wouldn't have got to that situation today. That was the point I was making. But thank you for your comments. Thank you very much, and thanks for supporting it.
Thank you. Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
No. Good morning. And Erin and I are doing a team approach here. We're doing both reporting out. And I know I'm going to start by saying, I know this might seem like a conversation for the end of the day since it's your last workshop item, but you've done a wonderful survey on why parents select charter schools. And I just want to refer to all of you, so when we come this afternoon, because we'll probably reiterate this, and this looks a little crumbled, but page 18, and I'm going to read it. School environment culture factors. What are the primary school environment or school culture factors you consider when choosing the school setting for your child? And the number one answer on that is positive school community and parent involvement. So when we were looking at these surveys to prepare for this afternoon, we're like, wow. This just kind of reemphasizes to us how important our mission is and how much we need to make sure that we are fulfilling it. We have several things that we will be doing this fall, and our goal always is to make involvement accessible and meaningful, and to bring as many people as we can into Broward County Public Schools. So we are going to have several parent universities. I think I mentioned last time we're planning one with our very talented student advisors over here, and so we will be doing that. But we also have several people have reached out to us about other opportunities. The nonprofit forum was rescheduled from the 6th to the 27th of August, and we hope Dr. Hepburn and Ms. Hickson will be there. But if anybody else wants to ever participate or anything, just let us know, and we will certainly welcome you. Our first meeting this year is Monday. It's virtual. We will be, among other things, discussing different topics. We're going to be talking all about all the different ways that we can communicate. Our parent universities have been successful, but as we've mentioned, we feel podcasts may be more successful even. And we also are looking at audio programming. And at the suggestion of our students, we're going to be looking at how YouTube can be used for more messaging. All of this is part of our goal to increase parent community involvement. Our Parent Empowering Parents Conference, a conference in 4 languages, is tentatively planned for September. And I'm going to, at this time, switch over to Erin.
Thanks, Mary. And I don't have that much to add. I do want to commend and just celebrate the fact that through the summer, though the committees have not been meeting, Mary and I have both had outreach from different staff members who are planning for the next school year and really see the value in partnering with our task force to expand outreach or opportunities for parents to participate. And it's really exciting to kind of see that partnership becoming embedded in just how the district is operating. So I'm grateful to staff who aren't in the room, some are, but I think that is really leading to innovative new ideas. Sometimes we identify a need that is in the community and we bring it to staff and they work to find a solution, and or vice versa. And so that's been really exciting as we're planning for the next school year. I would also just underscore Mary's point about those surveys because it really does validate what we see in practice, what we hear at our task force meetings. When parents feel like there are meaningful and accessible ways to be involved, they're more likely to choose a school, they're more likely to stay at a school, their kids are likely to do better, and communities thrive, right? And so as kind of all planning, but as we're embarking on this next redefining phase, think about how to use our task force, the other committees, to make sure that decisions reflect that. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. And the audit committee.
You saved the best for last, huh? Well, we haven't met since the last time I was here, but I just wanted to update the board that our audit selection committee was meeting on the 7th, the same date that we have our nominating committee and our regular committee. The other thing that I had just discussed with Mr. Rhodes, which he certainly is agreeable to, and this may be part of the evaluation that you have with the chief auditor, is to have a quarterly progress report on the audit plan. This way it provides you an update of where we're at, where we're going, and how we're maintaining, the levels of expectation, the standards of expectation, things that you bring in if you notice something may be a higher risk that is a pop-up, of how to incorporate that into where things are at. So that's my report. Any questions?
Any of my colleagues have questions or comments for the committees? Thank you for coming in the middle of the summer. Oh, okay, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. I just had a general question. For advisory chairs, do we have, are they accessible by email, Teams training, and functional district web pages? I know that's something that they've been asking for a while. I wanted to see from the superintendent where we are in that process.
Dr. Hepburn.
I know we just transitioned to our new website. Mr. Hill has been working on some of the other complexities that we heard from many of the committee chairs about some of the needs and wants they have to help their meetings function better, to make sure they understand their roles, have greater exposure to the community on as far as a website page. So a lot of that is a work in progress that we hopefully can complete in the next few weeks, since we embarked on it in the middle of the summer.
And just to add to what the superintendent said, August 12th, the superintendent asked us to bring the training procedures for board discussion in the August 12th workshop.
That's great news. Thank you for sharing that, both the superintendent and John Sullivan. Thank you all so much for your teams. I appreciate it. And at least we're making inroads, and I applaud that. And looking forward to when they get access to email, Teams training, and the district web pages. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and I apologize. I overlooked the student advisors, so Landon.
Thank you. Just did that so Mr. Mayerson's comment about being the best for last was, I'm joking, I'm messing with you.
Well, that's why I said you saved the best for last, the students.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. Lots for Jasira and I to update you on. It's been a very busy summer preparing for next school year. And I want to start by thanking you all, board members, for taking the time to meet with us individually and talk about your goals for the year and how we can support you. I know that some board members, we have some follow-up actions that were requested, and we'll be getting those back to you by the end of the week to make sure that we're beginning the year with some great collaboration. For our committees, we have confirmed student appointees for all of our student appointees for the District Advisory Committee, Diversity Committee, Technology Committee, and Wellness Committee. So the notification to those committee chairs and staff facilitators will take place by the end of this week. So we're really excited for our students to be attending those committee meetings and providing that input. I want to share a great update and much appreciation to Dr. Hepburn for his support of the superintendent's student engagement priority, as well as Dr. Fulton and Dr. Wanza for all they're doing to support us. We have some great things going out to our high school students starting this school year, and also our high school principals, I should say. We are creating what's called the Principal Engagement Packet, which is a best practice guide for principals to implement student voice initiatives at campus, on campus. So with the support of the Teaching and Learning Division, we'll be sharing that out for principals to know this is how you create a principal advisory board. There's pre-made resources, graphics for them to post on social media that are fit to their campus. So really a plug and play opportunity for our principals. We know that they have so much going on, so we want to make it as easy as possible for them. Additionally, with the support of our phenomenal SIM team, we are collaborating on a thought exchange feedback loop for our students. We know we ask for student input once at the end of the year in a survey form, and we have found in conversations with students and also with district leadership that it'd be helpful to have pulse checks each quarter to see what is the feedback that students are having about their experience. So a really cool AI-driven solution through Thought Exchange. So I want to thank Carl Yates and the SIM team for their support of that. On the student services side, we've been having some great collaboration with Ms. Hollingsworth's team on the crosswalk of services. We clearly heard in our joint discussion back in May that there was a gap in terms of where students want to go for the student services that they need. So some great collaboration to streamline that. And finally, working on browardschools.com/students with Ms. Farrah Wilson and her team, building out that page to make sure that it's actual usable resources for our students. And I want to end with a really happy note. Broward County was home to the South Florida Leadership Training Camp for the 34th year. There were over 200 students from all across the state that came to Broward County for this phenomenal conference. Jasir and I both had the opportunity to attend. Broward County is the leader when it comes to student government programming and student government opportunities, and it was awesome to see those students from across the state come down and give such incredible feedback about Broward, about the structures of student input and student support in Broward. So I want to thank our athletics and student activities team, and especially Ms. Zenia Santiago, who leads an incredible feat. Having over 200 students stay overnight for 5 days is not an easy task. So thank you to everybody who helped put that together, and we are so excited for a phenomenal school year ahead.
Great, thank you so much. And yes, thank you to Ms. Santiago. She's awesome. They've been doing this program a really long time. Excuse me. And I'm really excited to hear about the principal handbook to be able to get the idea that student voice would be consistent across the district. I think that's awesome. So thank you all for that. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you so much. That concludes our workshop, our committee report part of the workshop. We are now going to recess the workshop until 1 o'clock, and when we come back, we will not reconvene the workshop. We will reconvene the special school board meeting to finish up those items and then come back to the workshop. So we are in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Can we ask a question real quick on the last item? Some of us are planning to come this afternoon. Will that still be scheduled for 3:45, and you aren't planning to cancel that, or?
So it will have to depend. I mean, how things get rearranged will depend on how the special school board meeting moves forward. I mean, there are a lot of items pulled. I don't know if it's for a lot of discussion. It's hard to judge. That's why I did it the way I did it today.
Okay, we were just expecting a lot of community people, and we thought we needed to communicate with them if, in fact, you're going to cancel.
We have, so by policy, 8 hours is 5:30. 5:30, which then we then have a public hearing.
Right.
So there's a good chance we're going to have to readjust something.
Can I just make one more comment? I think there are also a lot of young students who may be here to speak. So I just want to make sure that it's not a last minute, just, in terms of expectation for kids to, it takes a lot of, confidence to, so all we're asking for is just a little awareness to be able to shift.
So we'll stay at 3:45.
Okay.
We'll do that workshop.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back to the special school board meeting. And next, we are on item 5. Can I have a motion and a second on item 5?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Is there any public comment on item 5?
No comment.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just bringing up my computer. Give me 1 second, Madam Chair. Okay. So just wanted to, regarding school visits, I just want the superintendent to give us sort of a summary as to when visitors enter a school, for the reassurance of the public, what is the sort of school-wide training that's been provided to staff and everyone else to ensure that visitors are properly identified. I know they go through the single point entry and so on and so forth, but occasionally I've heard of cases where someone is able to enter for whatever reason, hopefully not recently, staff may not have been aware of the person. So what are the measures that we have in place in the district should a visitor come to our school campus, that all staff are properly trained and aware of what to do?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, I'll ask Dr. Fulton to elaborate. I'm actually trying to pull it up, but there is training by front office staff, administrators. I'll let Dr. Fulton elaborate.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Holness. And actually, I'm going to have Ernie tag team with me. But basically, when a visitor comes onto campus, they have to go through the single point of entry and be registered through our Raptor system. Now, if I can understand your question, I think you're saying if they don't go through single point entry, what is the process and requirement
Right.
that staff are trained to?
Well, we're hoping that the single point of entry would have prevented all of the concerns and that everyone would have been properly identified. But is there a possibility that someone could get past single point of entry because of a sort of mishap on staff in not paying attention? And if that is the case, are the school staff properly trained, should someone be walking around on school grounds, to be able to identify those individuals?
So anybody that's walking on campus must be have a badge. So if you went through single point of entry, you have a visitor's badge if you're not a district employee. If you are a district employee, you must have a district badge. All staff is required to identify anyone that doesn't have proper identification, and they are redirected to head back to the single point of entry. But I'll have Dr. Lozano add anything that I may have missed.
Thank you, Dr. Lozano. Dr. Holness, one of the things that even this week, our core conference includes all our office managers, and as part of their day-long training, we're reviewing the standard protocols for the office managers at all our schools to meet with their clerical staff and front office staff to ensure all schools are using our district protocols at the front office location. We also have, again, for our schools with metal detection, we have our SSCP security staff that are also assigned to that front office area to assist with monitoring, because there are times during the day where you may have multiple individuals coming through at the same time. So our area security managers, as well as part of our realignment, our seven compliance ASMs also now, as part of their visits, are reviewing the front office protocols and the visitor management to ensure our schools are implementing our protocols with fidelity at every location.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions regarding that. Okay, so the assumption is that all visitors come through the front office, correct? Because that's usually the point of entry.
That's not an assumption, that's a protocol.
That's a protocol.
That's the
Okay.
standard.
So is there any situation where it could be possible that someone goes through the front office and somehow get on the school grounds without, based upon staff concerns, and get on campus? Could that be possible? And if that is, then what is the next step beyond that? And are there ongoing training for staff to ensure that anyone walking around, that they can easily act to ensure that person is supposed to be there.
So if we are following our district standard protocols, there is no opportunity for anybody to get past our visitor management system without checking in and following protocols.
Okay, I'll give you an example, Dr. Lozano, that I have, and I'm asking these questions because I want to make sure that we're foolproof. You have, and I don't know if this is the case now, but you have situation where a staff may be leaving the parking lot and being let in and out of the gate, right? So if someone is coming to, say, a parking lot, look well-dressed, look like they belong, and say, I'm a teacher, or whatever they may say, I'm a staff, and you have a security opening the gate and so on, are the security staff fully aware of what they need to do to ensure that someone doesn't, say, come through a back gate posing as a teacher or a staff to park or that kind of a thing?
Yeah, that's part of, during the summer, we review all training protocols with our specialists and our monitors and our campus security managers to ensure all our staff are informed of those protocols, so they're not asking an individual or allowing an individual to go to a secondary point to access the campus unless that's their purpose for, like, the milk truck that may be delivering milk to the school.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lozano.
Thank you. All those in favor of item item 5, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is item 7. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on item 7?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reviewing this particular policy, specifically provision Roman number 2, 7, subsection E, there is this is under the general rules section. There is a provision here that states the following information must be documented for all field trips. Subsection 7 of this provision notes room assignments for overnight lodging if not separated by biological sex at birth. My question, Madam Chair, is there a scenario in which students are taking overnight field trips in which boys and girls are sleeping in the same room for these overnight field trips?
Dr. Hepburn.
Not I'm aware of. We're pretty tight about making sure we're separating students by sex at birth and following the applicable protocols sent down from Tallahassee about how do we inform parents if there is some form of a concern.
So if we are separating these kids by sex for the overnight portion of the field trip, why do we have a provision in here that requires that we alert or document room assignments if not separated by biological sex? So the way I read this would indicate that there are scenarios in which a male and a female student will be sleeping in the same hotel room or whatever it is, and we just have to document it in a certain way. If it's not occurring, why do we have this provision in this particular policy?
Dr. Hepburn, or Ms. Batista.
And then, Mrs. Severa, can you point me to which one, what?
I'm looking at the clean version of policy 62310 that was in the package, and it's Roman numeral 2 under the rules section, 2A7 subsection E.
Gotcha.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So the only thing that I can share with the board regarding this issue is that pursuant to 6A-10.085, which is field trips, extracurricular activities, and other supplemental programs and activities, is a specific rule from the Department of Education, and one of the things that is listed here, it says that we must have district procedures, must require signed parent or guardian permission forms for field trips that include at a minimum the following information. And the items listed are the nature of the field trip, the date and time of the field trip, specific location and type, mode of transportation, method of student supervision, and whether room assignments for overnight lodging are not separated by biological sex at birth.
Are you referring to the admin code, Ms. Batista?
Yes.
Okay. And that, so we copied the language directly from the state's administrative code.
Correct.
Is there a policy in this district regarding the overnight rooming situations of males and female students, other than this particular section that I guess we are copying from the admin code, regarding whether or not male students can be sleeping in the same room as female students for overnight field trips?
Ms. Batista?
There are no other policies related to this topic, no.
So this is it? This is all we have?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thank you, Chair. I saw that too when I was reviewing this. I was thinking it might be one of those situations where everyone goes to the museum and spends the night in a group set. I don't know if we do that anymore, but I mean, we used to do that when I was little. It's like, you don't actually, so the reason that it kind of caught my eye was room assignments versus if you were sleeping in a situation where you were absolutely separated, like if you're little and doing one of those communal overnight field trips. Yeah, sleeping in the gym, something like that, right? Not like you're not putting two people in a hotel room. It's like more of a communal thing that you'd have to advise everyone that that's what they're doing. So maybe room assignments might be too specific.
Ms. Batista?
Thank you.
I mean, that would be more of an operation issue. I don't have any information as to.
Dr. Hepburn?
I was going to ask Mr. Strauss if he had anything to add.
Yes, Alan Strauss, South Regional Superintendent. So your question, Mr. Severa, there have been in the past, yes, possibilities where that would occur, and I know Dr. Washington's in here as well, and she might be able to add light as well. However, on the form, if for any situation of that nature that would fall under this part of the policy, on the field trip form itself, it would identify, and those individuals that are impacted would agree to it to occurring prior to the field trip happening. So they would be fully aware of the situation and in agreement with the situation. So it has occurred in the past.
But on the form that you're talking about, Mr. Strauss, is it a parental consent form in which the parent has to acknowledge, yes, my child is partaking in this overnight field trip, which will require them to sleep overnight at whatever location it is?
Yes.
Is it just that? Is there also additional language that's alerting parents and requiring them to either opt in or opt out, suggesting that your child may be sleeping if next to a member of the opposite sex during this overnight trip? Does that exist anywhere on our forms?
Dr. Hepburn?
No, Dr. Washington or any of the academic team is aware. I don't have the form in front of me, so.
So if I were a parent, I would have no way of knowing, other than the fact that my child is going to be sleeping overnight, wherever they may be for the field trip, I would have no way of knowing that my child could be potentially housed, roomed, or put next to a member of the opposite sex during this particular overnight stay.
No, I think, no, I was assuming a different question. I think Mr. Strauss is telling you it is parental consent. The permission slip would go to the parent detailing all of that information before, to let them know what's going on, and there may be some cohabitation, whatever the environment may be that's causing that, to inform parents so they can consent or not
Well, that's my question, and maybe the word I was looking for was cohabitation.
Yeah.
It's physically in the form that the parent has to make a decision that whether or not they want to sign off or not.
Yes.
That there could be cohabitation.
The form's in the item, and
Yes.
that's there.
Yes.
Okay. So the parents are given the knowledge, and then they make the decision as to whether or not they want their child to proceed with the field trip, knowing that this could be a potential outcome of further sleeping arrangements.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 7, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is item 11. Can I have a motion in a second? It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on item 11?
Ms. Schumann, but I don't see her in the audience.
Okay. All right, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was an issue that I had addressed earlier, and I've had my concerns addressed, so we can take this off.
Great, thank you. All those in favor of item 11, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item up is item 14. Can I have a motion in a second? It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on item 14, which is the Broward?
Yes, we have Dr. Lynch Walsh and Zach Walker.
Good afternoon, Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Before my time starts, Madam Chair, I'm a little confused as to how you're doing special meetings, because if I sign up for an item before the window closes, I shouldn't find out that it's been passed on consent because it wasn't pulled by board members. How else are you going to speak to an item?
We called you. You weren't here.
I was here when item number 1 was being, and I sat here for item number 2.
We called you, it
I
was
physically
right at
called your name.
8:40, and we called, and you weren't here yet.
For item number 3?
For any item that had not been pulled for public comment.
It was 3 and 6.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work, because this isn't a regular board meeting. But anyway, if we can start with 3 minutes, please. So Broward Estates continues to be a struggle, because unless you're going to use the money for things that do not prevent you from doing the right thing in the long term, which of course is now that you've consolidated Broward Estates with MLK, would mean creating one replacement school. So when I see things like permanent walkways, that's problematic. The playground, though, does need to be addressed, because MLK is missing some playground, I think a whole level of a playground. It should not be going to this early learning center, because supposedly that wasn't going to cost any money. I think there was a board item that said there's no financial impact, and if there was a financial impact, then it should be in the DEFP, and if it's in the DEFP, then it should have gone to the oversight committee and that ever-elusive superintendent school site review committee, which, remember, Madam Chair, they specifically took out potential school closures and left and significant renovations out of that policy, and left in the one thing you're not doing, which is new school sites. Remember, it hasn't come back to you yet. So, and again, there's no long-range facility master plan steering committee, ergo there's no plan. There's not even a master planner, and there's a real concern, especially because Broward Estates supposedly had a facility condition assessment done. There's only 500, I believe, line items of data. So either staff has been willfully and purposely continuing to withhold raw data on Broward Estates so that we can see the condition at Broward Estates, or your facility condition assessments are not capturing information at the room and asset level, which would be us repeating history, because in 2014, they were not capturing data at the level it needed to be captured so that you would see everything. Like Stranahan getting funded for a full-blown culinary lab as opposed to zhuzhing up the culinary space, because they have a program. So I'm torn on this one. Also, you could have problems with other communities where what was left over went back into the kitty,
whereas this you're planning to put back in. Plantation Elementary is a newer school. I'm not sure how that would fit. MLK and Broward Estates both should be getting replaced. There should be, Castaldi should be a word that should be getting used. And I hope we don't find out that somebody's trying to zhuzh up those 1957 buildings that make up almost 70% of the seats at Broward Estates, because that would be a huge problem. But again, you're supposed to be saving money when you close a school. Saving, not finding new ways to spend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker. No, you can stay
keep
there,
talking.
Bill. Keep talking.
Zach Davis Walker, City of Lauderhill. I first want to thank Dr. Holmes and the rest of the board for your continued consideration for Broward Estates. As you're well aware, our residents want to see those smart bond dollars. I believe the number is $5.9 million at the last TDEFP meeting. They want to see that reinvested in the facility. Obviously, you guys have a focus. Your primary focus is the educational ecosystem. As you can imagine, on the city's end, the commissioners are more focused on the facilities within their jurisdiction. And because of that, the City Commission is of the opinion that any reallocations of the smart bond dollars that were originally slated for Broward Estates are either maintained for Broward Estates. As you know, at the repurposing meeting, myself and a couple of elected officials expressed our desire that we look at the facilities audit once it comes in. I believe the month is October, to decide what can be done for the long-range future plans for that facility. So understanding that you guys have a focus on the students and those that are going to different facilities, we would ask that at a minimum, any reallocation be limited and only expended within facilities in our jurisdiction, so specifically MLK. As the previous speaker mentioned, MLK is a very old facility, as is Broward Estates, so we're a little bit opposed to any allocation of those dollars to Plantation, where their facilities happen to be a little bit newer. I continue to reach out to Dr. Holness. His staff has been beyond responsive, as has yours, Chairwoman Hickson. We look forward to having a meeting with our elected officials as well as district administration once that facilities audit is complete. So in the meantime, we look forward to what that long-range plan is going to be. Thank you.
Our last public speaker is Aretha Wimberly.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. I plead with each Broward County Public Schools board member to not empower the Broward County Public Schools district executives to redirect approximately $6 million away from the promises made regarding their new Broward Estates Early Learning Center in ways that will continue to marginalize the learning process and campus environment for these select Broward County Public Schools students. In neighborhoods where students' elementary school readiness needs are hyper-focused and should have intentional support. Now, despite the official closing of all the Smart Bond allocated projects and the reclassification to capital improvements, the community advocated for and strongly hopes for, on day one, tangible campus improvements with resources including new instructional tools for play-based learning, inquiry-based learning, literacy and numeracy instruction, STEM education, sensory play, imaginative play, creative arts, outdoor play, storytelling and dramatic play, and much more in innovative learning instructions and state-of-the-art early learning tools utilized to disrupt the learning gaps identified by students' performance at elementary schools within Broward Estates and immediately surrounding neighborhoods, where investments have not mirrored the promises made by Broward County Public School boards and superintendents for more than a decade. Making these tangible investments communicates that the Broward Estates Early Learning Center will not be somewhat of a glorified babysitting campus, and it will not be used to accommodate district storage needs. The academic journeys of Broward County Public School elementary school students in District 5, east of 441, have consistently been marginalized and managed in ways that benefit politicians and executives or administrators, instead of the children who must overcome social and economic barriers forced upon them. BCPS has the opportunity to demonstrate the impact that can be achieved when every child's early learning through high school graduation is consistently top tier, with innovative learning environments and tools that include a feeder pattern that reinforces learning outcomes and increases elementary school readiness and decreases the outcomes related to social determinants, including the school-to-prison pipeline, which this will all ultimately benefit our community as a whole. So I'm asking that you please consider that Plantation Elementary School is a newer school outside of transportation needs and the promise for an after-school program. All of that, bulk of that funding goes into making that campus at Broward Estates Early Learning Center stellar, top-tier, innovative, as well as shoring up the educational opportunities at MLK. Each student is a $9,000 gift to Plantation Elementary.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No registered speakers.
Okay, Dr. Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate all the comments from the audience. And I'd also like to mention that the interests of myself, and I'm sure members of this board and the superintendent, is to ensure that our students are well taken care of. And as it pertains to Broad Estates Early Learning Center, that center is a center that will be well funded to take care of the incoming pre-K students, and that the objective is to be result-oriented, as Ms. Wimberly mentioned, not just the babysitting, but to be result-oriented. So I brought this item forward because I know we've had many discussions and conversations indicating the possibility of utilizing the smart bond allocation that was originally there for Broad Estates Elementary within the ecosystem of that area, referring to MLK, Broad Estates, and Plantation Elementary. So I wanted to bring this as a motion to make sure that we actually follow through as to what we've said before, and that we're sticking to our promise to this community, and Broad Estates elementary being a school that has been repurposed into an early learning center. So Dr. Hepburn, I have a few questions. And I hear the concerns from the City of Lauderhill and from Ms. Wimberly and others. Are schools in Broward County boundaries based on city limits?
Dr. Hepburn.
No, not totally.
Okay, so just for the knowledge of the public, what is the demographics of MLK and Plantation in terms of economic status and race and so on?
Dr. Hepburn.
I will call on Dr. Wanza to help me with that. I know she has intimate knowledge about MLK, as well as Dr. Fulton, too.
Thank you. I'm glad you included Dr. Fulton. Good afternoon, Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. I have Mr. Beck here, our Director of Demographics and Enrollment Planning. So he will provide the demographic information as it relates to, you said, socioeconomic status, Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Okay, he'll provide the socioeconomic status, and then I know Dr. Fulton will take great pleasure in publishing for as many times as possible the academic successes of both schools.
Good afternoon, Joe Beck, Demographics and Enrollment Planning. The demographics of the three schools, Broward Estates, MLK, and Plantation, are relatively similar. Plantation Elementary is 93.1% free and reduced lunch eligible. That's our economic indicator in case anyone's unfamiliar with that. And MLK is 94.0%, so within one point. Both schools are predominantly non-Hispanic Black. MLK is 93.8% Black, and Plantation is 89.0%.
Okay. And Dr. Fulton is going to say some things, or no? We're good? Okay. So can you share, just since we're on this topic, can you share, for the sake of the public, these two schools and their wonderful performance on the FAST testing results?
So both did extremely well, and I would say Dr. MLK did well, probably the best performance that they've had in the past 10 years. I remember probably specifically about 6 or 7 years, MLK was under the oversight of the state. And what I mean by that is if they did not make great improvements at the end of that calendar year, the state would take over because of the consistent low performance that was exhibiting at that school. So they moved to a C in that year and continued to be a C thereafter. But this particular school year that we just ended in 2025, they were able to move their school grade up to a B.
Very good. And if you could go over Plantation as well.
I would say academically, it's not that one does significantly better than the other. They're pretty much neck and neck in the same areas. Right now, Plantation Elementary, though, actually is a A-rated school. Okay. They were a B last year, and they were able to move up to an A.
Okay.
Plantation Elementary.
Wonderful. So when we look at the transition of students leaving from Broad Estates to Plantation or MLK, the demographics is pretty similar as far as the economic status and race. They're both doing really well on the last FAST testing. So Dr. Hepburn, besides Broad Estates residents, are their students attending Plantation Elementary currently living in Lauderhill?
Yes.
Okay, and if you don't mind, could you describe the current boundary existing for Plantation Elementary School?
Yep, I have Dr. Wanza give that specific, or Mr. Beck.
Absolutely, sir. So the city, Plantation Elementary School, while they're the greater preponderance of their boundary is representative of students who reside in the city of Plantation. They also have, and Mr. Beck will give us the numbers, in their boundary, there is a section of the city of Lauderhill that is bounded to Plantation Elementary School, as well as a section of the city of Sunrise. So Mr. Beck will give you the specific enrollment data, so you have it for the 3 cities.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, what Dr. Wanza said is absolutely correct. The boundary of Plantation Elementary serves 3 cities. 138 students who live in the boundary of Plantation Elementary and are attending the school as of the 24-25 school year are residents of the city of Lauderhill, so 138.
And that's excluding the transitioning students from Broad Estates?
Right, because this is last school year.
Last
That's the
school
data.
year.
So we haven't transitioned any students from Broward Estates as of that data.
Understand. Yeah. So could you describe the physical boundary of the Lauderhill portion of students going to currently attending, and last year and beyond before that, attending Plantation Elementary?
Sure. So if you can kind of visualize, Plantation is one of those older school boundaries that we wouldn't create today, but it has what we call a bow tie shape, where there's 2 pieces that are kind of conjoined at a corner. The southeast corner serves the city of Plantation, and then north of Sunrise Boulevard and sort of west of the Turnpike serves either Lauderhill or the city of Sunrise. So it's north of Sunrise Boulevard.
Okay, so that appears to be in the area of 55th.
So west of
Sunrise.
55th actually is where the transition between Lauderhill and Sunrise occurs.
Okay, and those kids in Lauderhill, just to the north of 55th, you said?
No, just to the north of Sunrise Boulevard.
They go to Plantation Elementary, because it's a part of the boundary.
That's correct.
Okay, great. So the point that I'm making here is that even though we have MLK, we have Plantation, the School Board of Broward County do not have boundaries based upon city limits. We have Plantation Elementary having the city of Lauderhill, as well as the city of Plantation and a small part of Sunrise, students being slated to go to Plantation Elementary. So we have these transitioning students from Broad Estates. Some of the students will be going to MLK, and some of the students will be going to Plantation Elementary, which, as mentioned by Mr. Beck, Plantation Elementary is already taking students from Lauderhill because part of Lauderhill is bounded for Plantation Elementary. So, Dr. Hepburn, would you say that the students that are transitioning from Broad Estates going into Plantation Elementary are primarily from the Broad Estates area?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. So would you say that it's important and reasonable to ready both of these schools, including, which would be Plantation Elementary and MLK, to receive these students who are primarily coming from the Broad Estates community?
Yes, I would concur with that.
Okay. Would you say that readying the schools is beneficial to the students living in Broad Estates to ensure their success?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And conversely, would you say that not readying Plantation Elementary and MLK for students coming from Broad Estates community would have some sort of a negative impact on those students?
Yes, we made a promise early on during this process.
Okay, so the goal is to take care of these students that are transitioning to these two schools, and most of these students live in the Broad Estates community.
Correct. Board was pretty clear early on about making sure that we support students through their transition and when they get there.
Okay, so the motion, and I'm asking the board to consider the motion. We did redefine, repurpose Broad Estates Elementary. Some people say close. I refuse to use the word close because we're repurposing Broad Estates into a very result-oriented early learning center. These kids are transitioning to Plantation Elementary as well as MLK. So the item is to ensure that the funding that was allocated for Broad Estates Elementary is being spent in that ecosystem to benefit those students living in that community who are transitioning, as well as to benefit the Broad Estates Early Learning Center with the incoming pre-K students that will be attending the Early Learning Center. And I'm asking the board to support the item. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman? Mrs.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holness. I agree with the assessment that we did. That was my understanding months ago when we voted on the original item. And so I just pulled this to say that I support the item and appreciate all the hard work that you've been doing in your community working on this for all these months. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Just to echo what my colleague said, I also just think it's really important that we're careful with our words up on the dais and when we promise a community something, especially as we re-enter and redefining, that we all remember and kind of take note of our words. So I will be supporting this item.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 14, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Seaman
say,
says aye.
Any opposed, say no. Is Mrs. Al-Hadaf on the line? Okay, so that's 8 votes, not 9. Okay, thank you. The next item is item 15. Can I have a motion in a second? It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Any public comment on item 15?
No comment.
Ms.
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a quick question on number 15. So in the executive summary, it gives some statistics, and thank you, because I know we asked for that, but it just kind of caught my eye that only 47% of principals said that they would purchase this software again, but 88% of the teachers. So I'm just wondering why there's such a huge disconnect between administration and the teachers. I mean, if the teachers are using it, why wouldn't the principals want that? So, Dr. Hepburn.
I can have Dr. Fulton or Dr. Cohn elaborate on some of the data and how we utilize or give choice for use.
Good afternoon, Dr. Cohn, Chief Academic Officer. I think you see the disparity between that because, as you all know, we just adopted the science adopted core curriculum, Discovery Education, so principals are aware that they're going to be getting a very robust science curriculum. Teachers are not new to the curriculum yet because they're starting to get some training, so you may see some incongruence in terms of what teachers don't know yet about the curriculum versus what principals are expecting to see. Some of it also could be budgetary concerns that principals also know that this is a school-based purchase and not a district-based purchase, and so there may be some apprehension knowing that we have a new state-adopted curriculum coming down the pike.
Thank you. I guess that kind of brings the point that I haven't, especially because we're having a budget meeting coming up later, that, you know, where I know 200,000 isn't a lot, there's other ones that cost a lot more, but is that the software, like, if the principals know that something else is coming down the line, and the teachers don't, which I guess is not really a good thing, does it make sense to spend the $200,000 here on this software where something that's coming down the line will provide teachers with what they need, because that $200,000 could go to someplace else in our budget?
So I can answer that. So this is one of those items similar to the last board meeting where this is principal choice and autonomy. This is based on their school budget. So principals have gotten their budgets. They know actually what they want to spend in terms of their return on investment. This is a great supplemental intervention science program that has had some really phenomenal results. And so some principals may say, I want to use this year as a honeymoon because I know I'm transitioning to the Dr. Core, and I'm tried and true. I know what J&J Boot Camp offers. So we did want to give them an opportunity while the teachers are very familiar with J&J Boot Camp as a supplement in beginning to know the new curriculum, to give them that option this year before we start to limit probably some of the other supplemental material. So I agree with what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item 15, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously with 8. Yes. Next item is item 16. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Holness. Any public comment?
No,
on the
ma'am.
item? Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In looking at the proposed Second Amendment that we're being asked to vote on today, the total ask appears to be for roughly $6,295,000. I did a deeper dive into the proposed amendment, and specifically on page 6 of 14 of the proposed amendment in reference to Article 2.03. There's a breakdown of all of the vendor products and services in which we are being asked to essentially extend. When you break down the numbers within subsection A1, A2, and A3, the total number that I get is approximately $6,805,000, which does not add up to the $6.2 million that this board is being asked to vote on. In addition, if you look at subsection A1, there is reference to a second revised Exhibit A. And within this Exhibit A, which is attached to this contract, there is a pretty substantive breakdown on how the contract arrives at the $3.7 million that it's seeking for this subsection. In regards to subsection 2 and 3, which is a $3 million ask and a $10,000 ask, there's reference to 2 exhibits which were not attached to the contract. I've got some concerns with voting on an agenda item that I have not had the opportunity to fully vet the breakdown, or at least see the breakdown on how they got to that $3 million. So between those 2 concerns, and I guess maybe we can take this in order. So, Madam Chair, how is it that when you actually look at the substance of the proposed amendment that we're being asked to vote on, the total dollar amount, when you add everything up, is $6,805,000 and some change? Yet the amount that is listed on our executive summary that this board is supposed to approve is roughly $6,295,000. I think that's a difference of roughly $500,000. Why do these numbers not add up?
Dr. Hepburn.
All right, so Dr. Cohn or Dr. Fulton, if there's any credits or any discrepancies.
I'll start, and I'll also defer this to also Melissa Holtz, Director of Elementary Learning, if she wants to add to it. So, Mr. Rivera, this contract is multi-layered, to your point. It involves the purchase of district purchased material and supplies as well as school-based purchase materials and supplies. And so what you see built into this is purchases that we are making as a district are already licensed, and some magnetic as well as some school-based purchases. So there may be where you see that discrepancy between what the district is purchasing versus what schools are able to purchase in terms of the flexibility of having an open spend for that.
But wait a second. We're being asked to approve a second amendment to an agreement.
Correct.
Right? So if this is approved by my colleagues and myself, we have to sign a contract, right, with this particular vendor, and pursuant to the contract, aren't these the items that we're purchasing, or is it your position that these items are just, the costs of all these items are just being laid out, and we can pick and choose what we want to take from this?
It's a combination of both, but I'll let Melissa Holtz kind of clarify.
Thank you, Dr. Cohn. Is this on? Yeah. Melissa Holtz, Director of Elementary Learning. So this is a multi-layer contract in the sense that we are guaranteeing a specific purchase. We are guaranteeing the purchase of the iReady personalized pathway in K through 5, and that is what Exhibit 1 shows for
You mean second revised Exhibit A?
Exhibit A for $3,795,892.96 is a guaranteed purchase from the district with Curriculum Associates. The other two are school-based spend authority purchases. So some schools may want to purchase the teacher toolbox, the magnetic readers, ESE purchases programs, materials through them as well. So $3,795,892 is the only guaranteed spend. The rest of the money is if a school chooses to in spend authority. We went back historically to see what schools did purchase through spend authority school-based, and that was really where that money came from, history. We have a little bit of money left over from Amendment 1, from the original $5,303 million asked. We didn't spend that all. So I'm asking for $6,295,893 in additional spend authority and whatever was left from the First Amendment spend authority that we didn't spend, which would give us a total $16,289,000 over the 3 years of the contract.
Okay, so looking at the proposed amendment,
Yes.
and maybe this is where my troubles are stemming from, because there's no Exhibit B or there's no Exhibit C. So I don't have the same breakdown, and I'm not privy to the same numbers and the same analysis I am with the second revised Exhibit A. So and maybe I'm reading this wrong.
You're not reading it wrong. So when we worked with this contract, we were under the impression that when you're writing an amendment, the only revisions to A, B, and C, that the ones that we submit are the ones that have been revised. So we presented A in the contract, but B and C was never revised, so we didn't present it with it, but we did pass it out.
Okay, but I guess maybe I can simplify.
Okay.
If you're asking this board, I get where of the total ask of the 6.2,
yes,
you are going to purchase 3.7 million or whatever the total a number equates to, which is broken down on Exhibit A. I get that, well documented.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
My question is, what are we doing with this extra $3 million?
We're holding it for spend authority for schools to purchase additional products out of their budget if they have the money from Curriculum Associates, which I understand is the missing Exhibit B and C that was not attached to the contract but was just handed out. So there's no guarantee that we'll spend the $3 million. We might spend $10,000 if a school chooses to purchase any of those products on those two additional exhibits.
In the first, because this is the Second Amendment, right? In the first
Yes.
version of the amendment,
Yes.
Did any of the schools purchase the items within revised Exhibit B, which, for the record, I guess was just handed out, and I'm honestly seeing for the first time now? Were any of these items purchased during the First Amendment time period?
Yes.
And if so, what was the dollar amount that was spent on the items that are listed on now revised Exhibit B?
I'd have to see the financial analysis worksheet to see if it gives a total of what was spent. Procurement does that and puts that in Granicus. I'd have to pull to see how much was spent.
I mean, if we spent $15,000 on the items on revised Exhibit B in the First Amendment period,
Right.
you're not going to have my vote to get
Right,
$3
I
million
understand.
for the Second Amendment time
Sure.
period. I need to know how much of this was actually purchased and what the dollars to dollars value ultimately equates to.
Correct.
I'm being asked for $3 million. I don't know where it's going.
I understand. If I can have an opportunity to see how much money was spent on the contract on Second Amendment, then I can come back and give that answer.
I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, well, we can, Ms. Thompson had some questions. So,
Oh, they're more comments, and it's kind of along the train of thought of Mr. Severa, so you can take time to look that up, that's fine. So I see that we have, and obviously this is my first time going into the school year on the board, we have a lot of high dollar contracts coming to us. Like, and these are my comments on both this item in 21 for the virtual school in 22, I believe. But why is it coming to us so late? Because we know these contracts are coming up. We're obviously going to continue Florida virtual. We're obviously going to, I love iReady. My 3 kids absolutely love iReady. So big proponent. But like, these are probably happening. So why is it occurring in a special session when we know that it's extremely likely that it's going to pass? I'm just trying to get some better understanding on how this works.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Khan.
I can answer that question. So obviously, in previous years, we had an opportunity through the Supplemental School Improvement Grant, some Title I and Title II. We've traditionally paid for these items through those grants. Due to the federal freeze and the uncertainty of knowing where the dollars were going to come from, we kind of kicked the can until we knew exactly. Obviously, this week we got released, and so that's why you're getting it this so late.
Okay, is that for just this? I'm trying to save us time. Is that just for this particular iReady, or would that also be for Florida virtual and the other item?
Not for Florida virtual, but it may have some implications on some other academic initiatives as well.
Okay, then I'm going to re-ask that for Florida virtual, but when we're trying to get a better grasp of our budget and what we're spending, some time would be appreciated because school starts in 2 weeks. And I feel like we're kind of getting shoved into a direction and we don't really have a lot of options.
I wish the outcome were different.
Yeah, and I just want us to all get better. And so is there a way, like, we know that iReady's probably going to get approved. Like, we know that it's a system that works. The satisfaction or ratings or whatever are all in the high 90s. So how can we as a team, the board and staff, work together so that we're getting these $6-7 million contracts earlier so that we can discuss them? Same with, I know Mrs. Hickson has brought up software contracts a lot. Like, I just feel like we don't have the opportunity to fully grasp what we're spending the money on all the time. And then it's school starting in 2 weeks. So if we don't pass iReady, my kids are going to kill me, for one. But, like, what are our options, I guess? I just wanted to express that sometimes it feels, as a board member, that we're getting forced into these decisions without enough time. So if there's a way in the future we can figure out how they come earlier or figure out a better solution,
So I
would appreciate
we have a better solution, and I think going forward through the direction and leadership of our superintendent, we've established what we consider as our Tier 1 supplemental materials, such as iReady, because it also is very important for us to really make sure that we look at our students, our most marginalized students, and really set a pathway for them. So I'm glad to hear you say you're aware and know about it. So through our superintendent, we have established what is our core, very small footprint of supplemental materials. And so moving forward, knowing that there may be some grant dollars we no longer will have, he's approved for that to move forward, going forward. So you won't see this happening going into next year.
Okay, and then, thank you for that, I appreciate that. And then these dollars, they're district dollars, or their schools can decide on iReady in this particular case?
It's both. So we are purchasing a district-wide purchase for iReady K through 5, or for our middle schools who are our Tier 3 middle schools, they'll have access to this. It includes some supplemental materials. And then for the state just released Tier 3 math intervention, we'll be purchasing that. iReady Curriculum Associate is the sole provider of that intervention. So every district that was awarded that grant will receive Curriculum Associates through Tier 3 math. Schools will have an opportunity to purchase supplemental materials. And then I would say that based on last year, looking at the dollars of what schools spent, iReady has a host of new products such as magnetic. We're only purchasing grades 4 and 5, but some schools may choose to purchase grades K through 3. And that's why we projected potentially where the dollars will land. And so we may be looking at apples to oranges from year to year because of the new products that, like the math intervention that the state just approved, that has iReady as the sole provider, and the magnetic. And so we didn't want to exclude ourselves or come back to the board and ask for something knowing that these new robust products that schools used last year, and they had some significant gains using these products. We didn't want to limit it at that point of the year. We wanted to have them access to this.
Thank you, I appreciate that. That's all my questions, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have the answer?
I do. $2,366,176 was spent just from the school-based purchases, or if there was something other than the big district-based purchase of iReady. We also, as Dr. Cohn mentioned, have an $800,000 grant that we just received from the state, and that will be part of this spend authority so that we can purchase $800,000 worth of math intervention books from Curriculum Associates.
Do you need the spending authority to trigger the 800?
That is included in this, yes.
Oh, it's included in the $3
300,
million.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any impediment to the iReady virtual program in regards to what is being proposed on this revised Exhibit B? I'm looking at these, and these all, stop me if I'm wrong, these all appear to be physical books.
Yes.
Okay, like hard copy books, whereas obviously iReady is a virtual program online.
Yes and no. So there's multiple layers to iReady. So there is a personalized pathway online, which is what our kids get on every day, and they work on the virtual pathway. Then there are also hard books. If we talk about magnetic or ready, those are hard books. The early K-2 foundational skills hard books. So we have electronic pathway and electronic diagnostic, where we do diagnostic 1, 2, and 3, electronic, and then hard books. And then you also have the teacher toolbox, which is a combination. So that's a license that a teacher would log into to get PDFs of resources that they would then print and use in their classrooms. So it's 3 different components of things that we would be purchasing and or making available for purchase. So I love them all. I love the paper, hard paper in a student's book when they're annotating and writing, but I think the personalized pathway electronically is very important as well. So I don't think there's a detriment one way or the other.
But let me add something to that, Mrs. Cervera. So I think the other important thing to note is that schools are actually using these resources in different ways at different times of the day. And so some may be doing what we call a push-out model, where they use their expert teachers to use the supplement outside of the classroom. Some double up with the teacher in the classrooms and use it as a small group. And then some use it as extended learning opportunities, and we call it after-school preparation camp. So you'll see that principals are choosing various options to double dose, to intervene early, or to accelerate their students beyond using the core. And so that's why schools are using some of these resources in different ways.
You don't need any of the items on revised Exhibit B to have iReady be a fully functioning online program, correct?
That is correct. The items on B, I believe, are the hard copy books.
So it's a supplement or an aid, if you will, but it doesn't directly affect our students' ability to use iReady in the virtual space.
It does not.
And for the record, I do like iReady.
Yes.
I love when it's time for a scoring round. But you know, I look at some of these contracts with the numbers, and you know, my ears perk up, and especially when we do a lot of this, you know, mixing and matching of things, in you know, in regards to virtual programs, and now these are hard copy books, and I mean, listen, $3 million is a lot of money, right? Even in a district with a budget as big as ours, as we'll see in a couple minutes here. But I always get very concerned when we start talking about these types of dollars in these contexts. So I appreciate the information. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I would like to bifurcate the asks, the specific asks within the contract, and reduce the amount that's being sought for the specific items in Exhibit B. And instead of $3 million, I'd like to propose $1.5 million.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, any public comment on the motion? Okay, board discussion.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Holmes?
I'd like for the superintendent to speak as to the impact of this reduction, how it would affect anything at all as it pertains to this item, and student being able to receive services in terms of iReady and so on. How will this have any impact?
Dr. Hepburn?
Thanks for the question, Dr. Holness. I'll ask Dr. Cohn if he can elaborate on any impacts or effects on our students.
Sure. It may limit, so scenario A, if we exceed the 1.5 million and there are specific schools that want to purchase additional materials, they would not be able to purchase those materials. We would have to come back to the board for an increase in spend authority. And so that's a scenario that may happen.
Okay, and in light of that scenario, the lapse in time to coming back to the board, if that scenario does occur, what time period, in your best estimate, are we looking at that would be impactful to those students negatively?
It would depend on, it would probably be a month. We'd come back to the board.
Okay, so for a month, you would have a number of schools and students waiting who will not have access.
Yeah, principals who want the material, they would have to wait a month.
Which would impact the students, correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question, and actually, I appreciate the conversation, Mr. Silvera, because it's something I've been bringing up over and over again about spend authority and how much we cushion it, because to me, if you give spend authority, it means that money has to be set aside and you can't spend it on something else. So my question is, when you did this item, can you explain to us, did you come up with the 3 million plus because that was what was spent in the previous year? Or did you survey and find out exactly what they wanted? Because honestly, I'd prefer this to be the least amount and then have you come back and ask for more spend authority if that was necessary. But I do think it also makes sense to do a contract with what we know, not what we think.
So I worked with Curriculum Associates to see what the spend was for last year, and then I looked with procurement to confirm that that was the spend of last year, and that is how we came up with the number. The base contract price for what the district is purchasing for this year is a little bit different than what we purchased last year, so it's a different base price for the district purchase, but I just repeated the historical spend from components outside of the iReady platform, and that's how I came up with the number. And the $800,000 for the new grant. It's just spend authority, it's grant money.
So the 1.5 that Mr. Silvera is suggesting would include the 800,000 that's part of the grant.
It would have to because attachment B includes the Ready books and the teacher toolbox, and that is what the state has approved through the grant to purchase. So I would take 800,000 of the 1.5 off the top to purchase the grant materials.
Leaving you 700,000.
So that would leave us $700,000 for the rest of the schools.
Okay, and my other question is, so did you survey the schools to, instead of just going on historical
I
and
did
know
not.
what they?
I did not. I surveyed the schools just to find out if they were interested in having iReady, but there wasn't a specific question that said, are you going to purchase the products above and beyond what the district?
Gotcha.
It was just, do you want it? Do you think it's effective? And same questions to the teachers. Do you want to have the iReady products in your school, and did you find them to be effective towards student achievement?
So your best guess is we'll be close to what we spent last year?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Thompson?
I need a point of clarification on how, so if schools can buy it on their own, and we say they can only spend the 1.5 million spending authority, what is that process? Is it like first come, first serve? Because that means that are schools that might be struggling, or they have a lot of issues, should I say issue, a lot of things that they're handling all at the same time, then our most needy schools might not be able to get it because they didn't get the paperwork in time. So can you walk me through, like, I'm a principal and I want iReady. What do I do?
I would have to defer that, I think, to someone in procurement. I believe that they are the ones who tally the spend authority and deduct it from the total, and when we hit it, then they stop allowing the purchase to go through, but I would have to ask.
But is it first come, first serve?
It
I
is
think?
first come, first serve, yes. Because whoever hits the spend authority, the purchase order that goes in first starts to subtract from the purchase order, the spend authority.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, point of clarification. What I am proposing is the approval of the $3,795,000 for the iReady virtual program, which is in Section 2.03A1. My understanding that $3.7 million pursuant to revised Exhibit A will cover all of the iReady materials, the virtual materials. That's outlined in Exhibit A. What I am suggesting is limiting the amount of spend authority we have for that's being requested of $3 million, cutting that in half to $1.5 million, to 1.5, but that 1.5 will only be used for the items on revised Exhibit B, which, as we've established, are the physical books. This is not affecting the iReady virtual program that's outlined in painstaking detail in revised Exhibit A. And I would also note, Mr. Conwell, I appreciate the fact that you said it would be a detriment if the 1.5 ran out, we'd have to come back and ask for more spend authority if we wanted to buy more stuff. Well, if the $3 million runs out and you want to buy more stuff, you got to come back to the board anyway, right?
Correct. But can I clarify your ask? So the 3.7 in Exhibit A, that's the district-wide purchase. That's not the school-based purchase. So if we only went with Exhibit A, that means schools won't be able to have autonomy to purchase the supplemental materials.
On Exhibit B.
So let's look at Exhibit B.
It's the handout that was provided a few minutes ago.
Yes, just now.
These are physical books, right?
Magnetic Reader is a physical book. Teacher Toolbox is an online tool that you go into and you can get PDF versions from the Teacher Toolbox. So it's an additional resource.
Is it a requirement that you have anything on Exhibit B in order to use the iReady virtual program?
No.
Okay. So again, what I am suggesting is the approval of the 3.7. So all of our students can use the virtual iReady platform in the same way they used it last year. My only ask is that rather than approving $3 million of spending authority to buy the hard books that are in revised Exhibit B, we limit that to $1.5 million. That is my ask.
Dr. Holmes.
If I may just add a little bit, because it makes a lot of sense, but I want to bring some connection to it. It's been a while since I've been in the classroom, but Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong. Even though the software piece is standalone, these are enhancement to, and I'll give you an example. Once the students takes a diagnostic assessment, it will give you a trajectory of what I can do to fill gaps with what the data tells you. So the Teacher Toolbox is a companion to it. And so it would be very nice if the teachers had access to the teacher toolbox, so that it will provide them additional lessons, additional resources, and materials that they can use to help fill the gaps that were determined by the iReady software. And the magnetic reading books are awesome for students who are Tier 2 and Tier 3, because what that does is teachers work with them in small groups. They use them in tutoring. So while the software is a standalone, these are enhancements that are definitely needed for our students to be able to complete the whole package of what iReady offers for a school district.
Understand, and with my proposal, they'll be able to do that with a spend authority up to $1.5 million, with obviously, as Mr. Cohn suggested, if the need arises, you could always come back to the board, right?
You're correct, but if it is a first come, first serve. So if it's almost like the first schools that put their order in are going to get it, and there are going to be some schools who will need it but won't be able to get it at the time that they need it. So that would delay interventions for some students.
Understood. But first and foremost, we don't know, because apparently a study wasn't done. We were going off of historical data from last year, right, when they spent $2 million on this. This $3 million is an estimate. Maybe we only get to the 1.5 over the course of the school year, and we save the district $1.5 million in spend authority, right? I don't know the answer to that. Looking at all this in a vacuum, I think it's a lot of money. I'm not suggesting that ultimately maybe it's not needed, but as I sit here right today, from what I've looked at, I am not comfortable with the total amount, the $6 million plus that's being asked. I understand the need for iReady. My kids use it. I 100% see the benefit. But when we're asking for, let's give us $300 million or $3 million so we can potentially buy these other things, it's too much dough.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and thank you, Dr. Fulton, for clarifying the importance of the enhancement to the software. I would caution this board, based upon what's been said by staff, that we support an item that could result in lapse in time for essential materials for students. We have historical data, that's all we have right now, but it is evident, it provides evidential base starting point. So I am not willing to reduce what is shown through historical data to be $3+ million, with the consequence of creating a lapse in time for students to have these enhancements. I rather err on the side of supporting student learning, as opposed to waiting 3, 4, 5 weeks with students not having this. I don't think the $3+ million dropped from the sky. It came from historical data. So I cannot support it, because I do not want to put our students in a position where there's a lapse in time for some students not being able to have. And yes, you could get to $3 million and you need more, but I am supporting this based upon the $3 million came from historical data that this was what we needed last year. It didn't show we needed $1.5 million last year. It showed we needed $3 million. So hopefully we stay within the same range. But I certainly think that the $1.5 million put us at risk of having students getting a lapse in time, not having the proper enhancement to iReady that they would need. So I don't want to take that risk.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. Just to weigh in, it's hard to make a decision on these things when we're getting piecemeal, and I've talked to Dr. Cohn about that, who had, good responses to me, thank you. But when we're getting into the chair's comments earlier, kind of piecemeal, contract by contract, it's hard to see how it all fits together and the big picture of what the budget looks like. And so holistically, I think that we should be working towards doing something differently, because when we're responsible for approving item by item and you take it kind of in a vacuum, it might sound fine, but then we don't know what it looks like compared to the big picture. So I don't know that either side in this particular debate is incorrect, but it's very difficult for me personally to have an idea of what supplements are needed, what's redundant, what we could be cutting or what we should be enhancing. To the chair's point on the other item, it's difficult based on kind of the information that we're getting to really make a decision about how effective things are too, or even who it's really serving based on the executive summary. So I guess my question is for the superintendent of how we can streamline this process so that we have a better idea of what we're voting on in the big picture moving forward.
Well, I can't give you all the details to the answer. I know we had a conversation, it's been last week, with Ms. Batista and I collaborating on some other things, but I'm taking notes about how do we make this more coherent as far as academic or divisional spend, right? So you can understand the whole entire picture. And if a contract is coming out of a separate window than other academic spend, maybe in the executive summary we add about the others. For instance, for this is a supplemental software to complement our core instruction for ELA and all those, and reading and all those wonderful things. So maybe we add what we've spent or the choices that schools currently have, so you get the total number of the total spend. So just
I think that would be good so that we have a better picture of what we're looking at, how many supplements we have, what we're actually paying, and then we can make decisions accordingly.
Correct. So
because right now it's really difficult for us to
understand
really what we're voting
I
for.
hear you loud and clear and internalizing it, and my brain's turning how to convey this better in the future so that we understand holistically for each divisional spend what that looks like, and the services that schools are receiving from products or services that we're purchasing.
And also ultimately what our budget is for that, because obviously we're having, we need to be sticking with our budget and budget constraints. So if we know what the number is to start with, and then we're working under that, that's a lot easier than random throwing out
So
numbers.
I think what we're starting to do in cabinet about budget spends and availability of funds within your budget to purchase certain things, we can replicate that in executive summaries also. Just everybody has a clear idea of what we look like financially when we're purchasing certain things.
Right, and if we can have all of that information together, so that we have a whole list and all what we're spending on it.
Agreed.
I think that would be helpful for all of us. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
I guess we need a roll call. I didn't hear everybody say something.
I'm a yes.
Roll call. School board members Severa? Yes. Hickson?
No.
Honus?
No.
Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert?
Yes.
Thompson? Yes. Zeman? He's not on the line. Ahodef? She's also not on the line. Bowman?
No.
Passes 4-3.
Okay, so to the item, all those in favor of...
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so for the item, since you have made a change regarding the spend, the recommended action needs to be changed to approve the second amendment to the agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida and Curriculum Associates for a term that commences on August 1st, 2025 and concludes on July 31st, 2026. And the additional spending authority request, I want to make sure that I have this right because I just added it up here, but it looks like it would be the $3,795,892.96 plus the 1.5 million, and in addition to that, the 10,000 from Exhibit C, which totals $5,305,892.96. I just want to verify that I'm correct. 892.96. I just don't, I mean, I want to make sure that what you're asking for is the correct amount.
No, I don't want to recess. It's not 2 minutes. We're never going to finish that. Yeah. They're fine. Science, same thing.
It should be 3.7 plus 1.5, right?
Plus 10,
Plus
because
10.
there was a C.
Okay, so that's the amendment on the.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be the recommended, I'm sorry, so that would be the amended, recommended action that I would
Every
like.
time there's a change in the executive summary, everyone says we don't have to worry about it.
No, other parts in the executive summary are fine, but the recommended action is what actually you're voting on.
So do we need a motion? on
Yes,
that?
yes, a motion to amend, to strike the 6,295,893 and instead have 5,305,892.96.
Do we have to vote on the item first and then do the executive summary? Because it's two different things. We haven't voted on the item yet.
So I would
Do that and then
yes.
say as amended?
Yes.
Okay. I move what she said.
Second.
Any public comment on the motion? Any board comment on the motion? Motion passes. So now we're going to vote on the item.
You have to vote on it.
Huh?
You have to vote.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Sorry. On the amendment, yes. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. So now we're voting on the item as a whole as amended. All those in favor of item 16 as amended, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Next item is item 19. Can I have a motion and a second on item 19? It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public
No, ma'am.
comment? Okay. Board discussion, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for the homebound student teacher, correct? Is that on number 19?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, I support the need for the teachers in this scenario. My only question was the salary. I think it was $125,000 a year. Just wondering, is this fair? This is market price. How do we come up with this number? Because obviously, majority of our teachers in our brick and mortar schoolhouses don't make anywhere near this. So I was just wondering how we came up with this salary.
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll defer to Dr. Lozano, but I think you see a higher salary because it's not a 10-month, it's a 12-month term. Most teachers are under a 10-month term. The hospital homebound runs year-round.
I guess then to Mrs. Is this fair? Is this market rate? I mean, what kind of analysis was done to get to this
Well,
number?
and this is also total comp. This is, if you look at the executive summary, you see salary plus fringe. You see the annual salary is actually $88,000. And then the fixed fringe is $11,000, and other fringe costs. So total salary plus the fringe cost is $119 plus the 3% raise that it received last year. It equates to that.
Same question. All of this is market for this position?
Correct.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question. So regarding students who are eligible to receive hospital homebound services, is the Memorial Healthcare System the only system that we use in terms of our students who need homebound services?
That's an excellent question. I'd like the ESC team take that away. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Andrea Ciotti, Director for Specialized Instruction. That is the only hospital that we have an agreement with. Because Joe DiMaggio is our pediatric level 1 trauma center, as well as our heart transplant, that's where we see our students staying the longest. If they're in another facility, they are typically serviced through telehealth.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, all of our students who require or are eligible for homebound services, they do receive service one way or another, not just through the Memorial system, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else? All those in favor of item number 19, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item up is item number 20. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mr. Severa. Any public comment on the motion, on the item?
No registered public comments.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions on this one. First and foremost, and I'm assuming this is a numbers thing, but there's two different providers who are being asked to fund here. The first one is this North Lauderdale Educational Centers that is asking for approximately $607,000. The next one is Nova, which is at $4 million. Obviously a little bit more than what North Lauderdale is asking. Why the price differential, and what is the exact breakdown in services rendered which would require such a higher price tag to Nova Southeastern, long day, when compared to North Lauderdale?
Dr. Hepburn.
Great question. I'll have Ms. Egan come on up and answer that one.
Diane Egan, Executive Director of ESE. The difference in the two contracts is based on the number of students that they serve. Our Novus Bodwin location serves up to 120 students, and our other contract serves a lot less. So Andrea's getting the number.
So I'm sorry, you said Nova services 120 kids?
Yeah, so each one of our contracts is based on the number of students that they plan to serve. So
Okay.
Nova is a very big program, and it serves up to 120 students. They don't go over that number.
And how many kids does North Lauderdale Educational Center service?
We're looking that up.
I hope it's not 120.
No, it's
because you know
not.
it's coming
Our
next
program-
if it is.
Yeah. The programs are very different. So our NOVA program services our students with autism and related disabilities, and they have full-time classes. And our other agreement with North Lauderdale is for our students who are in integrated programs, so that like there are low-need students who maybe are in a regular VPK type program, but they may have some special education needs, and we meet them that way. So there's a very small number of those students, but it does give us the opportunity to provide a full continuum of services from our most needy students into our least, level of needs. So
Okay.
North Lauderdale serves, not very many students at all.
Okay, thank you for that and for the clarification. Madam Chair, and this is always a recurring question I have with these types of contracts. The ask is for 3 years. And when we total everything up, according to the executive summary, it's almost $14 million. What is the benefit to the district for entering into a 3-year contract as opposed to a year-to-year contract in which we're being asked to basically lay out 2+ years worth of expenses on a 3-year contract? Are we getting a discount because we're signing up long-term?
So it's not necessarily a discount, but we have had these contracts for over 20 years where they've been servicing our students in the community. So we don't lay out any money. This money is based on student enrollment, so it's FTE generated, and they do pay us a fee back for, that's our benefit. But the money that is used for these are generated by the student enrollment, which is directly related to FTE, which is money we get from the state.
But why not just sign a 1-year deal, for instance, with Nova, right? The ask is $12 million on the Nova over 3 years. So why not just sign a 1-year deal, pay them $4 million, keep the $8 million difference in our pocket, use it on whatever else the district deems necessary, and just renew this on a year-to-year basis?
So
why come out and pay $12 million now?
We don't pay them now. We pay them each month. They send us a invoice, and we pay them each month. We don't pay them in advance. So the 3-year contract just allows us to continue the working relationship, and instead of doing the same contract every year for 3 years, the money is not laid out ahead of time. It is based on a monthly verification of their enrollment, and it's based on FTE surveys 2 and 3.
But you're asking for $12 million in spend authority to earmark for this for 3 years, right?
Yes.
Okay.
over
Is
3 years.
is there any scenario in which we maybe go back to the if we signed up with them for a year as opposed to 3 years, and we then go back and maybe negotiate for, dare I say, a lower price for a continuation of services with these providers?
Well, we're paying for their student enrollment, the same amount that we would be paying for student enrollment each year. So that's why we do an overall amount so that we don't exceed that spend authority.
So there's no leverage on any type of negotiation we have with them. It's just whatever the cap is, that's what you got to pay for.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have quick question. I already know the answer, but I need to ask it. So in the recommended action, it says approve the agreements between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and 1, North Lauderdale Education Centers Incorporated, semicolon, Nova Southeastern University Incorporated, Baldwin, semicolon, and the spending authority of a total of $13.9 million. So my question, which I know the answer to, is it's not clear because there's a number 1 and there's not a number 2. So it's not clear that they're two separate things. And then when you read in the background, it says SBBC has entered into an agreement with the above referenced vendor for more than 25 years. So it doesn't say vendors with an S, so that you know it's clear. So based on what Ms. Batista said about the last item, I'm assuming they're two separate things. So I'd like to make a motion to add a number 2 in front of Nova Southeastern University in the recommended action, so that it is clear that there are 2 vendors here, not just 1.
Second.
Any public comment on the motion? Any board member comment on the motion? I do have a question, Ms. Batista. The background history doesn't have to be corrected, just the action. Okay, perfect. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carried. Back to the original item. All those in favor of item 20 as amended say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries as amended. Next item is number 21. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Any public comment
No,
on
ma'am.
21? Okay, Ms. Thompson.
As I alluded to earlier, my question is really just, why is this taking, what was the path that this contract went through to get to us? And obviously, we will continue contracting with Florida Virtual. So can I just get a little clarification on that?
Through the chair, this is Chris McGuire, Principal, Broward Virtual School. I appreciate the question because we worked diligently to get the, hi, how are you? We worked diligently to get the contract to you before June 30th, but language was held up with the vendor. I hate to point the finger to the other person, but there are 2 entities and they deal with all 67 districts, Florida Virtual School does. So they're not as fast as our legal department. I will tell you, Ms. Balkansky in our legal department is minutes in response, minutes. She's terrific. So unfortunately, to conform with our agreements, Florida Virtual School they balked at a few things and we just had to negotiate it. But believe me, it was my intention to bring it to you. So I appreciate the question.
Of course, thank you for that clarification, and that's all I had.
Thank you. Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And perhaps the answer to this question is the same as in the prior agenda item. Looking at the term of the proposal here for the $4 million, it appears to be a 36-month deal, 3-year term. So again, why are we entering into a 3-year contract as opposed to a year-to-year contract for the total amount as opposed to the one? I'm not going to try to do the math. The $1 million plus
Sure,
a year.
it's 1.575.
Okay. Thank you, Principal. Of course, it takes a principal up here to be able to do that quickly. Thank you, sir.
No, I appreciate the question. We do lock in course licensing prices at the point of the contract so that there's no increase in year 2 and year 3.
So here we have a situation where it benefits the district for doing a 3-year deal because we're locking in a rate that will most likely increase if we were to do this year by year.
Correct.
Okay, I feel so much better. Thank you for that.
I can only speak to this contract.
Fair enough. I'll take it one at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 21 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item
Thank
is
you.
item 22. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Oh, I forgot to mention that. Oh, we have to stop. We don't have quorum.
Jeff.
No, we don't. 1, 2, 3,
He's coming back.
4.
If he's in the room, is it quorum?
Yeah, we just have to remember that we are short on board members. We have to have at least 5 people in the room, and we're only at 4. So we have to be cognizant when we step away, who's not on the dais. So, okay. I think we're good now. Okay,
Thank you, and I'll be quick. Basically the same question we do dual enrollment. We obviously love dual enrollment. Our families do, so why the time frame?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep. Go ahead, go.
Hello, Gabriel Moha, Director of Secondary Learning. Thank you again, Ms. Thompson, for the question. Very similar to Ms. McGuire's answer. We deal with Broward College. We gave Broward College the contract on June 3rd, and they have a bureaucracy there as well. It took them up until last week to give us back their signed copy. So this is when the earliest we can get it. And it had to come to this board meeting because it's an amendment. If it doesn't come to this board meeting, I'd have to start all over again with a brand new contract. So that's why the urgency for this board meeting.
Thank you. That's
Thank
all.
you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 22, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion carries. The next item is item number 23. Can I have a motion and a second on
So
item?
moved.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No comment.
Ms. Thompson.
I just need to make a motion to amend Whispering Pines School in time to 4 p.m. so that it will meet instructional time.
Second. Any public comment on the motion? Any board member discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion of changing the Whispering Pines time to 4 p.m., say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion carries, minus Mr. Severa. Now to vote on the motion, the item as amended. All those in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
No, he said aye.
I think everybody said aye. Okay, next item is 24. Can I have a motion and a second on item 24?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Holness. Any public comment?
Yes,
got
ma'am.
one verse,
Dr.
please.
Natalie Walsh.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. When we had a long-range facility master plan steering committee like a year ago or so, transportation was one of the costs that we kept asking for, and I think we got a preliminary set of costs from staff. However, what we don't know are the school buses in Maximo. Maximo is supposed to be an asset management software program. What's your school bus inventory? Are you sure the routes are as efficient as they could be? Before you keep buying buses, it should be very clear that this is the minimal amount you need to continue moving forward. Do you have more routes that you could consolidate? Do you have, is everything as efficient as it could be before asking for $32 million? Yes, it's over 2 different DEFP years, but I have never, in the 14 years I've been involved with this district, ever seen an analysis of school buses in terms of the routes that are served, the ages of the buses. I have never seen, not in 14 years, a school bus inventory. The accumulated depreciation, where are they? In terms of what do you have? All I ever see is just a request for more money for school buses, a request for more money for school buses. Year in, year out, never an analysis to make sure that you are being efficient in spending taxpayer funds where school buses are concerned, especially now when we don't have the money and everybody's looking to the capital funds to keep pulling money out of capital funds, and this is why you can't do this project here or that project there. So please, if you could request, and I'm going to ask one of the FTF chair to ask for it, but you're about to spend $32 million, and I don't think any of you have seen a school bus inventory. It should be in Maximo. That's the first question. Are we tracking it in Maximo? What's the useful life? None of that. Never seen it. Not in 14 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Zeman?
Hi, thanks so much, Chair. I do want to follow on from our public speaker about this. You know, this is a year of dramatic decline in enrollment. It's going to have some impact on the transportation needs. I agree with the public speaker that this is kind of an area in which we need a lot more data, a lot more analysis. Yes, we have like a local program that helps us do the routing. We have an excellent staff that, you know, has to do 1,000 different exceptions as kids, you know, enroll for the school and all that. But my own belief is that this is a great year to skip this contract and take that $32 million and put it back in other critical needs, just because we have such huge declining enrollment. And because without the data that the public speaker talked about, there's no real justification for spending this kind of money. And so in my mind, you know, there has to be some consequences from not collecting data, not having an analysis, not tracking buses as an asset. And I think that maybe pausing this and either asking the superintendent to tell us whether he has seen that analysis, and we haven't, or maybe even to kick it back. So could I, Chair, to the superintendent, ask kind of what degree of confidence does the superintendent have that we need these buses?
Yes, I'll ask Ms. Paul to elaborate.
I would be happy to elaborate. So the first, and thank you for asking the question, Dr. Zeman. The first issue is that we're buying the buses from a contract, and so we're trying to lock in the price, because the prices, we've been notified that they will increase. And so that's the first issue. The second issue is that our buses are old. Our buses are average age over 10 years. As I said in a previous workshop, we are traveling the same miles we did 10 years ago. So even though we don't have kids, we're still using our buses the same way we did 10 years ago in terms of accumulating mileage. The other issue, too, is that by locking in this contract, again, we save money. We get newer buses. We are able to reduce the age of our fleet. And then also with the different safety improvements they've made over the years, we can take advantage of that. So even though we've lost kids, as I said before, we are traveling the same number of miles. We do track our buses. We do have a way. We do have access to that information, and we would definitely be more than happy to provide that information to the board to help them make the decision. As stated previously, this is over the 2 years to purchase buses, and so one of my initiatives is to upgrade the fleet. Or one of the team's initiatives, we work as a team, is to upgrade the fleet in terms of getting newer buses and putting the older ones out to pasture. And so we do have a plan. We do have a method to accomplish the mission of transporting our students.
And Chair, just to follow on to that, Mr. Superintendent, is it possible that we could see that plan before we vote on committing $32 million from the DEFP to this? Could we, is there some urgency to do this today? Or could we see the plan and bring this item back with kind of the details from an asset management perspective that would demonstrate that even though we're traveling the same miles, that this is a critical DEFP cost that we need to bear?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah, have Ms. Paul discuss the question you just asked. Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
So again, as I stated previously, Dr. Zeman, one of the issues we'll be faced with is we want to lock in the contract for the three vendors that we have here. The prices are increasing, so the Florida Department of Education told us this, so we know this. What we can do is modify the schedule in terms of how many we purchase. But again, I think it would not be to the district's advantage to not lock in the contract.
I understand all of that, and I'm asking a little different question though, which is, could we do this at the August school board meeting and still lock in on this contract to give us a month to see that analysis, particularly about the asset management perspective, so that we can see the average age and feel confident that this is something that we need to do now and ought not to take a year or two off?
I can provide you the average age of the fleet, so we can get that to you shortly as an attachment. We can also provide the bus purchase history over the last few years, going back to 2013. And then we can provide you with the 5-year plan for purchasing buses. So I can send that to the board as an attachment within the next few minutes, if that would answer your questions.
I would actually like to, get the analysis and look at it and think about it, would be my view. And what I keep asking is there any urgency on this item, or could we do this in August without any damage to the contract?
I think, oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Paul.
I think I think we would lose the advantage of the current purchasing cost if we delay the contract. We also have the other issue of tariffs also playing into this decision. So what we know now is that the cost of buying a school bus will go up, and so the state has been very adamant on that. So again, the price also is based on the quantity of buses, so that's why it seems like it's a huge amount of money. We have 1,223 buses in our fleet right now. What we're proposing is buying 100 buses over the next, each year over the next 5 years. So again, we rushed to get this to the board once we found out that the prices were going up, and so that's why we're bringing it before the board now.
I appreciate that, and I'm not going to make a motion to postpone this a month and try and get the data, but I do want to learn more about this, and it's not. I want more than just average age of the fleet. I'd like to really look at this from an asset management perspective, including things like, is there a way to route our buses differently, given the number of children that we have and the like. I just believe that this is a functional area in which there's tons of analysis and models available, and we just got to figure out how to get that kind of data and analysis to the board so we can kind of tell confidently to our constituents that 100 new buses per year makes sense. So I'm not going to make a motion to postpone this, Mr. Superintendent. But if you please could, I would love, and I'm sure my colleagues would love to see the data and the analysis from an asset management perspective so that we can feel confident with this 5-year plan at 100 per year. Is that okay?
Sorry. Mr. Hepburn.
I got a little distracted there, but if it was about providing a follow-up with all the data around asset management, yes, we can follow up with all that.
Thanks so much, Dr. Hepburn. I appreciate it. And thank you to all my colleagues for putting up me being away from there today. I know it's a distraction.
Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you for apologizing for that distraction, Dr. Zeman. We accept your apology. But I do. So my questions were kind of in the same vein as Dr. Zeman. I appreciate the timing. You say the word tariff. I think everyone knows that that's going to, any major capital purchase, the timing could be better or worse depending on how that looks. But But I would also like to see a more robust plan, and I think the frustration with, obviously, we're going to need buses anyway, so I don't have a objection to that necessarily, but I do think that we really need to be looking holistically again at our entire system. If we're traveling the same miles that we were 10 years ago with less kids, putting the same kind of wear and tear on the buses, our first stop should be the systems that we're addressing. And looking at how we're going to save costs with that. And then I also have a question for Ms. Paul, or for Dr. Hepburn. When we're looking at purchasing buses, are we looking at moving into electric buses? Does that make sense for us? You know, I don't know the answers to that, but I'd like to know kind of where we're at with the analysis on costs for electric versus diesel and how that all would work as well. So I mean, I think what we're asking is for more information again in order to make major capital decisions.
Ms. Paul.
I can address that. Currently, we have 60 electric buses in our fleet. I believe these were purchased similar to what we did, or what I did in Palm Beach. We got a grant and we bought them. And so we currently have about 235 propane buses in our fleet and 806 conventional diesel type vehicles. So the intent, personally I have an electric vehicle and I love electric, but one of the things that we have to do as school districts is learn how to use them right and appropriately. If it takes them all night to charge, and stuff. So we're still, I think all school districts across the country is still working through this. But I think that we can't discount it going forward, that we need to, rely on cleaner energy. I think overall the propane buses have been somewhat disappointing. But again, I believe, as you know, in a mixed fleet, and so we'll continue to move forward with trying to gear more towards electric. As you know, electric buses are a lot more expensive, and so the grant really helped us out. But what I'm concerned about is reducing the number of buses in the fleet. I think we should. I think, and we have a routing system that is nationally recognized, but really routing goes to programs. And so when you talk about traveling less miles, you got to look at, kind of where are we going in terms of our programs, our academic programs. So all of it is linked together. It's not just one clear answer.
Right. So hopefully we'll have a better idea during this year of what our programming so that we can adjust our transportation to that. And do we have a minimum commitment if we enter into these contracts, if we grant the spend request? We don't have to use all of that money necessarily.
Not necessarily.
But do we have a minimum purchase requirement in order to piggyback into these contracts?
What we know is that we get a better value, and I'm not sure what the difference is, but if you buy in bulk, you go to the front of the line. I know that. And you also get other incentives, but I guess I was getting a text message, but I'll look into that. But I know from my previous transportation experience, when you buy in bulk, you go to the front of the line and you get, the pricing is the pricing based on whatever the bid or whatever the co-op bid is.
Okay. So I don't necessarily have an objection to this as long as we're agreeing to it with the idea that we're going to be reducing the mileage and ultimately probably the number of buses that we're going to need altogether so that we have a good, well-run fleet.
I think right now, I don't necessarily believe that we need to hold as many buses as we have in the fleet. So I'm working with transportation to reduce the number of buses. We have roughly about 200 spares, so I want to pare that down. And then the ones that we can send to auction, I definitely want to do that. It makes no sense to continue to hold on to old buses just because we think we may need them in the future. And so I'm working with Dr. Clowers to move this forward. So yeah.
And so this is a maximum spending amount.
Yes.
We don't necessarily have to spend this either.
Correct.
If we don't, okay.
Correct.
So based on further analysis, this could end up being quite a bit less.
Right. So, if we have 1,100 buses, we want to replace 500 over 5 years.
And reduce the mileage.
And reduce at
and
the same time.
routes that we're doing and potentially look at other transportation options.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely. You got it.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo some of my colleagues' concerns, but I think it seems covered that it's a spending authority. I would caution looking into electric buses. I know this was something done at the county level, and just the technology isn't there, so I want to make sure they are more expensive, that we're having a thoughtful, just because it's green doesn't mean it's the best thing to purchase at this point in time. But also talking to our county buddies who have bought electric buses and it's not working out so well for them. That would just be my comment, is making sure we're spending our money most effectively, not just because something is green. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Severa?
I apologize. Was there a question?
No.
She didn't have a question. She was just making a statement.
We had a board member distracting me.
Which is not as bad as a cell phone, by the way. Thank you, Madam Chair. I looked at this, and I had two primary questions. My first primary question was, if you look at the executive summary here, the first line item requesting the $15,645,000 appears to be for last year's school year, 24-25. I want some clarification. Was that money spent and we're now seeking some type of reimbursement? Or why is it that the $31 million or the $32 million ask is split into last school year and now this school year?
Dr. Hepburn?
Are we on the same item?
Still on the buses.
On the buses? Okay. All right.
Hepburn's distracted.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul. You lost me with the executive summary because I saw something different and maybe was looking at it.
Typically, what happens is when you place an order, it may roll over into the next school year because it takes quite some time for the buses to be manufactured, but I can check on that specifically.
Have we spent this $15,645,000 already? Has that already been spent?
Well, if it's approved, this is Romanier Johnson, CFO. There is, and capital is the only funding source that can roll over because it spends based on receipt. The approval was given last year to spend that amount. That authority is still available for them to spend that amount for that fiscal year. Even though they might receive the item in this fiscal year, that money is carried over to cover that cost.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate that. My next question, Madam Chair, is obviously this is a large sum of money that would be going towards the purchasing of these new buses. And maybe this ties into the fact that, we haven't seen this school bus inventory or the audit or whatever study was done to justify this. But how can we know that everything was done to the current fleet that we have as far as repairs or fixing them up or anything like that, as opposed to just running to buy new buses? Are all of these replacement buses that we are seeking to purchase now inoperable or near inoperable, or maybe they're old and they don't look as shiny? I'd really like to have a better understanding, and maybe again this ties into the fact that we didn't get the inventory in advance, but I'd really like to have a better understanding before I could ever support such a large ticket item. Why not just fix these up?
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Ms. Paul. I have an answer, but I'll let Ms. Paul answer it.
Well, we have 126 buses that are currently out of service, so that's part of it. As I said before, our buses, and we can get more specifics to the board as a follow-up, but our buses have a lot of miles on them, and they're in excess of 10 years old already. We have buses that we purchased in 2012, 2013, and I can give you specifics on that. So we have about, from 2013 to 2019, we've purchased about 523 buses. We can delve down into the maintenance records of them, but I know right now we have about 126 that are out of service that we need to send this to surplus. So this is a replacement schedule for buses, for our buses. As I said before, age of fleet is over 10 years, but more importantly, the number of miles too that they've driven, so we can provide that information to the board as a follow-up.
And Ms. Paul, the 60 electric buses that you mentioned before, were those purchased last year?
Let me look real quick if I have that. We had 18 purchased in 21-22 and 42 purchased in 22-23.
So in the last 4 years, we've already bought 60 electric buses, and I know
Well,
that
it
there
was
was
a
some
grant.
grant money, right? But
Yeah,
we've
so-
acquired
Well,
60 electric buses.
The way it worked was we provided some of the money, and then the grant provided the remainder. So, if my memory reflects, or I think the buses were in excess of $200,000 each.
Madam Chair, I am not anti-school bus by any stretch of the imagination. I rode the school bus for a good portion of my public school education, which, by the way, took place right here in Broward County, and I'm very proud of that. My concern is the unknowns here in approving such a big ticket item without having the inventory, these maintenance records, and 100% confirmation that this purchase is really, really necessary. So I appreciate Ms. Paul's willingness and offer to follow up with us and send this supplemental material for our review. But I cannot support approving $32 million without having this additional detailed information. Thank you.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I visited the bus transportation location, and they have a great team of people, great team of auto mechanics as well. I met the whole team, and I do have a few questions. What is considered the lifespan of a school bus as based on time or mileage?
Ms. Paul? I don't know if we have...
So I don't think there's a clear-cut answer because, like, for instance, here's an example, not to call anybody out, but I'm going to call them out. So we bought a lot of international buses in one of my districts, and literally they were breaking down every day. So the average age, I think in one district it was like no more than 100,000 miles for a bus, but we don't really have a policy that defines how do we replace our buses. And so that may be a next step in terms of what we do. We also look at maintenance records. If we have a bus that particularly goes down all the time, then we look at that. So there are a lot of factors that play into how you build a replacement schedule.
Okay. So, Ms. Paul, I guess what I'm hearing then is that we don't have a measure to which we determine when a bus has used up its lifespan, because we, as you mentioned, a bus could be a few years old and there are issues, and I'm assuming a bus could go on if it's properly maintained, and also based on mileage, it could last well beyond 10 years. So we don't have a measure to which we determine that a bus should be changed, and maybe we need to have one, right?
Well, I recommend a policy so that we can...
I do know that. There's a lifespan of school buses to 12 to 15 years, and 250,000 miles, but those are the diesel bus. They haven't came out with a criteria for these electrical buses now that are coming out and hitting the road because their lifespan is a lot less. We depreciate them up to 15 years if they survive the 15 years or 250,000 miles.
Okay, so currently we only have about 60-plus electric buses, right? The rest of them are
Right.
would fall
They're a
under
mix
the...
between diesel and propane.
And but-
So mainly diesel.
Okay, so the lifespan, as Ms. Johnson mentioned and Ms. Paul, would be either 12 to 15 years?
Correct.
Or 250,000 miles. So which takes precedence over the other? I mean, which is more important, the mileage or the time?
It depends on what the maintenance, and I was going to add that. Based on the maintenance we do on those particular bus, then the lifespan could be less.
Okay, so I'm still unclear, but I'm going to proceed with some questions, right? Because I'm still unclear as to when a bus, what is the definition of lifespan? There seems to be many variables, right? But in any case, what percentage of our buses would you say are below what you define or think to be the lifespan of our buses?
I would
Ms.
say
Paul.
somewhere around 25%.
So 25% you would
Roughly.
say are below, you would say are below what we consider the lifespan, right?
Yeah.
And what number, what raw number is that?
We have, I can, give me
Well,
just a
you
minute.
mentioned that we have 1,223 buses, right?
We have 14 that we purchased in 2001, 25 that we purchased in 2002, 14 that we purchased in 03, 94. So I would say somewhere around 250 that we purchased between 2001 and 2012.
Okay, so you mentioned maybe I'm misunderstanding. You mentioned 25% of the entire bus fleet you would consider exhausted its lifespan. Is that correct?
Somewhere around there, yes.
Okay, and you also mentioned earlier that we have 1,223 buses total.
Right, that's everything in inventory.
Everything in inventory. So 25% of that, right, would roughly be what, 300?
Might be off by 50 buses.
Okay, so roughly,
math.
because 300 would put you about 1,200, right?
Yeah, but part of it too is not just where we sit right now. Part of it is how we position ourselves over the next 5 years. So we have to have a replacement schedule each year.
Understand.
And so what we propose in this item is to replace 100 buses each year over the next 5 years.
I understand. I'm just
Okay.
looking at the current percentages of what you would consider. So what is the percentage of operable buses being utilized on any given school day?
I would have to get back with you on that. I don't have that right now.
Okay, so if we know...
I would prefer to look at a historical perspective. So over this past year, how many buses we had operable each quarter or something like that, and I would have to provide that to you later.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn, I guess I do have some of the concerns that other board members have with this item. It seems, I know we have issues with declining enrollment and all these other things that we're facing. With my question as far as 25% of the buses, that looks to be 300 plus buses. I know that we're looking at a year-to-year basis. But could we get by with, instead of 100 buses per year, 50 buses per year, and spend less?
Doctor?
I know we need a replacement plan. I'll let, and I don't know the intimate knowledge about the current state of our fleet, so I'll depend on Ms. Paul to answer that question.
We could buy fewer buses if that's the board's will.
Okay, because Dr. Hepburn, Ms. Paul mentioned that, with my question, that approximately 25% she believes of the bus fleet would be considered exhausting its lifespan. And if we currently have 1,200 and plus, that would be about 300 and a little bit of the buses, right? So it appears to me that we could have a less number per year in replacing buses and in having new buses instead of spending $31 million at this time. So if we cut the number in half and have 50 buses per year, would you say we would still fulfill the objective of what we're trying to achieve here without any impact on students' transportation in an extremely negative way?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
I would be hesitant to say that at this time.
Okay, so I would like to, I'm concerned about the amount of spending and not having a true definition of what's considered the lifespan or of a bus as defined by us or otherwise, and also looking at the percentages of buses that we have that are considered exhausting its lifespan as we define lifespan. It just seems that we might be asking for more buses than we actually need, and I don't want to spend money when we don't have to and we have so many other needs. So I'd like to make a motion to reduce the number from 100 to 50 buses per year.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to cut the number of buses, which means the amount of money asked for in half. Is there a public comment on the motion?
Sure. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I am in favor of the motion. You could get the information that you're all looking for, that we'd all love to see, and find in a few months that you do need more buses per year, but you don't know that now. And it sounds as though you don't, well, I'm not sure if they're doing it in Excel or in Maximo, but this is an accounting issue. So when you buy a bus, it has a useful life, and if you Google, it says 12 to 15 years. And then you could have it sounds like the majority of buses could be fully depreciated. So you have fully depreciated buses sitting on your books as assets with offsetting accumulated depreciation. But we don't know that because we haven't seen anything. I don't know how you come and ask for $32 million without having supporting schedules. That would just not happen. But then my background is in accounting. Which explains why the economist tends to agree. So I support it. You could always change your mind later, and I understand that you're trying to take advantage of the pricing currently.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member comment? I'd just like to say if we cut it in half and got the information and found we needed more, we could bring the item back to increase the spend authority. So to end this never-ending meeting, if I would support the motion with the idea that once we got all of the information we needed, we could find maybe we don't even need that much, who knows, but to be able to move this item forward. But I do have a question for Ms. Paul real quick. If we do that, is the contract for a specific amount of buses, or is it or a specific amount of money? Like doing this motion, do we have to go back and do something with the contract?
Ms. Paul, or?
I don't believe we do. I think this is just the plan that we had proposed. Okay. What I'm more concerned about is just the contract and the 3 vendors that we have here.
Okay, great. So I would support the motion knowing that if something changes, we can bring it back. Anybody else? Mrs. Bowman.
Just really quick. So with the motion, can we also have the commitment that we're getting the plan?
Yes.
That's happening.
Yeah,
so are we bringing that, we're going to get that in an email, or are we
Yes,
going to bring
we'll
that back
send
to a workshop?
We'll send that in an email, and then if we need to discuss it in a workshop, we can, but we'll send all those, nice, coherent, and easily understood report, so you can.
Okay, I feel more comfortable with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you want to speak, Mr. Severe? Can it be quick? Okay.
When is our next board meeting?
August 19th.
August 19th. If this motion doesn't pass, or if we table this motion or remove this motion, will we have enough buses in our fleet to get our kids through the first 4 months of this upcoming school year without purchasing any new buses?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, we have to. Yes, we would, because you have to order. It takes time to get those buses in.
You would think. Yes, thank you. So I am not in support of approving any amount of anything until I see an inventory and these additional information, and these are the documents that have been suggested by Ms. Paul in order to have a full understanding about what our true needs are.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no.
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 So we need a roll call.
I believe it was 2 noes, but roll call on the motion to cut the spend by half. School board members Hickson,
Yes.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert,
No.
Thompson, Zeman.
Yes.
Yes. Alhodef, not on the line. Bowman,
Yes.
Severa.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Back to the item. All those in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say
Aye.
no.
No.
Mrs. Rupert?
I'm a no.
6-2 with Mr. Severa and Ms. Rupert dissenting.
Without Mrs.
Mrs. Alhodef.
Okay, great, thank you. Next item is item number 25. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Holness. Any public comment
No,
on
ma'am.
25? Okay, Mrs. Bowman, since it's your item.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I brought this item following a discussion that we had last week when it was disclosed that our coaches make less than for their athletic supplements make less than our neighboring county, the coaches in our neighboring counties, and also in other comparable or large school districts in the state of Florida, if not in with all of the school districts in the state of Florida. And so we talked about it last week, and I really can't express enough how important our coaches are to the development and success of our kids. And we are at a place right now where we're talking about redefining our school district. And so I want to ask my colleagues and, really think about what sets us apart from other options. And I think that one thing that really sets us apart is our athletic programs. And that's not exclusive of our music programs and our theater programs and debate and school government, anything like this, but this is athletics that's before us right now. So I think our athletic programs are robust. I think we have fantastic traditions, rivalries, and we have been successful at all levels. People know Broward schools, and they know how great our teams are. And we're talking about all of this software and things like that, but our coaches are on the ground with our kids. It is a holistic approach to being a student, to being a human. There is just so many things that happen between a coach and an athlete that helps people become the people that they are and functioning adults and having confidence and building their character, that I think we really need to look at this and make our coaches and also our athletic directors. I erroneously have athletic trainers on this item, but apparently our Joe DiMaggio pays for that. So thank you, Joe DiMaggio. So that is not included. So it would just be our coaches and our athletic directors. But, we were talking earlier at the workshop, they were referencing the survey results where respondents noted that they highly valued school culture, positive school community, and parent involvement. And I can't think of a place that demonstrates that more than in our athletics and how important that is to our community in general. I mean, people are coming back to football games, basketball games after they graduated 50 years ago to cheer on the teams. So I hope that you will, I know that it's a significant amount of money, but we also have, just for the numbers, approximately more than 2,900 coaching positions and 25,000 middle and high school students that are participating in athletics. So I think there's about 108,000 total middle and high school students. So that's about 25% of the student population participates in athletics and benefits from this. We want to have the highest quality coaches and athletic programs that we have, because I think that really sets us apart and is something that we offer to the community, to our students, that other options cannot. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will support this item and support our coaches and our athletic directors so that they're being paid. No one's getting rich from this, but at least they're being competitive. And then we're not losing great coaches. We're able to attract them and retain them. We're not losing them to our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Can we get an updated number then if athletic trainers aren't?
It says 0 on here.
Already has. Perfect. Thank you. I think this is a very interesting item, and I appreciate Ms. Bowman bringing it forward. I think we have, as we've said earlier, having a collective knowledge of what we're spending money on and what our priorities are as a district is incredibly important as we move forward. We want to be innovative, and we also want to retain the best talent. And I think this conversation will continue into our public hearing at some point when we have it in the redefining 5:30. It's time certain, so it will be at 5:30 that we talk about it. So I want to wrap it up and just say I think we need to take bold steps. When you look at the survey about why people are choosing our schools, it's because of the connections to the school and our staff. And I am going to vote in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to see this item on here. I have asked for it since the first day I got elected, and I think it's important. I am glad that we were able to separate it out from BTU, because that was what I was told was the holdup for all that time. I guess I'm sorry that I didn't think to just make an item and say do it, so that we could have done it a while ago. So thank you for bringing that. And as much as I 100% support it, I do have a question, which is where's this money going to come from? So Dr. Hepburn, can you tell us, because we do have a finite amount of dollars, so because this will be an annual thing that will be moving forward, where will we be taking this?
This will come out of general.
So it will reduce our fund balance?
No, we would shift. Our motto right now is there's a trade-off.
And that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So what money will not be used in order to be able to cover?
Cost savings from overtime, cost savings from reducing contracts. So if this is something the board wants to do, we are already eyeing cost savings to balance out certain things.
Perfect. That was my question, and I'll end with this, and I know Mrs. Leonardi wanted to be added. This is all great. I will just say very simply that if you look at other districts, athletic directors is a full-time position. My husband was an athletic director who made that measly for $4,000, and it was a full-time job. And oftentimes, the athletic directors become administrators because they're the only ones at the school when activities are going on, and if there's an incident, they're in charge there. So I would love to have the discussion moving forward, how we make athletic director, that position, a full-time position at a higher teacher pay, because they do it in other counties around us. And if you go to Texas, they make a whole lot of money because he always wanted to move to Texas. So, Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Ms. Bowman for bringing this forward. Like Debbie said, the board has been asking for this for many years now. So kudos to you for taking action and bringing it forward. I know it's a hefty sum during a perpetually tight budget season, but it's something that we need to do to make it right. I just had two questions. Do we need to make an amendment to eliminate athletic trainers from the requested action?
Ms. Batista.
Yes, if you're only going to be addressing coaches and athletic directors and not athletic trainers, I would make that motion. I mean, I recommend you make that motion.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we eliminate and athletic trainers, and then move the and to right before athletic directors.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to delete the wording athletic trainers in the requested action. Any public comment? Board member comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries.
And then I had one additional question, just for my future understanding. For the requested action, is the wording, are board members, are we allowed to do things like increase supplements or like give financial direction with our items?
Ms. Batista?
So the answer would be yes. Of course, it would have to be in collaboration with the superintendent to make sure that, that whatever action is being taken does not have a negative impact on either, fund balance or whatnot.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Woohoo! Yay. All right, item number 26. Can I have a motion and a second on item 26? Been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mr. Severa. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment? Ms. Bowman?
Thank you. I hate to be a hog right now, but it just fell in this way. So I am very happy that this item is coming before the board. The Sloan Stephens Foundation is an amazing organization that started. Sloan Stephens, first of all, for those of you that don't know, is a professional tennis player who is from Plantation. And she won the U.S. Open in 2017. I don't know where Mr. Akabusa is right now, but he has all the stats. And she approached some people that were in my district, actually, a tennis pro, Jesse Smatz, and then we've also worked with Hollywood Commissioner Adam Gruber and the Hollandale Beach Commissioner Joy Cooper to bring this item. And it's especially exciting. We're going to be giving they will be providing free tennis for schools during recess and giving people that maybe haven't had exposure to tennis the ability to learn how to play. So that's very cool. But especially cool is that Sloan Stephens herself 2 weeks ago won the Ali Humanitarian ESPY Award for her work in this foundation. So to be able to partner with the Sloan Stephens Foundation is an amazing opportunity for Broward schools. And I thank everyone that was involved to help bring this forward.
Thank you. And I also would just like to say I'm very excited to see this item finally come before us. I know that Commissioner Gruber reached out, I'm going to guess, to a number of us to ask us about this, I want to say almost a year ago. So I'm very, very happy to see that it's come to fruition and that we're able to vote on it today. So all those in favor of item 26 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no.
Aye.
Great. Motion carries unanimously. The last item is item number 27. Can I have a motion in a second? It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on 27?
Yep, she's up.
Yep. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. This is similar to your other discussion about iReady, although it's the reverse, it seems, where you did the school-based on the 22nd and voted for that. Now they're bringing you another $3.9 million. The reason this caught my attention is while you were discussing how to keep kids from having meal debt, here we are spending money on software, and I'm all for technology, but the research that's being cited reflects interest, not results. And there's a survey of 39 teachers, And the only statistics being cited, a 2023 West Ed efficacy student in Ohio suggests that students who use prisms with Fidelity saw a 2.94% increase in post-test score data between treatment and control students. In practical terms, students who participated in the treatment condition performed 11% better than their control student counterparts on a research-designed proximal measure of exponential functions. It seems like you would need something that shows results elsewhere, given that you're starting with such a deficit for this school year. But here we are asking for another $3.9 million to supplement the school-based, what looks like school-based funding that you approved the prior week. So I'm not in favor of this, unless they can really explain how it's going to, I don't know, double science and math scores, create a 20% increase, something more than 2.94.
Any other public comments?
No comments.
Okay, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Similar to my previous comments, but also just to piggyback on Dr. Walsh's comment, did we know prior to the meeting where we voted to approve this that this software spend would have had to happen?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm not clearly understanding the question, but I'll give you the best answer.
I can try to clarify.
Go ahead.
Late. So last week, or last week we approved something a little less than $1 million, right? That when the staff brought that to us, was there knowledge that we were going to have to spend an additional $4 million?
Yes, we actually discussed it in the meeting, that we were going to bring an item
Perfect.
To actually outfit all middle schools moving forward, and that we found a funding vehicle to do so. Yeah.
Thanks. Sometimes I can be wrong.
Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to my iReady debate comments, this board is now being asked to spend almost $4 million on a VR program that, the way I read the executive summary, doesn't have a lot of historical support. And it looks like to me that there needs to be some further research that's done on this in order for us to weigh a true cost-benefit analysis. I know that the suggestion is to quote-unquote use a third-party vendor in this upcoming school year to look at how this impacts our students' achievement. But in my mind, to spend this type of money on another, essentially, computer program, which is, I have lost count at this point how many we've discussed today, but to spend this much money on another computer program when there's no historical data or very limited historical data. I heard the number of 2.94 from the speaker prior. This is just too much for me to swallow. I will not be supporting this, especially in light of the fact that we just gave nearly $1 million at our last meeting on the 22nd, and I just don't think it's there as far as the research and support for this particular program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowman.
Okay, so those were my initial concerns too when I read the item. I did have the opportunity to talk to Dr. Cohn about the program, so I think maybe he can give us, Dr. Hepburn, through the chair, a little bit of the background on where we're going with this program, and it might be more compelling because I think that it's part of a bigger piece of a puzzle that, again, when we're looking at redefining and looking at what distinguishes us from other choices, I think when we're looking at building a program that does set us apart, it's something that's really important for us to consider, and I think that this software and hardware that we're looking to purchase does that. So could we have Dr. Cohn kind of give us a little bit of a
Yep, Dr. Cohn.
background on this?
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Bowman. So I appreciate the comment, and I also appreciate the rich conversation we had yesterday around this piece. And so I know that earlier this year we had a board workshop around VR, XR, AI, and we talked specifically to students who talked about their experiences, their lived experiences using technology, and how those experiences actually have changed their trajectory of their in-class experience, shifting from the textbook to the technology and what that has changed in terms of their learning outcomes. Last year, we piloted Prisms VR to about 10 schools. We got some teachers and principals who waved their hands and said, I want to experience this. I want to really think about how the four corners of the wall can look differently using VR technology. Overwhelmingly, the students, the teachers, through the qualitative study, overwhelmingly said this was a game changer for them. When we also learned, obviously through reimagining the middle school, we know that through the surveys that you've seen through Hanover research that parents are choosing to leave for various reasons. Middle school is one of those reasons. They are scared to go to middle schools. And so we liken this to a reimagine the middle school. The board said they want to be powered by AI. And so this is our attempt to say, to take a bold stand to really think about what middle schools look like in the age of technology. Not social media, but the age of technology, where technology, curriculum, content, and standards really merge together. And if we really want to really tackle the challenge of why students or parents are choosing differently to go to charter schools, this is part of the answer. It's part of reinventing what middle schools look like, changing the perceptions and the mindsets of that. And so, yes, this costs a lot, but it's also coming from capital dollars, which appropriately can be used for technology hardware purchases. So it's a little bit different in terms of the other academic technology pieces that you may have seen. That's the curriculum side of the house. This is hardware. It comes bundled with the technology. As I shared last week, yes, to your point, there have been some limited studies, but I'll be honest with you, when there's new technology, you're not going to have a lot of data coming from new technology because it's new. It's the way that things are changing so quickly, we're not going to have empirical data really telling us whether it's really good or not. That's why we started as a soft prototype launch. We didn't even start it as a pilot. We started as a prototype. 10 schools, number of teachers across different schools, and the evidence was overwhelming. Qualitatively, the teachers found it to be exceptionally good. We looked across the nation. We looked at Los Angeles. The teachers, through the summer experience, loved it. We looked to our neighbors to the south. Miami-Dade piloted as well. Their data showed that it was positive. They're now wrapping up with a Wested study to show that the academic achievements in using it are high. And so our goal is to say, let's not tip our toes in the water, but let's put our foot in the water and let's be bold.
Thank you, Dr. Cohn.
Thank you, Dr. Cohn.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you. So I remember when we participated, and I thought it was pretty exciting. I know, Dr. Hepburn, one of the goals for this district is not to play catch-up, but to be on the forefront of technology. I think this is beyond, it's a bit more than looking at the initial results that we're seeing, which we do see some positive results. Maybe not to the magnitude that we would like to see as far as the data, but I believe this is the start of a great era in putting Broward County schools on the forefront of technology. I don't think we want to play fall behind and catch up. I think we want to be a role model. We want to be the district to which everyone looks at as far as being on the forefront of technology. And I think, in my opinion, this is a great step in the right direction. I believe it will also attract students and families to Broward County schools. So this is a start of probably a great move in having Broward County School District be on the forefront of technology. I think it would be a mistake not to approve this item. because I think it would put us in a position where we are setting the precedents to put us behind technology as opposed to being on the forefront of it. So I am supportive of it, not just based on the initial results, because I'd like to see much greater results, and I think we will, but on the basis of where this is taking us into the future as far as technology. So I'm going to be very supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasir.
I just want to thank the board. I just want to start off by saying I remember coming back from St. Lucie County and coming back to Broward County my 8th grade year, and remember being in a STEM lab with 80% of those computers not working. So just imagine being a middle schooler coming back to their home expecting to be bigger, greater, and better, and then 80% of those computers aren't working. Especially for enrolling in a STEM program, I would have expected way better. The fact that this is on the table, it shouldn't even be doubted that students are not going to even enjoy what we're offering to them. I feel like that this is the point where we knew it was going to be expensive. Looking at the price for just one is about $300. So we knew what price it was going to be. We knew what we were looking at. We knew when at the workshop where we all sat and talked and decided, we knew how much this was going to be. It's expensive. Education is expensive, especially if you want 100% education, it's going to be expensive. Are we willing just to put down the money to make sure that students get that education? That is something that we have to decide. I just really think that this is something that students, especially middle schoolers, need, and this was going to keep them going. What's going to keep them going? Coming to our high schools, keep them going, making sure that they're in class on time, because they have something to look up to. If we don't have it, I don't think that they would have anything to look up to. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I just want to address some of the comments that have come up so far. One of the most important ones is, spending money to help middle schools is an incredibly smart business decision for us. 5th grade parents are making a very, very difficult decision. And, it seems wonderful to go to private schools. It seems really alluring to go to charter schools because they have all this cool stuff. They have slick pamphlets. But I tell you what really matters is when the parents look at 6th grade education and they have this kind of technology that has so far generated some pretty exciting results, not just on academic performance, but on student attendance and on something that as a math guy, I'm really, really struck by, which is people in Los Angeles who just used this over the summer finished saying that they liked learning math. And the numbers are absolutely remarkable, up 44% in Los Angeles this summer in terms of liking math. And you just don't hear 6th graders saying they like math. They struggle through it. They have to take it. They avoid it, kind of. But this is really revolutionary. And to those of you that are thinking about this as an investment, if you divide the number of students we need to earn back in 1 year to pay for this $4 million, it's 70 students. If 70 students decide to go from 5th grade to our 6th grade instead of St. Somewhere or a public charter school, this product pays for itself. I think we might get 700 students next year to choose our middle schools because of this. I'm really struck with Dr. Cohn and Dr. Hepburn's thinking on this. They would like 6th graders who use this to go back to their elementary school, to the 5th grades, and to the PTA and bring the VR goggles, show the parents and show those 5th graders what they get to do in a Broward County public middle school. And so this is bold. It is remarkable. It's putting our money where we know we can make the money back. I'm willing to gamble that, closer than to 700 people come back to 6th grade. Not 70, very, very excited about seeing the implementation of this. And so applause to Dr. Cohn, to Dr. Hepburn, to all the people that worked, on putting this together. But this is a great way to spend capital dollars. And guess what we earn back? If we earn back those 70 students, we earn back operating dollars. And so this is one of those cool investments where we figured out a way to spend some capital, but actually earn back what we need, which is general fund money, to help us with the fund balance, to help us pay with coaches' salaries, to help us pay with teacher salaries and things like that. We need to find more investments like this, not just in 6th grade, but also in kindergarten and 1st grade, because that's the other big decision point that we've learned from our research, which is parents of 3- and 4-year-olds and parents of 5th graders are making fundamental decisions about whether they enroll in our schools. And we've got to make sure that at those points is when we're putting our best foot forward. So I'm enthusiastic about this. This is a great business decision. And I can't wait to see what the results are at the end of the year.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Simple question, and I do appreciate Dr. Cohn. My question is this. Our new K-8s and our multi-grade schools, are they also going to be included in this rollout next year?
Dr.
Or this
Hepburn.
coming school year?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, perfect. Okay, simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 27, say aye. Aye. Any opposed,
Aye.
say no.
Aye.
No.
Motion carries with one dissenting
vote
vote
and no Mrs.
No
Alhadeff.
Mrs. Alhadeff. Great. Before we adjourn the meeting, Dr. Hepburn wanted to make an announcement.
Thanks for all the guests in the house. Thank you for bearing with us. Apologize for our delays for the next item, but do want to address something real quick. For the board, the two items that I withdrew for this meeting, I will not be bringing those back until a thorough review is completed by the IG. So I just want to let the board know that. So as we move forward. And that'll cause a delay in our deployment, of course. Just an FYI.
Dr. Hepburn, will you make sure all of us as board members get a copy of the IG's
Yes, whatever they give
report
me.
as soon as you get it?
Whatever they give me, I'll be submitting that to the board.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair.
Hold on. I have to remember to
problem.
raise our hands and be recognized.
No problem.
I have a question. So when will we be notified by the IG? Just in a general question, I guess, to Ms. Batista, since we are paying for the cost of the IG, do they give us like a monthly report on things they're investigating, or how do we know what they are? Because we think they're investigating, but we're not sure. So how do we know how to proceed, especially in this particular instance?
As you may recall, when the IG visited the school district and gave a presentation, she mentioned that they do not, even though we paid so that they would extend their jurisdiction and be able to investigate any issues related to the school board, they do not provide a list of those items to the school board. She mentioned that one of the reasons for that is that, wanting to make sure that there wasn't any appearance that there would be retaliation or any type of action against a person or persons that may be filing items against the district. So that's not a common practice that she would entertain. The only way to receive any information from the IG would be to make a public records request. And, from what we understand, of course, those items, if they are under investigation, would not be available at this time.
So if they're under investigation and when they're done, do they send something to us? I mean, Mr. Severa asked for a report. Do we even get that? How do we know what the issues are?
Right. So if in the event that they are investigating, and in the event that they do come to a conclusion, you will receive a final report, that they will issue.
Okay, but we have no idea when and.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think normally, the position of the IG is that, any investigation that they may be doing on any particular entity, that entity should continue to do business as they would, because they can't, really predict or, will not expedite something and have an issue with, a poorly done investigation just to make sure that there is an answer by a certain time.
And one other question. So we had made a directive to the superintendent about on day one of the school year distributing the laptops, but due to the fact that we're not going to have them yet. Do we have to do any formal motion to change that date, since we made a motion to the superintendent that had a date on it?
My understanding, and this is, I think, a question for the superintendent, my understanding is that there will be laptops issued on the first day. But he will be able to clarify that.
Yeah, so I do want to clarify, because for us logistically, with purchasing and refreshing or replacing our current inventory, the logistics around having administrators and school-based staff issuing current devices and kind of going out and finding all that inventory, making sure it's distributed evenly, and then going back and doing that all over again is a very difficult task. So right now, hopefully, we get some follow-up or some closure from the IG. I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks. We do have, we'll operate as normal like we did last year with our laptops at our schools. We're trying to make sure that we don't just put a logistical burden on our schools by doing something twice. Because we've been talking to administrators, we've been talking to IT staff. We were hopeful that we can move forward, but due to some complications, we're gonna wait and see what the IG has to say, and then it's gonna be all about timing. It's gonna be all about timing. We can come back with our next steps.
Okay, Mr. Rhodes had something to add, then I'll come.
Just some additional information to what Ms. Batista said. To maintain their confidentiality requirements, there's two basic times that we would learn of this. One would be if they issue a report. The other would be if they close out any matter that they may open. We could ask them to notify us of that when that's no longer a matter, if that turns out to be the case. I did 12 years with them, and I understand that the information does not flow outward.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know I had made a motion a few months back for all students to have computers in Broward County Schools, which is supposedly set for August 11th. With these emerging concerns, I would like to make another motion, as you mentioned, to delay implementation of the previously passed motion to provide laptops to Broward students until such time as is necessary for the superintendent to review emerging concerns.
So, Ms. Batista, that was my question to you, Ms. Batista. Do we need to make that motion? Because it had a time certain, I believe, on the original motion.
Right, and so the reason I hesitated was because I did not know whether the superintendent was able to meet that requirement.
No, we're not able under the circumstances.
Right, without this contract. So yes, if that's the will of the board to change, to still have that be done with the students, and due to the change in circumstances, I would recommend that you do that.
Okay, so I second the motion.
Thank you.
Any public comment on the motion?
Sorry, what's the motion?
The motion is, Madam Chair, should I?
Yes, please.
The motion is to delay the implementation of the previously passed item to provide laptops to all Broward County students by the first day of school, which is August 11th, until such time as is necessary for the superintendent to review emerging concerns.
That seems very vague, but I assume we're talking about the emerging concerns about the computing devices, so sure. And I guess I'll have to go back and replay this, because when you withdraw an item, I would hope that you would explain why you're withdrawing it or why you put it on in the first place, unless you're talking about different laptops. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member comment? And Ms. Leonard.
I guess in order for a motion to be made, does it need to be made on an item? I'm confused about the logistics of this.
Ms. Batista.
So, I mean, the best practice is to actually bring an item that would be either an item either brought in late and then be accepted for good cause by the chair, or be an item that is actually placed on the agenda. That would be the best scenario. You know, so in this particular case, the chair has seconded the motion, so I would assume she's accepting it for a good cause.
Do we need to open up the agenda first, though?
The agenda is still, I mean,
Yeah,
there
we
is
haven't
the,
closed-
the,
I haven't
the, I-
Didn't we close the agenda at the beginning of the meeting?
yes, the agenda that we had before us, yes, it is closed now. You can do that, yes.
I'm
You
just
can,
trying
you
to
can
make
make a
sure we-
motion to open the agenda, and then you would need a motion to close the agenda.
Well, we can, but the question is, do we have to? That's, I think, what we really need to know.
You can, yes, I would, if you're going to add this item as an additional item to the agenda, then yes, I would open the agenda again and you know, state on the record that you're accepting it for good cause.
All right, I'd move to open the agenda.
Second the motion. Do I have to take public comment?
No.
Okay, great. All those in favor, sorry, all those in favor of opening the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Now we're back on Dr. Honus's motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for good cause that we delay the implementation of the previously passed item to provide laptops to all Broward students until such time as is necessary for the superintendent to review emerging concerns.
I accept the motion for good cause. Okay.
And second?
Now we need a second.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman is seconded. We already did public comment on the motion, board member discussion, we're in the middle of that. So, Mrs. Bowman.
I just wonder if it would, because we're in a limbo right now with waiting and not wanting to waste resources, but also known as a computer, if we want to put a date, like a timeline on, if we don't want to do that? Like if we were gonna, give current laptops out, if we can't resolve this by a certain period of time, or we're just not gonna do it.
I would, the IG, we don't dictate their time in all of this. I would prefer the staff and I circle back around and we can come back to the board with specific next steps based on the amount of time we are willing to wait.
So how much time do you think that would be?
Let me get back to you
Okay.
with that because we've been discussing this.
Okay, so yeah, just as long as it's on the radar, because I think we
it
need
is on the
to
radar
address
for us.
it sooner rather than
Yes.
later.
Mr. Severa.
The comment made by Dr. Holness in regards to directing the superintendent to address these concerns, there's an active investigation by the Inspector General's office. We have to let that process play out. We should wait till we get that report, and then we should make a decision based on the findings of that report. I think it's irresponsible to put that on the back burner and pretend like it doesn't exist and put a time frame on when the superintendent has to come back to present this issue, the original agenda item 12 and 13, back to this board when the Inspector General still has this pending investigation. I want to see the results of that. I want to see their findings, and then I will make an informed decision in my capacity as a board member as to whether or not I'm going to support the agenda items. But we've got to see the results of this investigation.
Ms. Bowman.
Well, just to clarify, I wasn't trying to hasten the attorney or the Inspector General's report. It's just about having laptops for the kids, and what we were talking about was if we have current stock, if we wanted to deploy them. So that's a separate issue, something that we already own, which we're not going to do. He's going to bring it back. No one's giving a date certain on it, but it was because it's in the Inspector General right now, the kids don't have the laptops to take home. So there's a gap of what our intention was. That's all. It's just determining how much time we might want to spend before we look at other options.
Thank you. Okay, all those.
We can vote. It's okay.
All those in favor of the
I'm
motion.
sorry, can you restate the motion, please?
The motion is to delay the implementation of the previously passed item to provide laptops to all Broward County students by August 11th until such time as is necessary for the superintendent to review emerging concerns.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Now I need a motion to close the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the agenda. All those in favor of closing the agenda say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes. Agenda is closed. I have a really quick question before I adjourn. Back to the item of the supplement increase, just to confirm for everyone, that will start with their first paychecks this school year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. The scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn this meeting. We're going to go back to the school board workshop. As soon as we get ready, we're going to have to take a vote to extend the time because 4:30 is our end time for policy. So I'll do that as soon as we come back. Thank you, and welcome back to the school board workshop. Before we start, we just have to take a board consensus about continuing the time to 5:20 instead of, because our time will end at 4:30 for our policy 8 hours. So is it okay with everyone if we extend the time? And I say 5:20 because we have a 5:30 budget meeting and we need time to switch over because we have to start at 5:30. So is everybody okay with that? Awesome. All right. So next up is the next item on our school, and I'll just tell you that we are going to put the Office of the Chief Auditor Evaluation Feedback and Action Steps to another workshop. We're going to move the Rule Development Policy 1020 School Board Meetings and Rule of Order to another workshop, which means that we will have to re-advertise it, and we probably won't get to the Office of Safe Schools quarterly report. So now I'd like to turn it over to staff for a brief presentation on the 2025 legislative session update.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan. He's going to be as brief as the Roadrunner back in the day cartoon. So go ahead.
I'm not even going to do most of the speaking. We have our lobbyists on the Teams call, so they're going to spend maybe 3 to 4 minutes just describing the 2 bills that will impact the redefining work, so the board can consider that in the discussion. So we have Wendy Dodge from the Southern Group and Dr. Kim McDougall from Gray Robinson, and they're going to briefly go over 1105 and 2510. So Wendy, if you want to kick it off.
Sure. So HB 1105 makes changes to conversion charter schools. Essentially, the current process involves both parents and teachers voting when there is a proposal to convert a charter school. And the changes they've made in statute remove the parental vote from that process. And it adds the concept of a job engine charter school. So that and the fact that a municipality can now propose a job engine charter school that would be available to partner with industries in the area to attract them to the area and keep the school going and allow students to participate in whatever area of economic development that they are interested in bringing to that area. So 50% of the parents who are eligible to vote would have to vote to convert the charter school now. And it essentially allows for maybe CTE programs at a high school, but also feeder programs from elementary and middle schools that would feed into a job engine type of charter school.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to.
Kim, did you want to describe 2510?
Sure. Just a reminder, 2510 included a provision, it was a long, lengthy bill, about Schools of Hope. And you may recall that Schools of Hope are charter schools that are operated in persistently low-performing schools. So right now, there's 6 charter school operators and 12 Schools of Hope in Florida. And the changes that were made, sorry, I'm having a look at my notes as we pivot here, is the new statute, Senate Bill 2510, adds new criteria for determining whether a school is persistently low-performing school. Currently, a school is considered consistently low-performing if it receives 3 grades lower than a C within 5 years and has not earned at least a B for the last 2 years. Now, a school will also be considered persistently low-performing if it's in the bottom 10% in at least 2 of the previous 3 years for student performance on the end-of-year administration of the coordinated screening and progress monitoring system. So like I said before, there were 6 Schools of Hope operators, but everyone knows, it's common knowledge, Success Academy from New York, which has operated there for many years. Success Academy is probably a vendor that's going to come in and work in Florida. So a School of Hope now, because the law changed, can locate outside of a Florida operating zone or a persistently low-performing school attended zone if the district does not have underserved, vacant, or surplus property available for the Hope operator. Schools of Hope can also apply to a state college or a university as a sponsor. So it's important to know that a School of Hope may co-locate with another school in a public school facility. So if you have an underutilized school, a School of Hope can come in and operate. And the School of Hope will not be paying the district any money based on 2510. However, the school district can submit for capital outlay funds for the students that are in the school. So a Hope funding operator establishing a School of Hope may use an educational facility identified with no cost to the School of Hope. At one point during the session, there was a $600 per student provision, but that fell out along the way during the legislative process. There are some new reporting requirements for the Schools of Hope program, obviously because a new law passed. So there will be some information about how Schools of Hope are progressing and how students are moving from grade to grade. So that's the bigger overview between the two big conversion schools that Winnie talked about and Schools of Hope, because it is a big change. While funding wasn't specifically provided for the expanded Schools of Hope, the current School of Hope operators, existing schools got some money, but less money than they previously got in the prior years for the 12 schools.
Thank you, Kim. So those are the two bills that will possibly impact how we move forward, redefining BCPS. So unless there's any questions from the lobbyist on those two bills, kick it off to Dr. Wanza.
Okay, so yeah, we'll move to the next item, which is redefining our schools. We'll have a brief presentation by staff, and then we'll move to public comment. And I'll just say, in a compromise, students will get 90 seconds, so a minute and a half. Adults will get 1 minute, but we do have to have this item completed by everybody by 5:20. Thank you.
So, okay, Dr. Hepburn, I can go? Okay. Good afternoon, board members, listening public, colleagues across the organization. I'm Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. Seated with me, I'll let my team briefly tell you who we are, and we will move right through this presentation and get to comments and board discussion.
Adrian Parker, Executive Director, Strategic Initiative Management.
Joe Beck, Director, Demographics and Enrollment Planning.
Good afternoon, Dante Collins, Director of the Charter Schools Management Support Department.
Good afternoon, Willie Wood, Director of Performance Management.
If Beacon can load the presentation for the final item, I'll start to move right through it. I can just tell you, so we are appreciative of the opportunity to have the conversation with the board. I think I'm doing the right thing. Figure out how this works. Thank you. Okay, it's moving now. All right. So obviously, I'm not. The second slide just tells you what we're going to go through very, very briefly. In slide 3, we just like to. Those are the actions that the board took that are effective this school year, and I'll just say, as it relates to this slide, many of the schools are reporting that while they're 6 to 8, well, the addition of grade 6 is definitely adding students. What they are finding is that the enrollment in KM1 is starting to really grow as well, and that speaks to parents who never would consider giving us an opportunity, are now giving us an opportunity because they know that that option to remain through the middle grades is there for them. When we came to the board in May, this is what the superintendent expressed as our priorities for this school year, and we're going to walk through some of these when we get to redefining strategies. So that's obviously slides 4 and 5. And then the big thing under our policy, so what we did last year and we modeled again for this year, we're actually going to walk through 3 slides that speak to the status or the state of under-enrollment in the district, and we're going to talk about briefly those groupings of schools and what that will mean in the upcoming weeks as we start to define our work. So very briefly, there are 58 schools below the 70% capacity as outlined in Policy 8010, 39 elementary, 16 middle, and 3 high schools. And that's the breakdown continuing. So as we look at the under-enrollment, the first slide, slide 7, is the elementary grouping of schools, and there are about 5 clusters or groupings that we need to look at more microscopically and start to discuss what are some options or some opportunities for us to address the enrollment. You can see the schools there. I will not call them out specifically in the interest of time, but there is something on this slide that we're going to correct and repost, and it's nothing wrong with the data. It's just Coral Cove was addressed this year, and in the actual verbiage in the chart, it says no, and we're going to correct that and repost this one slide in the full presentation. But these are the 8 groupings. You can see that they are, there's a section in the Northwest, Central East and Central West, as well as Southeast and Southwest as it relates to elementary school. For the middle school map, which would be slide number 9. Oh, I got 8. I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. Ms. Hickson, you said go fast. I got ahead of myself. I'm sorry. So slide number 8 is the actual slide where you see the middle school grouping, and we have some opportunities there that we will need to look at and speak with communities about how we look at the and address the under enrollment at the middle school level. At the high school level, you can see there isn't an actual cluster or grouping of schools, but there are 3 schools by policy that speak to needing to be addressed. And the 3 schools, since this map is considerably smaller, it would be Hallandale High, Plantation High, and Stranahan. These are the 3 schools by policy that it speaks to we need to address. However, staff is very much aware that at the March 11th regular school board meeting, the board came to consensus at the end of the meeting about staff bringing back an option or options to consider a choice boundary area for the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Coral Glades boundary change that occurred a couple years ago. So I just called that out because a lot of people have asked, where is that? So by policy, that does not meet the policy definition. This slide speaks to by policy, and then that will be addressed in August when we bring the actual schools. So the next slide, I guess, okay, I got to go this way. Is this just talks about some impact or things for us to consider as we look at the actual clusters of schools when we go out to meet with communities and have conversations to address the under enrollment. And I will not go through it, but these are some just some items that we must consider in our conversations. Many of the board members have spoken on other items as it relates to the next 4 slides. And essentially, we did 2 parent surveys. The district has a partnership with Hanover Research, and they actually conducted the surveys to current Broward schools families, as well as families that are now attending one of the charter schools in the district. And then the office at that time last school year, it was charter schools and school choice. They conducted a survey of parents who applied for a choice option, as well as parents who are currently home education parents. And so slide 12 talks about what the major findings of families that currently have students in Broward County Public Schools, and those are the recommendations coming out of that research that was conducted, recommendations for the district to consider. And you can see the big thing is culture and climate of the school, the atmosphere, and then there are the other 3 items that speak to, of course, course offerings, support for instructors, and again, school safety. And then for charter school families, the 3 things that they gave us recommendations there, and we know that this has been a reoccurring thing with the board, is to highlight and communicate the district's academic quality among all of our schools, build trust and connection through visible leadership, and again, strong school culture, and then reinforce, again, the district's commitment to safety, relationships, and whole school and the whole child. As it relates to school choice, you can see both in slide 14 and in slide 15, the responses that tends to resonate to the top is always that one around school environment, and that was the highest ranking one in families that applied for choice, as well as you see it again, school environment in families that elect to have their children in home education. This is just a review again of surplus property, so we won't go through that, but this was presented as with no changes from the May 20th workshop presentation. And then this is the strategies that we will seek to employ. throughout this school year as we look to continue to redefine our schools, our course offerings, our footprint, and BCPS as a whole. So I will not read the list. But what many people are here for today is we already have some early interest and support. And so we know that the city of Fort Lauderdale is very much interested in a joint partnership with the district to establish a K-12 sports academy. I will not steal their thunder. We know that the city of Miramar has been very vocal, and they thank the district, obviously, for the work that was done this last year, but they have expressed an interest in some early learning opportunities. With us today, Junior Achievement World, and I won't steal their thunder, but they have some early interest that they really want to replicate what is in the north in a more centrally located part of the district, but this time in this adventure would be for high school students and the surrounding community. And then multiple public and private agencies, municipalities, organizations have approached the superintendent, district staff about opportunities to lease space for either their administrative purposes or for community programming in any of our underutilized facilities. And lastly, after today, based on the feedback and direction we receive, we will come back to the board at the August 26th workshop and lay out the entire timeline and start the process officially for redefining. Madam Chair, I hope that was brief enough, and I'm done until there's questions.
Thank you. And can you also, so school choice, it says application dates and deadlines must be communicated to families by October 1st. Can you tell us what will be the time frame? Because we're speeding it up, if I'm not mistaken.
So what is in policy, it says that by October 1, we must advertise to families our timeline. One bit of feedback that we received is we couldn't do it this year because the policy was still going through the policy revision process, was basically to open the window early in October so that parents would know before they go home for winter break what the decision was, because we wanted to align it with the notifications that they would normally get if they were applying to other options in the community. So when we start in August with the conversation, we know that we have a few decisions to make as it relates to current programming, but open up the window in October so that the first award notifications would go out before winter break. And then once we open the second window, we typically keep that one open throughout the rest of the school year.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, we're going to move to public comment. So I'll just ask, I'm not sure who's who, so if each student will give their name so I can cross you off the list as you speak.
Madam Chair, but sorry, before we start, I understand we're on a time crunch, but I would be doing a disservice to the community I represent if I didn't respectfully ask for the 3 minutes for the public speakers. Thank you.
We're just not going to be able, I understand the ask. I wish we were in a different place, but they'll have to wait till after 8 o'clock to speak again. So that is just, this is a way to be able to get everybody to talk. So go ahead. Don't forget your name.
My name is Harrison Guerra, and I'm going into 6th grade at Sunrise. I love sports, and I'm very athletic. I believe upgrades to our fields, equipment, and sports facilities in general would benefit us with teamwork and focus during the school day. Scientists have proved that exercise enhances your mood and reduces stress to keep you focused at school and to keep you healthy. So in all, I believe putting funds towards sports equipment would benefit us all academically and mentally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you there.
Hi, I'm Kate Owen, and I'm going into 6th grade at Sunrise Middle School. I'm really excited about the idea of a sports academy. I think it could help keep more students in public school instead of leaving for private schools, especially those looking for stronger sports programs. I've already seen some of my friends leave after elementary school, and it's tough when your friend group breaks apart just because your schools don't offer the same opportunities. Having a program like this, where we can grow together, stay connected, and know what's coming next, it would make things a lot less stressful. Going into a new school is already a big change, but knowing that you'll be surrounded by familiar faces and shared goals would make a huge difference. I think the sports academy would give kids something to look forward to, help us feel more confident, and allow us to stay on a path that feels fun and meaningful. Thank you for listening and thinking about what helps kids like me feel supported and excited about school.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kate Gold, and I will be a sixth grader at Sunrise Middle School this year. While I have been in school, I have seen that when kids are excited about what they are learning, they try harder and do better. When they have something to look forward to, they feel more motivated. For a lot of kids, sports are their favorite things. Playing sports and being active helps kids focus. It gives them energy and helps make it easier to concentrate in class. I have also been lucky to go to an elementary school where parents and students want to be there. And having a special program that people are excited about means that they are more involved. This sports academy would give more kids a chance to feel that excitement and be a part of something special. Thank you for listening, and I hope you'll help bring the opportunity to our school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gina Posetti, and I'm going into sixth grade in Sunrise Middle School. And I'm here to talk about why investing in turf for school fields will benefit the school. Turf is easier to maintain than regular grass. You don't have to fertilize the grass or water it. Also, you can have school events and parties on the turf. When athletes play on the turf, they won't trip because the turf is smooth, unlike the regular grass. Also, the soccer ball rolls smoother on turf. This helps the pass be more accurate, sharp, and controlled. We want to make sure Sunrise has good facilities so other students would want to come to our school. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jack Abruzzi, and I'm a multi-sport athlete at Sunrise Middle School going into 7th grade. I won't take up much of our time, but to sum all this up, when I first came into Sunrise Middle School last year, I was disappointed. I was disappointed in the football field, the track, and even the basketball court. I believe this would benefit all the students at Sunrise Middle. Thank you for your time.
I am Xavier Edwards, and I'm going into 7th grade at Sunrise. I played football and track for Sunrise Middle School. When I first stepped out on the field, I was shocked of the condition of the field that we played on. Also, even the back.
You're fine. You're fine. You're doing good. Don't be nervous.
All right. I was shocked of the condition of the field that we played football on, and also even the track. Also, the basketball court wasn't in the best condition. I believe that upgrading the sport equipment would benefit a lot of people at Sunrise Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you all so much for your input there. So we're going to move on to the list in order. So next up is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida, where I've been a homeowner since 1998. Not planning to move, so what you do to Plantation High School impacts my property value. My kids have finally escaped the system. But having said that, there was talk at one point in one phase of redefining from whichever iteration, Plantation, middle, and high, Plantation does not go. And there's a lot of Plantation that lives in District 6, not just District 5. It just depends on which side of Nob Hill you live on and whether you're north or south of Broward Boulevard. So what I'd like to see surveyed is why didn't you go to Plantation Middle or Plantation High? Because everybody that I've known, from Central Park Elementary, Mirror Lake tends to go, but not Central Park Elementary and not so much Peters, surprisingly. If you fix the boundaries, which is how I started 14 years ago, and I guess that's that because we're down to 1 minute as opposed to 3. Thank you.
Next is Andrew Coyne. I'm sorry. Lori was supposed to go first.
Yeah, I think Lori
Yes,
was
I'm sorry.
She's
You
the
can
boss.
go second. I'm sorry. He did tell me that. I just got sidetracked.
All right, I'm going to speak in my fastest New York language. Anyway, you all know me, Lori Salarulo, President and CEO of Junior Achievement of South Florida. I'm here today to talk about the bold vision that we've been talking with you all about. You had the vision 16 years ago to do every fifth grader and every eighth grader. Our kids in high school are about to hit the real world. So what we would like to bring to your attention, and you have a booklet on your desk, but imagine if going down Broward Boulevard off of 95, you're going east, and this is on your left side. Should you decide to repurpose North Fork Elementary School, we are proposing to build a workforce innovation center in partnership with the district. JA will fund the entire building of the center, just like we did for JA World, but every single high school student. And the reason why that property is the property that we're proposing is because it's centrally located. Important. We have a $10 million gift that has a timeline on it. So we just hope that you will make a commitment to building this for our high school and above students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Chair Hickson, for having me. Dr. Hepburn. My name is Andrew Koenig. I'm the CEO of City Furniture, proud partner of Junior Achievement for the past 15 years. I'm also the chair of Junior Achievement and work very closely with Lori and the JA staff. They're world class. And this opportunity is once in a lifetime. We have a donor that's willing to give us a lot of money, and there's a time commitment here that we have to make in towards to be able to execute on this. What JA has proved out is business, education, working together can really help these kids' lives and make a better ones and give everybody hope to be able to do whatever they want to do. I feel confident. I represent 70 board members and over 450 company partners that work very closely with Junior Achievement. They will get behind this. We will get tons of support to make this happen and not put all the burden on you guys. And this is going to be fantastic for the kids of Broward County. So really excited about this opportunity. I hope you move forward with it.
Thank you. Next is Manish Harappa. I probably destroyed that name. I apologize.
We'll get it right over time.
Thank you.
I'm Manish Harappa. I'm the CEO of Peak Activity. I'm also a board member at UCF. I'm a board member of Broward Workshop, and I'm a board member of JA. I'm here as a tech CEO. We've employed thousands of tech leaders in this ecosystem. We've got 20-something-year-olds that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in tech, but we need an educated workforce. I'm here in support of repurposing North Fork because when we really think about the pipeline of the future, we need to have high school students that are proficient in AI, proficient in technology, and the tools that they're learning are changing so fast. So I'm here as a tech leader to say, I'm behind what Andrew just mentioned. We're here to support everything we can as far as technology-related and AI-related innovation, and we really want to support what you're proposing, or we're proposing with North Fork. Thank you.
They need from us today, right? Thank you. Next is Lynn Goldman.
Good afternoon. I'm Lynn Goldman Heyman, and I am proud to serve on the JA board. Just before my retirement from 30 years with Broward County Public Schools, I was with the technical colleges and technical high schools, and I know firsthand what the impact of workforce education can do for students, their family, and for our community. I fully support creating this innovative workforce center because students and their parents need to know what careers are available, where they can go for that training, and get first hands-on experience in those careers, see what it's like, and work with the partners that we have. JA has proven to have a great partnership with Broward County Public Schools, and I encourage you to move forward with this bold decision and create this for our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Greg Thompson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hepburn, Chair and member of the school board. My name is Greg Thompson, and I proudly serve as Vice Chair of the Board for Junior Achievement of South Florida. Also bring decades of experience as a business executive and remain deeply committed to education, workforce development, and community impact throughout my career. Today I speak on behalf of the JA Board and our strong support of the proposal to repurpose North Fork Elementary School in what will become a transformational asset for Broward County, the Innovative Workforce Center. This new center is about more than programs. It's about helping our youth, parents, and others identify what's possible and helping them to develop and achieve their objectives. It's about giving students the tools they need to succeed in a rapidly changing world, real exposure to career pathways, and skills they can use the moment they graduate. The JA Board, composed of over 70 dedicated business and community leaders, stands united behind this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Aretha Wimberly. I don't think she's here. Aaron Gould.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try to make it short, but first, thank you for making sure that we were able to include the community in this conversation. So thank you. What excites me most about today's presentation is that it goes so far beyond school closures. It reflects a thoughtful, data-driven approach that seeks to understand why families are making the choices they are and responds with student-centered solutions. I'm here as the proud incoming PTSA president of the Sunrise Middle School PTSA, and you can see we have absolute enthusiastic support for this sports academy. You are looking for programs that attract families, look before you, right? To see our neighborhood schools and alumni rally around this has been absolutely inspiring. We have heard at today's meeting and meeting after meeting that we want our kids to be making connections with one another and the natural world around them, right? Not our devices. This sports program would do just that. It would promote whole child development and contribute to stronger, more engaging learning environments. And I just want to say it also represents a model with our municipalities. I am on the Fort Lauderdale Education Advisory Board. I'm really going to wrap up quickly, but they have made such a significant investment in our schools, and we really could use this as a model for this school district to work with other municipalities to create strong programs that attract and retain families. Thank you.
Thank you. Tamara Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Maribel Rodriguez. I am a proud Broward County resident, a mother of 2 high schoolers, and a proud JA board member, vice president of a local television station, and a professor of advanced digital media at FIU. I am here to proudly support the Innovation Workforce Center being proposed through the repurposing of North Fork Elementary. I have seen firsthand in my career how an innovative approach in technology positively and significantly propels a student's desire to learn, which without a doubt leads to a successful and confident student. Content creation and storytelling also motivates students to learn and apply their skills and leads to sought-after expertise. In the proposal, there is a production studio in the new Innovation Center. The production studio will be a game changer because the students will be able to have hands-on experience as well as access to mentors in the industry, which will be priceless for the students and a win for our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Next is James Labrie.
Superintendent, Madam Chair, members of the Broward County School Board, my name is James Labrie, and I'm a resident, homeowner, taxpayer, and voter in Broward County for nearly 23 years. I live in Fort Lauderdale in the Poinsettia Heights neighborhood where Bennett Elementary and Sunrise Middle School are located. I currently serve as the Vice President of the Poinsettia Heights Civic Association. I've come to this meeting representing the Poinsettia Heights Civic Association in support of the Sports Academy initiative that includes Bennett, Sunrise, and Fort Lauderdale High School. The Civic Association firmly believes that physical activity helps not only to support physical health, but also to support mental and emotional health. Additionally, we believe there is value in the Sports Academy initiative as it would attract and retain students and their families who may be considering a private school alternative that has a robust sports program. I've got a lot more to say, but I know we're rushed for time. I'll just leave it with this. Please know the Poinsettia Heights Civic Association overwhelmingly supports the Sports Academy initiative, and we are asking the superintendent and the school board members to support the initiative as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next is Dr. Trudy Jurvanovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Jamanovich, a former Sunrise teacher. I want to support the proposal for an emphasis on sports and activities which students can participate in for a lifetime. Sunrise and Fort Lauderdale have swimming pools, and students in these 3 schools should all become proficient swimmers. Being close to the beach, we also have many unusual water sports such as kite foiling, wing surfing, and wing foiling, and sailing, which could be explored in classroom activities. These 3 schools collaborated many years ago in the Whitbread Round the World sailing race. I want to remind the board that activities related to sports can increase students' enthusiasm. The present curriculum, which these races are still going on, includes science, technology, engineering, geography, history, arts, and math, language, and global citizenship. And also they do experiments on the boat to try to see how many microplastics are all over the ocean. I also believe, I want to thank you, and also I think that this is an excellent way to have our schools become really, really top-notch again.
Thank you so much. Next is Claudia Cristiami. Okay. Ellen Bogdanoff.
Thank you, Ellen Bogdanoff, and I've been an activist in Broward County Schools for probably over 35 years. About 30 years ago, a couple of friends, we got together as a community and decided that we wanted a new program as a feeder for VSY, and that was a Montessori middle. We were told it couldn't be done. We were told it's never been done before. We did the research, we persisted, and it is an extremely successful program today. I'm here to let you know that I think that community-born programs, community-driven programs, are the best for the community, and it engages and brought a lot of people back to public school that had gone off to private. We didn't have charters back then, but had gone off to private schools. So we were pleased with our progress, and I would encourage you to hear the community and perhaps maybe engage the community with the Sports Academy.
Thank you very much. Next is Mary Fertig.
Good afternoon. About 5 years ago, Heather Brinkworth and I had an incredible opportunity to work with a professional sports team to create a venue for Fort Lauderdale High School and Stranahan High School, our alma maters, to play football at Lockhart Stadium again. Since the 1950s, our schools had played in the stadium built by our city for our local schools, but a point came when this was no longer happening. As conversations began between the city and Inter Miami about a P3, we saw an opportunity for our students to play again. As the conversations progressed and the high school stadium was built and there was talk of other activities on the site, we had an idea. What if a program could be built which would offer unique opportunities in curriculum and sports and mentorship by bringing together a unique set of partners, schools, athletes, the city, the school board, the community, and we have a perfect location, a feeder pattern located right in the middle of where all of this is happening. Bennett Elementary and Sunrise Middle School both date back to the 1950s. They are located on contiguous properties. When the city decided to invest $1.725 million in a turf field, resurfaced track, pool chiller, and more at Sunrise Middle, we decided it was a definite sign that the Sports Academy was meant to be.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I just add one last thing? I think that when a community brings you a program and when a community embraces your program, it's going to be successful. So I hope you'll work with our community. Thank you.
Christian Glenn.
Good afternoon. My name is Christiane Glenn, and I am currently on the women's volleyball team at William Patterson University. I have been playing volleyball for the past 10 years, with some of these years being at Cypress Bay High School, and the lessons and friends that have stuck with me through this journey are irreplaceable. Being a student athlete has taught me to work with other people and remain disciplined. When collaborating with others, whether it is at work or on the court, our differences are what can make the most formidable teams. The ability to create this curriculum would be a huge benefit to the students of the Broward County community. Giving students the opportunity to grow into multifaceted individuals will produce competency in the future leaders of our area. Enrolling students into sports outside of school can not only be time-consuming, but extremely expensive. With this academy, students can develop confidence and problem-solving skills that parents seek out for their children without the added stress. Themes such as mental health will equip students with the tools and resources to strengthen their minds as well as their bodies. Creating healthy habits starts young, and with this initiative, we have the chance to make an impact.
Thank you so much. Heather Brinkworth?
Good afternoon, Superintendent, board members, staff, and community members. I'm a proud product of BCPS. I'm a proud parent of 2 BCPS graduates, and both of my children earned the coveted Cambridge diploma at Fort Lauderdale High School. Both of them participated in school athletics. Both of them left high school feeling like most of their education was boring and irrelevant to real-world application. Attracting students to BCPS and keeping them engaged in relevant and meaningful coursework is how our public school system not only survives, but thrives. Programming matters immensely. K-8 solutions pacify parents' fears of the realities of middle school. I implore you not to fall into the trap of thinking K-8s will be the answer. The answer lies in innovative, relevant programming that captures the imagination and offers something for all students. A sports academy provides this. With the City of Fort Lauderdale's partnership through the Parks Bond bringing capital improvements, the Panthers Baptist Health Iceplex, the Fort Pickleball Facility, the renovated Hall of Fame Swimming and Diving Facility, Inter Miami at the former Lockhart location, the stars have aligned in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and now is the time. It's time to notice what our neighbors to the south have already begun implementing. It is time to bring something fresh and new to support our students, and it is time for an FLHS zone with a sports focus, and it starts with a sports academy at Bennett. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah D., because I can't read the last name. Sarah D. Okay. Johnston Hobbs.
Thank you for the opportunity, and also to thank the guy that was sitting right here, the Roadrunner guy, and this guy in a white shirt for bringing out the chairs today. You guys were raised very well. I'm the head coach at Fort Lauderdale High School. I'm also a former amateur and professional athlete. I'm not going to go through my whole resume, but I can tell you just how important anything sports theme or teamwork is in the development, which is the most important part of the thing about sports. Forget the wins and losses, but the development and the lessons you learn therefore. There's probably more accountability and discipline at any one of our given practices during a week than I think any other student or any other athlete probably experiences throughout their day. I think a sports academy would be an absolutely brilliant idea, particularly seeing how it's worked in other places. And personally, I would volunteer to help in any way I could in forming or running that type of thing.
We're going to write that down.
Yeah, write it down. I'm easy to find. If you don't, there's the brand, right? But I appreciate the time. Thank you guys very much for listening.
Thank you so much. And we finish up with Alex Colazzo. It's hard to read the last name.
Hi, I'm Alex Colazzo, president of the Poinsett Heights Civic Association. As Jim elaborated, that also the community of Bennett Elementary and Sunrise Middle. I, too, am alumni from Sunrise Middle School and Fort Lauderdale High. And like these young students, agree that the conditions of the athletic programs over there are, well, let's say deplorable. It hadn't changed much since I went there, and we were absolutely elated and thrilled when the city of Fort Lauderdale stepped up to assist with these joint parks use programs and fund some of the new amenities that these schools will provide. I would like to respectfully ask this board to consider, as our community has joined with the city, for this Broward County board to join with our community and the city and match the funds that were provided by the city of Fort Lauderdale to upgrade the Broward County schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we have 15 minutes left. I want to kind of bring this home. I think on page 19, if my board members will, my colleagues will look, on page 19 there are 4 things that I believe staff would like some direction on. That's kind of the idea of what we're doing here today. So they bring it back in August. Is that correct?
If I can clarify, and Dr. Watkins can follow up. So on page 19, there are 4 things. Specifically, 2 of the 4 are actionable items that we can bring back to the board with more detail for more discussion. I know both of them are time sensitive. We have one community that is definitely in support of a sports academy, K through 12, where the city of Fort Lauderdale, from my understanding, has already put up some funds to upgrade facilities and asking for a matching contribution to finish out the facilities. And the other item with junior achievement, we have immense support from business partners and junior achievement that solely in existence to support Broward County Public Schools kids with possible repurposing of Norfolk Elementary. So I think in all of the items that we talked about for redefining it, to give the board a high-level view of where we are, most of the data hasn't changed as far as student enrollment for many of those schools, just to let people know where we are and what we intend to do going back out to the community and discussing some of the possibilities. But 2 of the 4 items are opportunities for the board that we can bring back earlier for some type of commitment or a vote while we continue to work on some of the other things that involve some hard decisions for possible closures of schools and things like that. But and also in the same vein, we're also working to update and revise many of our magnets in academies across the district, as well as transportation and all those other wonderful things. I think 2 of the 4 right now today is probably what we need the most feedback from.
Okay, so let's give them direction first, and then whatever time we have left for people to add what they'd like to. But is there anyone, let's make this simple, is there anyone who disagrees with the idea of bringing back to us a sports academy in Sunrise and junior achievement on the North Fork side? We're not voting on it, we're just asking, is that something we would like to see come back in August when we have a more detailed discussion with, I promise, no more than 3 items, right, Superintendent, with no special school board meeting, so that we can actually give this the time that it needs, because I feel like twice now we've had to rush what we're doing with repurposing, and this is a huge piece. So is there anyone who disagrees with having staff bring those 2 ideas back to us in August? Let's just start with that. So either you agree or disagree. That's all I'm asking at this moment. Is there anyone online that disagrees with having staff bring these items back to us?
I agree.
Dr. Zeman? Is he still there? Okay. So if we get cut off on time, staff understands we're good with bringing those 2 particular items back. When you come in, just for the public to know, today's a workshop, so we're not voting yes or no on anything today. It'll be probably a while before we get to the voting yes and no, so I don't want you to leave feeling as if you didn't get what you needed. But today was just the idea of what we're going to be moving forward. So Dr. Holness.
Okay, so Madam Chair, regarding North Fork, while I do not necessarily disagree with the item coming back, I would hope that because this would involve the repurposing of North Fork, that requires significant community engagement. I mean, that comes with a lot of pieces to it. So I would hope that we are being very sensitive to that community and that we will come back with relevant information as opposed to just moving ahead without the community being involved. So I would caution that we're careful with that item as we move forward.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank everyone for coming and speaking as we creep past the 5 o'clock hour. I appreciate everybody's input and the comments. I just want one point of clarification. I believe it was Mr. Koenig, who I don't see in the audience anymore, but in regards to the Junior Achievement Center that's being proposed, I thought I heard that this was going to be completely privately funded. And if that was the case, there was also a comment that was made that there's a strict deadline in having those funds committed to us. I'd like some more information on that. Ms. Salarillo, if you have that information, I'd love to hear it. But if we're under some type of strict time time deadline in order to receive presumably a lot of money. I'd like to know what we're working with here on that.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, we invite Mr. Lorillo to come up.
So Dr. Hepburn, as she comes, so that, to Ms. Hickson's point, so that no one walks away thinking the attendance boundaries for what happens in August of this year are set. So whatever decisions the board make going as we go through the process, the earliest they would become effective as far as where children are assigned for school would be for the 26-27 school year. I just want to make that
correct.
plain so that people don't have any confusion.
Yep, correct. Go ahead, Laurie.
So to answer your questions, one, yes, it would be fully publicly and privately funded by Junior Achievement of South Florida, just as JA World was. And secondly, there is a $10 million pledge from a donor that came probably about 1.5 to 2 years ago when we began to envision this center for the high school students and began actually talking with Superintendent Licata at the time, then with Dr. Hepburn and some of the board members. And so that donor has said there's a window. So probably I would say she would like to see the land at least committed to by December. At that point, we will have to try to convince her to continue the exploration, but I don't feel totally hopeful. So she's anxious. By December, I would say would be the latest.
Thank you, ma'am.
And just to clarify too, that does align with our process as well as the process that we implemented last year too.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I am concerned. I love early learning, so I don't want this to be taken any sort of way. I am concerned about the City of Miramar early learning opportunity simply based on funding changes that seem to be creeping down from the federal government. And I am concerned that, I'm just concerned about that in general. And then I also really want to explore the opportunity to redistrict Silver Palms because it is the only school in Pembroke Pines that is going east. And our families are leaving. I've had 3 families tell me that they are leaving to go to charter school in Pembroke Pines because of the transportation. And it's nothing about Walter C. Young's reputation or Flanagan's reputation. It is simply because it takes 25 minutes to get from Silver Palms to then get to Walter C. Young during school hours. This is something the community has asked for a very long time. I've talked to Dr. Hepburn about it. He said this was the opportunity. So please, for the love of everything, bring that opportunity back because it will keep Pines families there. Otherwise, I'm excited about the changes. Yes.
Thank you. We're just going around. So I'll say I'm very excited for the sports academy. I hope we do more of those academy-like things in partnership with the municipalities. Very also excited about the JA World and what can be done there and how we partner with a variety of different organizations. I think early learning is very important, so it could be that it's a cost base on early learning, and I have said from day one that we should be working with our public and private agencies to look at leasing spaces. So I'm very excited about that, and I just want to again reiterate, when this comes back to us in August, there should be minimal other things on the agenda. We need to give it the time that it deserves. We need to give the public the time that they want to speak to the different items. So please, please, please. 2 items, 3 would be like if it really, really had to be on there, and absolutely no special school board meetings. Mrs. Leonard.
We heard you, Chair.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone who came to speak today, especially our students. It is always thrilling sitting here, getting to hear from our students, and the courage and eloquence that our students showed today was really incredible. So thank you. And thank you to all of the community leaders and community activists who have dedicated their lives to our public schools for coming to speak today. I think, I'm very, very excited about this idea of a sports academy at Bennett Elementary, Sunrise Middle School, and Fort Lauderdale High School. I think, Ellen Bogdanoff said it best when the community brings us an idea, a program proposal. We saw all of the new faces in the room that we don't usually see. It really is a testament to how we can grow our enrollment and grow the excitement for Broward County Public Schools. So I'm very much in support of that. I will do everything I can to make that happen, and I also appreciate my colleagues' support and their interest in moving forward to learn more about this. And I really hope that next year we're seeing a new sports academy at Bennett and Sunrise and Fort Lauderdale High School. I'm, of course, supportive of early learning opportunities, very interested to learn about what JA has to propose. And I know that there are other municipalities that may be interested in early learning as well. So again, engaging in those partnerships and exploring those, talking to our city leaders is very important. But again, I really can't emphasize the gratitude I feel for the people who came to speak today and the people who have come up with this idea of a sports academy at Bennett, Sunrise, and Fort Lauderdale. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. This entire presentation has just made me so happy and given me hope for the future. So I appreciate each and every one of you that came out and all of the hard work that our staff has done on this. The comment that Ms. Leonardi made about when the community brings a proposal, this is demonstrated here, obviously. So we don't necessarily know what we don't know. To have you all proactively working together to bring this, to make our community better is just amazing. So thank you so much for that. The JA proposal, I'm a huge fan of JA. I got one more kid to do 5th grade and then we'll go from there. But I'm always a chaperone. This is amazing too. Again, just the engagement with the community, with the business community, doing what we need to do to give these opportunities to our kids is just thrilling to me. I'm so happy to see this, so thank you. And the early learning opportunities and obviously working together to come up with more with other partnerships, and those things are great. So I just want you guys to know that I'll be leaving feeling cheered and hopeful today after this presentation, so thank you very much.
Thank you, and we will end with Mrs. Rupert. We have about 3 minutes left.
I won't need it. I want to thank the community for coming out today. It's always best when we actually, the origin of stuff actually comes from the community. You've already got the buy-in there. So I 100% support the Sports Academy and also the JA world, especially for our workforce innovation. And any municipalities that want to partner with us, I would hope that we form a better relationship with them and partner, and I'm hopeful that we will do that. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student success to share that takes less than 2 minutes?
Nope.
Okay, great.
Everything's great.
The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed except for the other items we have to bring back. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you so much. We will start at 5:30 with our budget meeting.
There's Pete.
Good evening. The first public hearing of the School Board of Broward County, Florida for the 2025-26 millage and budget is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As we begin our public hearing, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. The purpose of this meeting is for the School Board of Broward County, Florida to conduct official business of the district and any other items the board deems necessary. Today, the board is considering the following business. Adopt resolution number 26-112, approving the tentative millage rates for fiscal year 2025-26, and 2, adopt resolution number 26-113, approving the tentative budget for fiscal year 25-26. Dr. Hepburn, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda.
May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda? So moved. It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Ms. Thompson. All in favor of the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. I will now entertain a motion to move item 1 and 2 together for public input and board discussion. At the conclusion of the discussion, the items will need to be separated before voting. The budget, I'm not done. The budget director will read the resolution for item 1 into the record before we take a vote. Then the budget director will read the resolution for item number 2 into the record before our final vote. The items must be approved separately and in order. May I have a motion and a second to move the items to the floor? It's been moved by Mrs. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Bowman, to move the items to the floor. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the first of our 2 public hearings for the 2025-26 millage rates and budget. It is a statutory requirement that we provide this opportunity for public input into our financial planning process. Tonight marks the beginning of this process. The tentative millage rates and the tentative budget we discuss and adopt tonight will be presented to the school board for final adoption at our second public hearing on September 9th, 2025. The purpose of this hearing is to keep the public and the school board fully informed as to whether the district is using sound policies and practices that meet the needs of students and warrant public confidence in the district's operation. At this time, I now turn it over to the superintendent to provide a brief overview of the budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to submit the 2025-2026 tentative millage and tentative budget for the school board's consideration and adoption. The district administrative and school leadership teams remain committed to providing our students with a world-class education in a safe and secure learning environment. I have challenged my leadership team to take a deep dive in their respective budgets and find opportunities to improve cost efficiencies so we can focus on preparing our students to reach their highest potential. We are incredibly proud to be an A-rated school district for the second year in a row. This achievement reaffirms the district's commitment to academic excellence, its positive impacts on student outcomes. I commend our teachers and administrators and staff for their commitment to students' learning, our students and families for their drive and determination to succeed, and our school board for its continued support and guidance. My objectives are clear: maintaining BCPS as an A school district, 100% proficiency for all students, financial stability for our district, and ensuring equity so every student benefits from high-quality instruction and exceptional education experiences. Tonight, I'm asking the board to approve the tentative millage rates and the tentative budget. Now the Chief Financial Officer and the budget team will make a brief presentation, and staff will be available to answer any questions after the presentation.
Good evening, Chair, board members, and superintendent. My team, the budget team, will do a brief presentation of our millage rate for tentative millage rates for 2025-26 fiscal year and a tentative budget. Remember, this is tentative budget. So I'll turn it over to my team to introduce themselves before Jeff Whitney give a brief presentation of the budget and a tentative millage rate.
Good evening, Chair, Board, and Superintendent. I'm Jeff Whitney, the Budget Director, and I have with me my Assistant Directors. That's Kim Salustio. Yep.
Deanna Martins.
Deanna Martins. If I could get the presentation up on the screen, please. So I want to welcome and thank the community and staff and board members for attending tonight. I'm going to guide you through this presentation quickly, then we can address any questions you may have. Just a reminder, this is the tentative budget that will come back for adoption in September. Slide 2, please. Oh, I've got to look at that. How about I do that? There we go. All right. So, Florida law and trim requires school boards to prepare and advertise and adopt an annual budget. Tonight's request is approval of the tentative millage rates, which is item number 1, and the tentative budget for 25-26, which is item number 2. Trim ensures public transparency in setting property tax rates. The school districts must advertise required local effort and the discretionary operating and capital millage. Florida Department of Education determines the required local effort rate, and school boards cannot adjust them. Tonight's 25-26 budget reflects DOE's second calculation from July 18th, and the 24-25 figures used tonight are from the DOE's third calculation, which is aligned with our amended budget, as DOE has not released the fourth calculation yet. Our trim timeline shows the important steps there. This follows strict statutory deadlines, ensures public notification before adoption. Tonight's hearing, the green box, is a critical step towards final approval in September. The next slide reviews our historical millage rates in the blue sections on the left. And on the right-hand side, you can see a comparison of the 25-26 rates to the 24-25 rates from last year. For 25-26, RLE is set at 3.0720 mils and includes the 0.0190 prior period funding adjustment that is set by the state. The next slide reviews the rollback rate. The rollback rate is a calculation of the millage rate this year that would generate the same revenue as last year, excluding things like new construction. For 2025-26, the tentative millage exceeds the rollback rate by 5.94%. This increase reflects state requirements and continued growth in the value of properties in Broward County. The next slide goes through what each of the millage revenues would generate for all of our funds, noting that the total from local property taxes is $2.16 billion for operations, capital, the voted referendum, and voted debt. This next slide kind of reviews how the property taxes are computed for a home with a $100,000 assessed value and a $25,000 homestead exemption. Your taxable value is going to be $75,000. Since it's $1 per thousand of assessed value, we divide that by 1,000. You multiply that 75 by the total millage rate to 6.485 to see that a $100,000 house with the homestead exemption would be taxed at $486 for the year. When we extrapolate that down to the average single-family home and the average condominium, you can see what the total taxes would be for the year, or the increase from the previous year of about $175 for a single-family home and about $97 for the average condominium. We look through some of our general fund budget assumptions. It's important to see that from the FEFP, the base student allocation increased by $41.62 to $5,372.60 per student. This also includes that former categorical funds that have been folded into the BSA. This includes things like the teacher salary increase allocation, reading allocation, and instructional materials. The three main revenue sources for the general fund are state, like the FEFP funding, local property tax funding, and federal, which includes things like the ROTC and Medicaid funds. I want to note that most federal funds are in the special revenue fund, not in the general fund. This is a comparison of 24-25 to 25-26. you get to see that state sources are down more than $16 million, while local property tax sources are up more than $80 million. We also have an increase in the other sources, which is our capital transfer. This is used to pay for capital projects and programs that are performed in the operating budget. You can also see on here the big increase, nearly $50 million in the family empowerment scholarships that comes out of this, and the pass-through funding for charter schools at $488 million, which is comparable to what it was the previous year. Charter schools growth hasn't been growing like it was in the past. The table at the bottom kind of shows the FTEs. What's important to see here is that the state's got us projected at 6,200 down. It's really closer to 8,800 because there's an additional adjustment in there that they haven't actually hit us all the way with that they expect for ESOL. You can see that the family empowerment scholarships are up more than 8,000 and the charter schools are kind of flat. We look at our estimated cost increases. Really what's important to note on this, the two big ones are the textbook adoption. You'll remember that we skipped adopting the textbooks last year, and so that's an increase to our costs versus last year. And our healthcare increase at $49 million, recognizing that this is against the adopted budget from last year, not necessarily what we spent. So our spend year to year isn't up that much, but from adoption, it's a $49 million hit to our budget. This next page is a summary of all funds. What's important here is kind of highlighted in those blue boxes. So this includes $325 million for the Family Empowerment Scholarship that DOE will remove from our budget when they do the third calculation. It includes $488 million in charter school pass-through funding, and it also includes our $333 million from referendum funding. Total revenue from all fund sources is nearly $5.3 billion. I also want to point out that the federal freeze was lifted last Friday, but we need to confirm that restoration levels match the anticipated totals for each of our grant programs and monitor new spending guidance to make sure that it doesn't affect any of the allowable uses or compliance. Our budget summary, the next page, is just a review of the numbers on the previous page that just focuses on the general fund. This highlights the major revenue and expense categories for the general fund. Slide 14 is our review of the fund balance. This table outlines the funding amounts used to calculate the required general fund balance. At this time for the tentative budget, I want to emphasize that this is for the tentative budget, the fund balance is estimated at about 4.1%. And finally, slide 15 just shows where we are in the budget timeline, recognizing that we still have an adoption meeting for the District Educational Facilities Plan, 5 p.m. on September 3rd, and adoption of the budget at 5:30 p.m. on September 9th. Both meetings provide more opportunities for public input and board discussion into the budgeting process. With that, I'm done with the presentation, and we're ready to assist with the board's discussion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there any public speakers at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so board discussion. Anybody have?
Alan Zeman has a question to ask.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Zeman.
Oh, thanks so much, Chair. I hope I didn't leave Prague in front of anybody, but you know, 4.1 is a big number. That's something that has been tracked for the past 6 months. I do not want to miss the opportunity to really heap praise on Dr. Hepburn, Roe Johnson, her staff, the kinds of things that they did to present options that allowed us to make decisions to get us to 4.1 is truly remarkable. I've never seen budget work that good, and I've done budget work for a few decades. So this is really a big number. And for us to avoid the 3.0, which it looked like we were crashing toward, and end provisionally anyway on a 4.1 number is huge. So Ms. Johnson, Dr. Hepburn, and staff, thank you on behalf of Broward County for finding efficiencies, reducing overhead, collapsing things that we just don't need to do, not filling vacant positions. All the things that you made those hard decisions on really got us to that 4.1. I just want to thank you because that's the biggest number in our budget. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Holden.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to echo Dr. Zeman as well, and Ms. Johnson, phenomenal job. I mean, I know the challenges you've had to get us that 4.1. You've met with all of us multiple times, and I know it was very stressful, and you and your team, you worked through it, so thank you. We're happy to have you here. Thank you so much, and thank Dr. Hepburn as well.
Okay. Ms. Thompson?
I echo all that. Thank you so much. I just wanted some clarification on page 9 when you say that the general assumptions with the base student allocation, that the former categorical funds were collapsed into the BSA. Does that mean we've lost money there?
No, they were separate. They were separate categorical fundings. But 2 years ago, the state made a recommendation that the flexibility in those funding source, so they allow you, they still stay in place. They stay in place at the rate we had 2 years ago, but any flexibility just will roll into the fund balance. So it'll allow you to have flexibility in those expenditures.
Okay. And then I guess just a process question, because we've been talking all day about making sure we're spending money that matches our values and spending money appropriately. When do we start having those conversations about paying staff more, or doing different stipends, or putting more investments in software or less software? Like, when does that conversation start happening?
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Well, they start right now. So this is a tentative budget, so it's not final. And the state was kind of slow with releasing our final documentation that we need to move forward to build the adopted budget, but we were working on expenditures of it. We didn't have clear idea what our revenue source was going to be. So now we can try to balance the adopted budget so we can have those conversations about what is embedded in the budget, because I know you're getting this budget at a high level. It's hard to ask questions about what is our priority and what we're focusing on.
So are those going to happen like one-on-one? Is it more work?
It's going to be a one-on-one conversation with each board member, but then we're going to have a in public meeting, right, where you can ask questions for the public consumption of our budget.
I had another question and now I forgot. It's okay. I'll call you.
Okay. Mr. Sever?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In preparation for the meeting this afternoon, I went back and I pulled some of my notes from the July 22nd school board meeting that we had. And I believe it was item F2, someone correct me if I'm wrong. There was the advertising the proposed millage levies that was presented to the board at that meeting. My notes indicate that there was approximately a 10.9% increase in operating expenses compared to last year, based on what's been presented in not only that agenda item and now what we're hearing now. I guess my question is, was my math correct on that? I guess is the first question. And if so, I'm interested to hear why a 10.9% increase in operating expenses are being proposed in a district that is set to lose approximately 8,000 students this year. So I guess my first inquiry is my math correct about the 10.9% increase? And if so, I would like a little bit of explanation as to why we're seeing this increase when we're set to lose almost 8,000 students.
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Well, those expenses are tied to salaries and benefits of our employee. As you see, that we're having a reduction in our budget overall from the state because the loss of enrollment. But there on page 11, if you could look and follow through, there are increases we can't avoid. They're going to happen. Charter school portion, even though they didn't increase enrollment, their proportion of our FEFP went up by $5.2 million. We have increase in utility costs. We can't control those. Debt service for energy lease expense is $3.2 million. Our referendum charter school settlement, our interest portion of it is $4.6. that's already was negotiated, and those going to increase again next year. Our textbook adoption, it was not built in last year's budget, so I have to include it in this fiscal year. And then our fringe costs, compared to what was budget, went up by 49 million. So it was not budget correctly, so we're correcting that. So the cost has indeed increased by 49 million for this fiscal year.
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, that last part you said again, and I know it's late, but I don't think.
Well, based on our budget from last year, what was built in the budget was less. Our cost didn't go up. It was less than what we built in our budget.
Okay, how much were we off by?
By 25 million.
So as part of this proposed budget now, we're seeking to obviously recoup whatever shortfall we experienced last year because of the, I don't know if mistake is the right word, but because of not including something within the budget that should have been there.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
I mean, to continue on that point, I suppose it's not the topic of this budget hearing, but it presents some concerns, given that there was such a significant misunderstanding of what the fringe costs would be this last year. I guess I'm wondering what processes have been put in place to make sure that doesn't happen again, and also any accountability measures.
Yes, we did a detailed, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
I have put in controls, so we're going to start closing the month every month and reconciling all our accounts and looking at our burn rates on our accounts and our expenditures. And my team's going to project revenue and make sure we make those changes, and any amendments to the budget would come to the board first before the fund balance is actually appropriated. So those things we have done in our office to make sure that we're being transparent and accountable to the board and also to the public.
Okay. I feel like maybe I'm a little bit more alarmed than I should be. I don't know. I think the $25 million error is, it's hard for anyone in the public to stomach, including myself. And I know that you were not CFO then, so I just, I think a conversation we have a lot in this district is, there are errors that have been made in the past. It doesn't feel like people are held accountable. So I hope that we take that very seriously and we look into that.
We are.
Sure. I agree with Ms. Leonardi about that, but I know that Ms. Johnson's been working very hard to right that wrong from last year, and I don't expect that that's going to be happening again, because I know she wasn't happy about it. So thank you for figuring that out for us. I too was very surprised to see the 4.1%. So thank you for that. That makes me feel a lot better than I did a week ago. I have one question. The cost, and I don't know if we covered this already, but the textbook adoption, where does that come from?
That I can give the history on that. What was it? 2 years ago? Because we didn't adopt it last year, so that would be 2 years ago.
It came out of
Gap year.
Yeah, gap year. So it was a decision made to do a gap year and delay the adoption, which was not in violation of anything, to provide additional compensation to district and school employees. So it's about negotiations around additional compensation raises and things like that.
So we didn't adopt the textbook so that we had the money to do
Correct.
that. Okay,
Correct.
so now we're catching up from.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I have just a couple of questions and then statement, I guess. So on the fringe costs, it says health insurance, retirement, et cetera. Can you break that down a little more for us? Because is it possible to, did something happen in the health insurance claims were unusually high this year? I mean, I know they were high during COVID because it was COVID, and then did it ever balance back out? Or are we still there? Because that, I would guess based on this, that the health insurance is the driving factor.
Correct. Our claims are burning at $327 million a year. So that is extremely high. If I look at historically, they went from 250 to 300. Now they're 325 million a year. So our claims are getting higher, and the costs is costing the district. And we're self-funded. So the claim rate we have to pay. Most of it's on the district to pay on behalf of our employees. Our retirement rate every year, the FRS rate goes up, and based on those rates and the number of people we employ, it's going to cost the district more money. So those are things that we are not getting funded for from the state. Our funding source is not, those are unfunded things that we have to eat as a district because we're not getting an increase in our revenue source.
So the increase that you're predicting for next year, do you believe that will cover all of the increase? I mean, I know FRS is easy enough to calculate, but the health insurance is something we just can't control, correct?
Correct. Right now we can because we have nothing in place, but overall our revenue over from last year is only $36 million, and that's because we did things last year like increase revenue transfer from the in our trim process in mid-year, increase the transfer to cover costs. If we didn't do that, we will be only $6 million over than last year. So there's our things we did this year that is significant driving this. I'm not trying to rob capital either. I'm just trying, it got to be a well balance. So there's some things we're going to do to make sure this budget is in line. It's going to take time. So I'm going to ask for time to fix these things that we can do long term, because the point is to have a well balance in capital as well as support the general fund also, because we have those expenditures that are capital related on our general fund.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, we say a lot that our budget reflects what our values are, right? So, I mean, if everyone would look there, we spend a large portion of our money on instruction and paying our employees. But as we know, our state is 50th in funding for teachers or just employees, I think in general, educational employees in the country. We're number 50. So I think it's important, and you won't be surprised because I say it every time we meet. I hope that baked into this budget is no less than a 4% increase for our employees across the board. So it doesn't state that in here. I know we've had this discussion. So I just want to continue to say that, and I know that we've had a really good discussion about ways that we could save money in transportation and different things of that nature, but those haven't been discussed in public. And I guess I would like to ask the superintendent what we're doing to be able to reduce those costs and to know moving forward what we feel is very top-heavy administration. Even though we hear often that we have one of the lowest, it still is the higher end of what our budget is. So what are we going to be doing moving forward? And I'll just say, for an example, our discussion with transportation was, instead of providing buses everywhere, maybe partnering with the county to be able to provide our students bus passes where they'd still ride a bus, but it wouldn't be a Broward County public school bus. So what other kinds of things are we going to be doing so that we spend our money, but we spend it in areas that reflect what we as a board value?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've kind of already started that journey, and that will be on that journey all year. You spoke about transportation. Ms. Paul and her team are reviewing efficiencies in transportation, reviewing routes. It's also cross-divisional collaboration too with the strategy and innovation team as we retool or revise our magnets, because that's where our transportation issue is coming from. We're transporting kids from one corner of the district to the other because we don't have clear feeder patterns of magnets within innovation zones or within regions. So we're cleaning that up. That'll save some costs. For some of the district-wide magnets that we can't avoid, we create transportation bubble zone. Where if you're within that bubble, you get transported outside. You go to the nearest transportation area that'll get you there. Also, reviewing all of our contracts, getting rid of miscellaneous contracts that we don't need. So we're constantly reviewing that. Also, getting a handle on our overtime, changing that process. We spend an enormous amount on overtime. So reviewing our processes, improving that, getting rid of some archaic systems. And improving those systems to put something better in place so we can hold people accountable and have a compelling reason why we need to use overtime for certain things. There's also reducing our travel budget for conferences and things like that. We're chopping that in half. We're reducing the number of cell phones that we're putting out there. So some employees are going to be mad because we see the data for the cell phone. You use it for 5 minutes in 2 years. You don't need it. We have other mechanisms that you can communicate with via text and chat and things like that. So there's a myriad of things that we're looking at this year and working with our principals and impacting employees to let them know along this journey. So we have a hard stop for implementation, especially during budget season. Also, the biggie is staffing allocations at schools. Our staff, and you've heard this before in the spring too, our staffing allocations need a overhaul. We're going to be working on that just to make sure staffing allocations are comparable to the needs of the number of students in the school and not just on a formula based on the level of the school. So there's a lot of things that we're looking at, including that we've talked about before. As I'm talking, more things are just popping up in my head because I don't have my list in front of me. Also, attrition. We're not going to be hiring one for one like we've done in the past. So we're monitoring our attrition rate. Like I said, we lose 3,000, about an average of 3,000 employees a year, people who willingly leave our system via resignation or retirement. I'm not even talking about termination. And not replacing all of those, only focus on about 40% hiring for attrition rate, which is going to be totally based on school-based positions for the most part, or positions that we feel like are totally critical if we don't have in the district, has a huge impact. So there's a myriad of things that we're looking at for cost efficiencies that will equate to cost savings for the district throughout the year.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer, and I don't know how everyone else feels, but our one statutory responsibility is this budget, and I don't feel like I own the budget. I feel like the staff did a lot of this, and I know we give input, but it's a big thing with a lot of numbers, right? And it's hard to just put the pieces in the right place. And I think, to Mrs. Bowman's point, even just the software, to be able to look at, like, we see the budget in pieces as we approve things, but even this document, I don't know if there's a way to make it a little more succinct so that when we look at it, it's easy to digest, because this is a lot to digest, especially if you're not a numbers person. They all kind of go together. But I don't always feel like I have a really solid handle on what we're spending our money on, because we have a little list there, but it's not really in enough detail for me to say, well, yes, we're spending on this and that. So I don't know if there's a way to do that would make it feel like we have more ownership of what it is we're doing, because I know we pass it and we give you information, but it doesn't feel like we helped to build the budget. It's like the budget was dropped off for us, and then we can pick and I like this and I like that, but we didn't build this together. And for me, it's frustrating because that is my one of the two statutory things that I'm responsible for. So, nothing again, I'm not saying it because I don't think you all did anything, it's just the system is set up that way, and I don't know how we could do a better job of making it feel like it's a partnership, as opposed to staff handed us something and we just get to pick at the things that we're questioning, as opposed to looking at it in a big piece. Yeah. So that's just kind of my comment. Mrs. Bowman.
Hey, Chair, can I just add on, please?
Yeah, and 1 second, after Mrs. Bowman.
So, do you want to go first? Yeah, okay. So to the chair's point, first of all, I think the point that the chair made about reflecting our values is very important. And my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that the budget department is creating the budget with the decisions that are being made by staff about how we're spending money and what's getting approved.
Dr. Hepburn?
Somewhat, about items that staff has approved based on core priorities from strategic plans, such as in the strategic plan, you have some guardrails around science of reading, right? So a lot of the supplemental academic components support science of reading. PD supports science of reading. We heard from the board a couple of workshops ago when we did the workshop with the students for VR, AI. We heard from the board then, resoundingly from the entire board, this is the direction we want to go. So you'll have staff start doing research to see what type of tools or resources are out there to help us get to that. But a lot of the things are guided by the strategic plan, especially for academics, when it comes to software or resources or tools or professional development that we're purchasing.
And also the org chart.
Correct.
Which is set. So
yep.
that kind of sets the tone
Yep.
as well for the year of how many people we have employed.
Correct.
So to the chair's point about reflecting our values, I think we always have to go back to the kids, our students, and what's impacting our students, and keeping that in mind as we're setting any strategic plan. Like some of the, like staffing allocations, I appreciate that we may have too many people at a school, but at the same time, I would like to make sure that our value is at the school first and foremost, and that, we fill in the other roles as needed, but we have to make sure that we're actually focusing on the kids. I think if we're building around that and what our plan is, then we'll do well for our school district. So I just think that's what we need to be focusing on. What's our value? What's our goal here? And then build it from there. So I think,
we agree with
the
you
work in progress, but
we agree with you wholeheartedly. It's very student-centered. Ms. Johnson is probably one of the few CFOs I've ever met in my life that always talks about students first.
Well, I know I got that actually from her.
Yes.
This is a direct quote from Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
So yes.
And
but
she
I think,
doesn't mince words with the cabinet when it comes to talking about other things.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think so either. So as long as we're all, the rest of us, doing our job, I think it will be reflected in the budget properly.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Just want to add on to the superintendent's comments, because while a lot of those things save tens of thousands and maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe in the low millions when we don't fill jobs that where the incumbents have tried it. He did not mention two things, and I understand and appreciate it that he didn't, but repurposing and closing schools, selling land, both land that used to be schools and land that we don't need anymore for future schools, are all ways to raise tens of millions of dollars. And so the scope of what we do in repurposing is just significantly higher than all the little cost cuttings and efficiencies that we have. Maybe in balance, when you put all the things together that the superintendent, CFO, and others are working on, it's equal to one school closing. But we are in a position where we literally have 40 more schools than we need. And so I get frustrated when people talk about wanting to generate money for educational raises and money for, programs that would, intentionally draw people at critical stages back to public schools. But when it comes time to, deal with the big things, the repurposings, the closings, and the like, we haven't found the courage to do that yet. I am confident that we will. I think we have a different board. I think we have a different relationship with the community. But I look forward to that very much. Second thing is, are we in a school board meeting right now, Chair?
We are in a public hearing.
Right, but in a public hearing, a school board meeting, we can make motions to give the superintendent direction, I think. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I would be very excited, and I would like you to consider doing this, to direct the superintendent to find $60 million in this year's budget out of the generating fund to set aside a compensation fund for our educators that's equal to 4% of their salary. As you pointed out, this is one of our statutory responsibilities, 23 of them in the Florida Constitution. One of them says we have to pass the budget. We don't do it in a very active way. We do it in a pretty passive way. We observe the budget being built. We nibble a little bit around the edges. But other districts don't do that. Other districts run a very deliberative, intentional, planning, budgeting, execution process so that they know where every dollar is being spent. That process is the one I would prefer. I've tried to do that before. I have not gotten much traction in doing that, but other districts do it, and they fulfill their statutory requirements in a very different way. But I would be very excited to second a motion, if you made one, that directed the superintendent, not talking about it anymore, but directing the superintendent to find $60 million out of the general fund this year to create a 4% compensation fund for our employees.
So based on that, let me ask Ms. Johnson a question. In the budget that's before us, is there compensation increases for our employees baked into that budget?
This is a tentative budget. We still are in the process of building the budget right now. And I would say this, even if we bring proposals, the board makes the final decisions on what cuts or what, anything that we do. We are realignment of the budget. So those decisions come at the board level. We can make suggestions, but there got to be some reductions to even get close to adding $60 million when we have taken a significant cut from the state, losing over $79 million worth of revenue from the loss of students. So that's on top of losing $79 million, and then you want to find additional $60 million. I think it's going to be a far stretch right now in this budget, just to be honest.
But that didn't really answer my question. In the budget that's before us, is there money baked into that budget for increases for our employees?
We're still in the process of building? No, not at this time.
Okay. So I can compromise with you, Dr. Seaman. I would like to make a motion to direct the superintendent and the budget staff to bring back to us a budget that includes a 4% increase for our employees.
Staff. Oh, second.
Second.
Sorry. Staff. It's been a long day.
What's up?
Yeah, I don't know why. I meant to say second.
What's 4% for all staff? 60. So it's the same thing.
Well, the other one said to put aside 60. What I'm asking is for you to bring back in the next budget where that would, what that would look like. Where would you have to take money from? Because again, I've said it all day long. It's an infinite amount of money, right? You can't just pull it out of the air. So is there software money that could be less? Is there departments that maybe was a little inflated? I don't want to put something on top of you and say we have to do it until we have enough information to know. But in the next budget that comes back to us, I would like, my motion is to have that information in the next budget that comes back to us for a vote.
Yeah, so, no, good question. There are things or products, but there's definitely people. Our majority of our budget is actually spent on people, so.
But we just spent $3 million on software, although great for middle schoolers. So that's the point that I guess I'm trying, just in general, we're trying to say is that we, again, we're just piecing things. We know that as a board, we would like to give our employees every year no less than 4%. It's not even half of inflation, right? So we have to build a budget, and I've said this from day one, we build the budget around that. So instead of, I guess that's what I was trying to say earlier. As board members, I think if you went around and heard what we said, everyone said we wanted to give raises to employees. So that's where our budget should start from, and then it should say to departments, well, here's what you can have to spend. But it feels like we do a similar budget and then pull off of it as there are things that we want to do, instead of building a budget on top of, here's the things that we know the board wants to do, and they want to give employees raises. Whether you decided it was 3, we said 4, whatever, but to have a budget that comes to us and the answer is no, there's no raises in this budget, is frustrating, because I think we've all been very clear that we never want to go forward and not be able to give our employees. And again, it's not personal, I'm just saying in general, it's something that's very important, and I've said it every year to every CFO that has come into my office to chat with me. Why do we not build a budget around, we know we want to give raises? Because that's the most costly thing that we do. And we just spend a lot of money on software that could or could not be repetitive. We're not sure. Like, those are the things that, it's a $5 billion budget. 60 million could probably come out of places. Anyway,
No,
I've
so,
talked too long.
But we wholeheartedly agree with you on the sentiment. It's our priorities too, to find, to make sure our employees are compensated. It's one of the goals, to try and find money to give raises to our employees. So we'll take a look and bring something back, and we'll be ready for the discussion.
Well, so
it's going to be tough, like Ms. Johnson said.
Well, we're still on the motion, so we haven't voted yet to know that everybody wants to do that. But Ms. Thompson, on the motion.
Even though this will be probably very unpopular, I think we need to take time and look at our budget before saying a specific amount of raises. I think all of us do want something, but I am extremely concerned by saying an exact percentage without having a better understanding of where we're going to recoup the losses. We're already coming into this budget with a deficit. I do remember we've already made a motion, and maybe someone can remind me, when we were talking about district level staff getting raises, we said that there's a certain amount set aside for regular raises, right? Like
It was $7 million.
Thank you. But to say a specific amount without understanding everything, I also, while I understand we spend a lot on software, it's also a part of the educational programs that we're offering. So to demonize really any section is doing the same thing that we're complaining about, is that we're having like this piecemeal approach to everything. And so while I'm in favor, obviously, of paying people, we have to take a really realistic look and just be really concrete about what we can do. And also, there could be cost savings by redefining and closing schools and all that. And maybe that's an opportunity to also feed into more salaries. Maybe it's redistributing our department staff so that more people are in schools. Like, I think there's a lot of creative things that we can do, and I have a lot of faith in Dr. Hepburn and Ms. Johnson and everybody else. Super happy about being here right now. But to say a specific amount, don't think that's a good idea. And again, I know it's not popular, but I'm extremely uncomfortable with that. So.
Anyone else on the motion? Just on the motion. Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, thank you for that motion. I guess with bringing back a specific amount, I think it will challenge the superintendent and his staff to come back with a plan, and of course this is not final, right? So this is just for him to bring back what 4% look like and all the other departments and programs that he would have to, and then at that discussion we can decide if we want to move ahead with that or should we lower the percentage. So Madam Chair, my understanding of your motion is to simply bring back what the 4% would look like, and then we would engage in further discussion to see if it's doable, and what the effect would be on programs that we offer or anything else that's going to be cut. So I think it's a good place to start. It's not a finale. I think it presents a great challenge to the superintendent to come back with something, and then we can continue more robust discussion on what we need to do going forward.
Mrs. Bowman.
I agree with Dr. Holness. I agree with the value of having the raises as a center to our budget because of the fact that we haven't been able to give raises, and we really need to bring people up to be able to live in Broward County. So to Dr. Holness's point, but Ms. Johnson's not bringing money out of the sky. So I think that does put some pressure on really looking at the reality of what we're looking at for our budget, and to really see where we need to make some decisions so that we are financially healthy as a district. Because what I would rather see, and this is not probably popular, but we need to make cuts and be responsible. We're responsible for making sure that we continue on and that we're properly educating and everyone's getting what they need. So cuts are probably inevitable in different places, and to be honest with the public and with each other about what that looks like, I think will be a really good starting point for a conversation. Because I don't think we can avoid it anymore, and the sooner we get talking about it, the better, and the sooner we start educating the public and bringing them into the conversation, I think the better it'll be for us to be able to move forward.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
I definitely support the motion for a variety of reasons, and I appreciate the 4% number named specifically because, as Chair Hickson referenced, inflation increased a lot during COVID. Our employees did not receive raises that kept up with inflation during that time. Even just in the last year, according to the Consumer Price Index, the cost of living increase for the Tri-County area was 3.1%. So just even to keep up with the cost of living, our employees would need a 3% raise this year. That's not accounting for the loss they experienced during COVID. So number one, the 4% makes sense to me, both ethically, but also based on numbers. And I support the motion as well because during our time on the board, Chair Hickson has said, and I have said, and many other board members have said over the years, we want to move forward with a budget by putting employee salaries first. So building a budget around employee salaries. And no matter who's been superintendent, who's been CFO, that has not happened. And so I think this motion really puts everyone's feet to the fire to make that a priority, because I think that if there is not explicit direction in a motion that's made, we'll continue down the same path. Thank you.
Dr. Lozano, did you want to just say something?
Yes, as a chief negotiator who represents the school board, I'm going to ask that we bring all this back to closed door session so we can schedule and have conversation as a board. We could bring it, in August, but I don't want us publicly negotiating here on the dais.
Well, that's not what the
No, I know,
item's
but I'm
really
just-
trying to do, and Ms. Rupert, I'll come to you. The point is that if we, as Mrs. Leonardi said, if we don't give a directive, it'll come back, and then halfway through the year, what I don't want to happen is to say to schools or departments, well, now we're scrambling to find this pot of money for whatever it might be. I mean, I just put that number out there because we don't want it any less than that, if possible. But if we wait and to do that, the next budget that comes to us won't have it baked in somewhere. And then all of a sudden, there's going to be cuts. The budget should look the way it's supposed to look before we get there. And that's really why I made the motion that I made. So, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, Chair. I actually support Ms. Hickson's idea in her motion, so I'll be supporting it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. So Superintendent, and CFO,
Yes.
what it should look like coming back.
We love challenges.
Yes, I know.
No, we do. We love
Well,
challenges.
and again, the idea was to bring it back so that we can
absolutely.
then maybe in closed door have the actual discussions, but the point being, we have to start somewhere, and if we keep pushing it down the line, it's gonna always look the same. So, okay, anybody else? Dr. Zeman? Just want to make sure. Okay. May I have a motion to separate item 1 and item 2 so that we can vote on them separately? It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Now the Budget Director, Mr. Whitney, will read the resolution for item 1 into the record.
Good evening again, Jeff Whitney, Budget Director. The School Board of Broward County, Florida, Resolution Number 26-112. Resolution by the School Board of Broward County, Florida, adopting tentative millage rates. Whereas the School Board of Broward County, Florida did, pursuant to Chapters 200 and 1011 Florida statutes, approve the tentative millage rates for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. And whereas at the public hearing and in full compliance with Chapter 200 Florida statutes, the School Board of Broward County, Florida adopted the tentative millage rate for the fiscal year 2025-26 in the amounts of required local effort millage 3.0720, raising $1,023,816,250. Basic discretionary 0.7480, $249,288,593. Capital improvement 1.5000 mils, $499,910,279. Voted referendum 1 mil, $333,273,519. Voted debt 0.1645, generating $54,823,494, for a total millage levy of 6.4845, raising $2,161,112,135. The total millage rate to be levied exceeds the rolled back rate by 5.94%. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida adopted each tentative millage rate for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026 by separate vote prior to adopting the tentative budget, given at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, this 29th day of July, 2025.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 1, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Let's see. Second, can I have a motion and a second for item number 2? been
Second.
moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Holness. Mr. Whitney, please read the resolution for item 2 into the record.
The School Board of Broward County, Florida, Resolution Number 26-113. Resolution by the School Board of Broward County, Florida, adopting the tentative budget for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Whereas the School Board of Broward County, Florida did, pursuant to Chapters 200 and 1011 Florida statutes, approve tentative millage rates and tentative budget for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. And whereas the School Board of Broward County, Florida set forth the appropriations and revenue estimates for the budget for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Whereas at the public hearing and in full compliance with Chapter 200 Florida statutes, the School Board of Broward County, Florida adopted the tentative millage rates and the tentative budget in the amount of $4,882,260,654 for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Now therefore be it resolved that the attached budget of the Broward County School Board, including the millage rates as set forth therein, is hereby adopted by the School Board of Broward County, Florida as a tentative budget for the categories indicated for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026, given at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, this 29th day of July 2025.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 2, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. The scheduled order of business for this public hearing of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objection, I now adjourn this meeting. Thank you all very much.
Now we can go back to the workshop and finish the 4 items.
Oh, I thought you were serious.